If you want news and rumors that appeal, welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. Good night from the Dusty Wheel, and as we say around here, smash to black.
If you want news and rumors that appeal, welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. I'm your host, the Innkeeper, and this is our live call and talk show all about the Wheel of Time. Although today, it's a Wheel of Time Season 1 rewatch. And I'm excited. I'm excited to finally do this. I'm glad we didn't end up pushing this off. We had the huge trailer drop this week. And now we're here. Get to go back and revisit Season 1 a bit, which I think is a lot of fun. I think it'll be fun. I see a bunch of you in chat. Let me know that you can hear me and all things are good there. Taylor's on call if he's needed, but hopefully you can hear me and we'll get this moving. And to do this with me, I brought a special guest here today, which is the real Uno. Welcome, everyone. Welcome the real Uno to the Dusty Wheel. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Happy to finally be here.
I know that was crazy, and I brought this up before to everyone. Like every once in a while, I have like a new guest, and I'm like, how have we not had you on so many more other times in the last? I don't know. We've been doing this almost 6 years or something like that. So welcome.
Yeah.
And this is gonna be fun. When was the last time you watched Season 1?
I don't know. It's been a while. I mean, I've been rewatching season 2, but season 1 was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
sometime last year, probably.
I can't
Or just,
remember.
like you watched
Yeah.
also bits and pieces of episodes that you just like
Yeah.
your favorite scenes and stuff like that, but actually rewatching the whole season, that was some time ago.
Yeah, I honestly can't. I remember back when I saw a lot of Season 2, and we're gonna do a rewatch for those of you watching now. We're gonna do a full rewatch of Season 2 in, I would say, it was gonna be the 23rd, but things have changed a little bit since then. I will be in London at that point, so we'll probably push it a week. But for those of you that are new, or haven't ever been at the Dusty Wheel, if you jump into chat, have a good time there. Chat is meant to be like a fun place, a kind place, a considerate place, a joyful place for everyone there. And so, like, if you're new here, like, enjoy the rewatch, but don't be too angsty in chat. I mean, mods will guide you, and they'll let you know when you maybe gone too far. And don't be surprised if you don't listen to mods. They'll kick you out. It's happened. I've seen it. But no, have a good time. Enjoy this one. I remember I didn't love everything about Season 1, and so I'll be really interested to see now we have had Season 2, and we've seen a little bit of Season 3. How do I feel about Season 1? So I'm really excited about that. So let me give you just some ground rules and we'll get started. As you see at the bottom of the screen, there's a timer right there. That worked out really well. I wasn't even planning. So then there's a title right there, Episode 1 of the Season 1. So you'll know if you're watching this where we're at. We're in Episode 1, Leave Taking, and then when the timer will begin and you'll see where that is. And then every once in a while you will see us put on screen. Like, you can't see it there right in the middle. We'll show you kind of where in the show we're at. We're going to mute that so you won't hear the audio from the show. We're not going to leave that on the screen the entire time. You are responsible for watching at home on your own device the show. We can't put the entire show on YouTube. Like, that wouldn't be allowed. So hopefully you understood that this isn't an actual rewatch where you get to watch it on our screens. But we'll be talking, so you can mute us if you don't want to hear us. We'll be chatting about some things. I'll be pulling some comments from chat. That's the fun part. So if you're in chat and you want to make a comment, you can. So I'll be watching comments the entire time. I'll be watching the show on my screen, and and I'll be interacting with Uno here. And we'll be chatting about season 1, episode 1. At the end of this episode, we're not going to pause it. If there's ads in yours, I understand. Don't worry. We'll be chatting for like 10, 15 minutes afterwards if you have to catch up with us a little bit. Hopefully this is a rewatch for you. So if you miss a little bit or you're a little bit behind, no big deal. But we're not going to be pausing. That'll just take too long. We have an entire season to get through. So, and yes, good question. I saw anything that Amazon has, like, part of, I don't have any ads, but if they do recaps, we'll be watching the recaps too. So good question, William. Basically anything as part of that episode instead of doing skips, so you know where we're at. So yeah, recaps, yes. I won't have any ads on, so however you watch through with the recaps, they'll be included in what I'm watching, so that time will be representative of where that's at in the show. Okay, did I miss any questions? Rain, I saw this. I purchased the no ad subscription last night. Yeah, that again, if you got ads, you got ads. It's okay. And yes, like we said, there will be a little bit of a kind of a chat afterwards about the episode. We'll be pulling in some comments from you all. So yeah, feel free to do that too. And yes, I get that. Yeah, you can definitely, you don't have to be watching. You can just hang out and chat, see what people are saying. You can make some comments in there, kind of see if there's anything else that I missed. Okay, cool. I don't think there is. Let's get it started. We have like 8+ hours to go. So yeah, this is like a rewatch guidon, as we say around here. So,
and the episodes are still too short.
That's true. We will probably still have that opinion. Hey, can these be longer episodes? So everyone's all queued up. It's not going to be perfect, everyone. I'm going to click a button here, click a button there to get started. The timer will be a little bit off. Don't make chat all about how the timer doesn't match exactly where things are at. So, okay, I'm going to get mine. I have like a number of buttons to click at the same time here. I'm going to do my best. Yes, like I have to wear like 2 earphones here to figure out, like I have to listen to off of one machine and another. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a lot of fun though. So, okay, everyone's ready, right? Everyone's got their finger ready to press play here. I'm going to press play, start the timer, and we'll get this going. So, ready? Uno, you ready?
I'm ready.
Season 1 of the Wheel of Time, episode 1, Leave Taking. Here we go.
Some people went crazy for the straps.
Yeah, right. It's a lot. It's like having seen a second season and come back here now. Her Jess is like, I'm hearing an ad. That's my stream. Okay. I wasn't a fan of this cold open in season 1. Like, its positioning. I wanted it later in the season after we saw some of the episodes. Now what we know of Leandrin, like, to me, this is it's more compelling to come back and see Leandrin this early, because they did something so different with Leandrin, you know.
Yeah, I mean she's become such a like prominent character for the show. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like now, like just knowing everything that Kate Fleetwood's done with Leandrin, I actually like seeing her here.
yeah.
It's so funny.
But yeah, I think I also was like little bit confused with this opening. It's
Yeah,
like, oh, who's that supposed to be? Is it just like a random mail channeler, or is it
yeah, yeah.
someone from the books?
Jen said, I love her outfit. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the scenery holds up for sure too, Diana. Oh, now that we have, and Rand is channeling now, coming back here, I'm wondering for people that haven't read the books if this is like kind of like more impactful again now that we've gotten, to season 2, and like what does this mean for season 3? So yeah, good question for. I don't think so. If the way that I don't think this is Owen. I think the way that they explained it in the show, I don't think so.
I'm assuming it's just a random mail
Random.
channeler.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, Kate Fleetwood is completely she's my headcanon Leandra now. That
Yeah.
she's who I see when I read the books now.
Now is
And I
it?
think she's
Yeah, yeah.
like the only one that's really um done that for me.
Yeah.
Um but maybe because I didn't have that clear of a picture.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
Um,
Well, and what's interesting there, that moment that she says that thing about like men making it filthy. Again, I remember us talking a lot about like that. That's such a weird thing to kind of put up this first episode. Like, what does that even like? And then it was like season 2, and you see what happens with her storyline in season 2,
hmm.
and I think there's it starts kind of reveal like this is Leandrin's like like this is part of Leandrin, not
Yeah.
necessarily even directly part of the Red Aja, if that makes sense. Like this is just deep as part of Leandrin, who she is. So
Yeah, and like you sense that she's been through a lot of abuse in her life and
yeah, yeah, like that it's
just
become part of her mission with the One Power, if you will. Yeah. By the way, I'll never though. It's always like I'm always like, Moraine, why weren't you guys in the village already if there were 4 Taviran? Like, if you heard there's 4 Taviran, get there. Like, what are you?
and I kept wondering who told you this? Where
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Who's the
where did you
person?
get this information?
I
Like
love the, yeah. I saw this. I love the Age of Legends building. Yeah, those are cool. That
yes.
was a cool thing that we all saw during this. It was pretty awesome.
Like someone out there with a Taveran radar of some sort. How do you tell? The whole braid ceremony is really nice.
Yeah.
And I also love how that came back in season 2. The Gwaine and the Shan Shan.
Yeah, right. This commentary on the braid, and then knowing what happens in like season 2, episode 6.
Yeah.
This moment with her it's definitely more impactful, for sure. I remember us all like being chucked into the river, all like, what? That scream was right at the beginning of that trailer. That was like how it kicked off.
Yeah.
If you're just getting here, you can kind of see where we're at. Egwene is in the river, everyone. So I like constant anxiety. Said, bye, Egwene. It's like the writers are definitely actually planning ahead.
Who would have thought? Rafe has a plan?
No,
What?
the the yeet of time. I love that.
But this is also so lovely how she just, okay,
Yeah,
relaxes in the river and it's all very symbolic.
yeah. The symbolism here, I thought it was fun. coming back and seeing all the symbolism, it was really good.
I'm like, oh, I have my braid. I'm safe.
Yeah, no, but that again, that connection to the braid, and as the story develops, and as they've used it symbolically in the story, and as I'm sure they will continue to, you know. Oh, Tam.
I think this was the scene where I was like, oh, this is the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This was the moment. Yeah, for sure.
They captured that perfectly, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe Bella isn't scruffy enough though.
Right.
Shaggy old man.
You rant? Never. I love that shot of the two rivers.
Yeah.
So cool. Like seeing the two rivers for the first time was pretty cool.
And I've been at the location, though not.
Yeah. You saw the
Uh,
place, right? You didn't were in the buildings themselves, but you
yeah.
you got down there when it wasn't there, right?
When they were constructing for season
Oh,
two.
when they were constructing? Oh, cool.
We almost drove into the side. We was like, oh shit, they're actually buildings. That we shouldn't be here.
Yeah, nice.
That we could see the roofs. It's like they
Yeah.
that looks like two rivers actually.
Yeah, yeah. I love this comment. Puppy-eyed Rand is nice to see again. Yeah, puppy-eyed Rand's
Mm.
gone, isn't he? That's for sure. Oh, Matt. Oh man.
Mm.
I think Barney. I I I really loved Barney's Matt, and
Yeah.
it's good to see his face again. This whole scene with them is great.
Mm. They're young and innocent.
I love the comment. Only the sheep to keep him warm. It's such a great comment. 100% Jan. Jen, this score is amazing.
And Barney had some really great lines
Yeah, Barney was
with
always
this
given the good
episode.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the look back here. That's so good. Yeah, Barney does a great job.
You are wondering like how many don't come back. Like, people
Right,
being
right,
used.
right. Now we know we're gonna come back. You know, are we gonna see? Are we? How many of these faces are we gonna see? You know. It's Mr. Gregson. The yay you didn't drown cheer. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I agree with this. It's going to be cool to see, right? To go back to Two Rivers, we can already see it in some of the season three trailers.
Yeah,
Um, it'd be cool to. It'd be cool.
I'm really excited for that. And for a certain Falcon.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, we are in season one, as you see at the bottom, episode one, leave taking 11 minutes in or so. If you were like, it's not exactly on 11 minutes on yours, we are at Land's Boots. That's right, Land's Boots as you walked in. Check out those boots.
I do remember feeling that this scene it felt a bit silly to me, but over dramatic, I would say, with the
Yeah.
But like the cowboy enters the
Yeah,
saloon.
like it's so funny. Like now you go back and I'm like, it's kind of fun. They definitely went with that kind of cow. Even the music, like moving into it.
Yeah.
I love this. And the thunder rolls. The thunder rolls. That's good. This entrance is so extra.
Yeah.
Like Uno said, it's just extra. The These boots were made for Warden is a really good one. uh, I love the look though. She looks around the room. I do like the.
Yeah.
I like how she stares around the room. Nynaeve just so. Nynaeve's just so ready to like knife her, which I think is funny. Yes, it does have
She looks like a
A
normal
Clint
person.
Eastwood kind of seem to it, how it seems. I just watched this scene yesterday, and yes, it's very dramatic, very long. But Moraine would have loved this kind of entrance.
I mean, it suits her.
Do
But
you, Anina said, "Do you think they perfected the dramatic entrance together?" Uh,
must have talked about it. Like, man, go, like, lay the scene.
these boots are made to walk all over you. That's good. We we didn't we didn't have enough of her. Wish we got too little.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine we'll see. I mean, you saw that shot of Alana with Perrin in the Two Rivers. So I'm imagining we still will see maybe an end of this part of the arc that we have here um, with Perrin and his wife. So I think we'll.
There must be some sort of,
Yeah, we'll hopefully they're like gonna have closed loop with that. I mean, obviously there has to be with them going back to the Two Rivers in that scene. So
yeah. I hope they make it so that he can like move on in a good way that doesn't feel like,
yeah,
I don't know, awkward, but
I do wonder
yeah.
what we'll see here. This makes me wonder for season 3. Do you think we're gonna get more of Matt's family? I know some fans have theorized that maybe they're going to show changes, like growth maybe in his parents.
Yeah.
We're going to see something. Do you think that that's going to happen? Do you think they actually have a plan for Matt's parents in this way with like season 3 somehow? There's some arc
I
to it.
would assume so. Think so. And also like I love Tam and Abel in the books and like their um it's sort of banter.
Yeah.
So I really hope that they develop Matt's parents more and get a little bit bigger
By
role.
the by the way, a poll. We haven't done a poll this entire time. How come we've not done a poll? So, do you still believe in the Layla was a dark friend theory? Is our first poll. Did you ever subscribe to this Layla dark friend idea?
Nah,
Yeah.
really didn't. And I didn't think they were actually giving parent a wife until very late when it became like obvious. It's like nah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's probably not I mean, he could be wearing a ring for other reasons or like oh okay they went with that.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, did Welsh woman? I forgot. The Juliet. I'm assuming the actress has said she's in the next season. I'm assuming that's Juliet that we're talking about.
oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah, she's
it should
Juliet
be.
said that. I can't remember. So
I'm pretty sure she is. So yeah, I'm assuming. the
Yeah.
Cothans and like Alvarez and all the families will have things to do in season three.
Yeah. You'd assume so, right?
I
Haven't
mean,
had a
they're
time to wash the dishes. I just remember this was just so much. It's so interesting how we've kind of like moved the story on. So these things are so like this was all we had at the beginning. So we're like, wait, like what's happening there? And it's like in this really kind of serious relationship. Okay. Now it's really interesting to kind of see where they progress the story, but then to also see like there's that line in the season 3 trailer where Egwene says, "Do you love her?" and she's crying, um, and Rand's crying too, and you're like, wait, how far are they going with this relationship? Are they still serious? Is she talking about land fear? Like, what is it? It'll be interesting. Like, they've they've definitely kept this in our eyesight as fans more than
yeah.
from like a book reader perspective than we anticipated. Oh, sorry, I don't want to ruin this moment for people that are watching. You know, sorry, I'll be quiet. This moment. Oh, sorry, I missed it. I missed it put up on screen for everyone, but
Miss the butt rock. No, but it was interesting, like the interview with Maddie and Yosha and Rafe in Brazil, where they talked about their relationship and
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
spoil
gonna
too much, but yeah,
I'm
coming
gonna.
to a close in a way.
Oh, okay. Now I have to you have to remind me where that one's at. Do you still believe that Layla was a dark friend theory? I can't believe there's. I was surprised. 40% of you are still in a yes. Wow, that's a. My next question is, would you have eaten a strawberry from the pocket from the pocket of your the pocket of your loved one or your lover? How about that? Would you have eaten a strawberry from the pocket of your lover? That's the poll.
Very weird question outside of context.
It's a totally weird question. That's right. Even in context.
Mm. I remember how people having strong opinions about this scene.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But it makes sense making them a bit like older and more experienced.
Well, I can understand where they were they were going for at least from a season 2, season 3 perspective where things were going with there. Now I
Yeah.
really get it. Kevin said, "Is this a euphemism or something?" No, like doesn't he take the strawberry out from his pocket?
I mean, it still looked pretty fresh, but
I couldn't do it. Pocket lint.
yeah.
Needs it depends on whether it's linty. I love the wind here in this scene. Like, doesn't it like it's my recollection. It kind of goes off and like a you kind of hear the wind. I
Yeah.
love that. Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
And the whistling.
Yeah, and the whistle. I love the wind and the whistle. Um, and then you get the mirror draw, and all of a sudden, yeah, now you've changed. You've changed where we're at, right? I do like the scene with Pat and Fane when he comes in. It's great. It's great stuff.
I mean, it's really not how I imagined Fane, but he
Yeah.
Johan Myers is
Oh,
doing such a good job with it. So it's like, yeah.
61% of people in chat are not romantic. Yeah, he does an amazing job as Fane. Like,
Hmm.
I wanted more of him than we got in season 2. So even like just hearing his
Definitely.
whistle and seeing him come in here, I'm like, we needed more. We needed more of him in season 2 than we got. So he was cool. He did some cool stuff. But yeah, 100% Dre. I love his Pat Fane.
He's got such a swagger. I
Yeah,
never
yeah.
imagined Fane as someone who swaggered.
Well, it's like he's a good salesman, right?
Yeah,
Um, um,
definitely.
102 of you voted on this. And like Glenn said, 40% of you, or 61% of you, apparently are not romantic. I couldn't have eaten the strawberry.
Uh, I mean, it's a weird definition of, if that's your definition of being romantic, eating berries out of someone's pocket.
uh,
I mean, that smile. And also another character who's, or actor who's very good with the micro expressions.
yeah, he's fantastic. Yeah.
And the scenery is so beautiful.
Oh my gosh,
Really.
and we see this. We see this in season 3. It's coming back to us, right? We have that shot of Rand sitting there with Lanfear on the same rock
Yeah.
in the season 3 trailer.
I
Like
think
I
I
like this.
also, sorry.
Go no, go ahead.
I remember from one of the interviews, I think it was probably with Rafe, that they had like 10 minutes or so to get this shot because like
Oh
the
really?
weather kept changing. So yeah,
Hilarious.
it was like,
By the
no, go, go, go.
I gave this scene so much crap. Like I think I did not like this scene. Um, and now I like it because now it's in now Lanfear sitting there with Rand, and I'm like, okay, I like the symmetry, so we're good. Now I like the scene. uh, so I like that people are calling it the kissing rock. Seen that? Breakup Rock is coming back in season 3.
This is actually like one of the few scenes where there's good communication. Like,
Yeah,
oh, they're actually talking about their different wants and needs and being supportive and like,
yeah, yeah.
what happened?
No, that's communication. They're always good at communication's always solid in the Wheel of Time. You know,
Like
they
in
uh,
real life.
they both look so young and innocent here. I know, right? Um, I do wish we had gotten that Egwene scene because you're like,
Yes.
why is she cleaning this pool?
Still want a Rafe cut with all the deleted scenes.
I know. Season that's one thing I think with with the deleted scenes and such. I think like it would been really cool if we'd gotten like an hour and a half intro and could have kind of dug into some of those things or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of exposition. I agree. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, subtly going on, for sure. Annika, Aes Sedai will be Aes Sedai. That's true. Uh, Mirar said, "Gosh, how I've missed Rand's hair." It's funny. Yeah, Jen, good point. Like just in these first 25 minutes, there's so much that's important in season 2 and season 3. That's what I'm saying. It's like
Hmm.
like the connections are that are fun to go back and see for sure.
Yeah, they've laid some groundwork.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is if you think about Nynaeve and how she's talking about this, her connection with Leandrin and talking about power and her like Leandrin feeds on this a little bit, right? Because she's so mad at the Aes Sedai,
Yeah.
and this begins here. You can kind of just they're setting the stage for it, and she's so mad at Moraine. The fact that there's like an inn for Leandrin, and so what you see develop in season 2, like they've kind of seeded the root of that right in this conversation, which I think is really really well done.
It's so nice seeing the three of them together in the beginning.
Yeah, I love this one. It's a good scene. Oh, I think this is the one. Doesn't Maddie? I think Maddie answered a question to me about this, or talked about. Was it me? I can't remember where it was, but said that they had like air blowers that were extremely loud
Oh,
in this scene. Like they could barely hear each other. They're like she said like you can't tell, but there's like these like air machines, air blowers, just like really extremely loud, and she's like we couldn't hear anybody. It's pretty funny.
they're very good acting then, just that being
Yeah, I
able to
know to know
cover
that
that.
that's happening here. Like it's
Yeah.
really well done. Have you seen that? Have you been there and seen that river, that shot?
No, I
No.
think that was in Slovakia, right? If
I
I
th-
remember
that's a
correctly.
good question. Yeah, I can't remember. Is that oh okay, it wasn't okay. I do like this scene with Land. This is a good like again it starts to mean more later, but for all of us like book fans we're like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Like, how many times can they like get the dragon
that shape."
fang?
Yeah, right.
I sort of felt like would Trollocs be that artistic? Who is it's like who got or Myrdral or who got them to do that?
Yeah, how artistic are you, Trollocs?
And yeah, they haven't eaten them.
Right? Eve is obsessed. I was going to go ad free right before season 3, but this stream is really testing my patience. Yeah, there's the window. There's the window that we see in season 3, right?
Nice window.
Yeah, right. Seen that one. Oh, it's such a beautiful shot of the mountains.
Yeah, the scenery is just gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh, I think that I actually, even knowing what's about to happen, I really like what they did for us. When I say for us, like I think I'm a book fan. I like what they gave us of this scene with Rand and his father. Um, so glad they didn't skip that. You know.
Yeah.
See you, library addict. Yeah, we'll be live, guys, for a long time today. It's like so weird. We're already halfway through episode 1. I was like, uh,
Yeah, I know. Like I got to go to the sneak premiere in Stockholm to see episodes 1 and 2.
yeah,
And I said, yeah, we were in the theater, and it was like me and Androl actually.
that's awesome.
And it just felt so hasty. It's like, what? It can't already be like uh,
Yeah.
episode 1 all through, and it just felt so fast.
By the way, just jumped on. Who's watching? My guest, the real Uno, Kat, is with us. So welcome if you don't know who
Hi.
I'm with here. Um, and yeah, so good question. If you just joined us, we're 31 minutes into episode 1 of season 1 rewatch. Obviously, we're not putting it on the screen, but you can see exactly where we're at right here. Tam is talking to Rand back at their home. We'll throw that up so you can kind of just get where we're going. We're not skipping. I mean, we don't have any ads for the timer. It's just going all the way through. We're going to have a chat for about 10, 15 minutes after this. putting up some comments. Join in chat. And, the fun of this is watching it at home, but being with friends and in chat and kind of just enjoying what we're seeing, connecting things that we're kind of didn't notice before, and answering fun polls like, would you eat a strawberry from your lover's pocket? Stuff like that. So this, I think coming back to the scene later, the further they get along the story where there's more loss, like, does that make sense? Like, as we lose people, this scene, I think, is going to feel more impactful as we go, right? Like, just as a symbolism of their loss. At first I was like, okay, this is interesting. I didn't really understand it too much, but when I think about, again, as they can tell more of the story, that type of scene will be great.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on now, let's have fun. We're all like, we know about that, what's about to happen. There's this anticipation. Do you feel it? Or you're like, when does the axe come? Did that catch you off guard? Did you jump the first time you saw this moment?
Yes, definitely.
There's
oh no, Tom, or it wasn't. Yeah, I think it was Tom, or what was he called? Yeah, oh, poor guy. And Fane's just being there, haha.
WrestleMania, exactly. One earbud for the show and the other for the stream. That's how it is. Yeah. Book Immerse, the more you know, the more they know, the harder it hits. 100%.
And it was nice that they came back to it in season 2 as well, when they were in the White Tower.
Yeah. I was like, maybe you should have warned people a little sooner. Lan and Rain are like, the Trollocs are around, and you're like, they're having this huge party.
And just let's just see what happens.
Oh man, here it comes. Oh gosh, right there.
Yeah,
Tom. Poor freaking Tom. It's time to run, everybody. They did such a great job.
Yeah.
This, I think I've said this. For me, season 1, episode 1, when I first saw it, was a rougher start. The last 20 minutes are just a vibe, man. Yeah, agreed. Matt in this battle, Egwene in this battle, Nynaeve are so good.
Oh yeah, Matt just tripping over that smaller troll.
And Nina, yeah, that's a good point. They do what the hell are these things really well, in their facial expressions. Agreed. The sequence is insane and amazing.
I like the troll. I'm so glad it didn't just go full CGI, because that would have been bad.
Trollocs are great.
Yeah.
Dana, Tom, we hardly knew you. I like that moment with Pat and Fane. You're just like, okay, he's a bad dude. Agreed. Soundtrack here is amazing. This moment.
The girls.
Matt's panic run here is so good.
It's brilliant acting, and it's
just not knowing where he's going. Oh, geez. So good.
just the long sleeves.
Yeah. You're like, I feel that, right? You're like, go, Matt. Don't die. I like that. Matt, I'm no bloody hero, Cawthon. Yeah, so good. Cue the death metal. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, and then just taking a moment for that right there. As she looks around, just really, really well done. This is good.
Yeah.
Lisa, that bathrobe of Matt has been through it. Oh, this is. I think this is really good. This moment is just.
I am glad
The
though that
spear.
Bernard doesn't
He
speak.
he he spears him, and I don't know that I
Yeah.
ever picked up on that. Like, isn't it? Is it a spear that is? It's kind of like that. That wooden. Like he goes to kind of stick him with it, really, and I didn't even
Yeah.
connect the kind of use of that, like a spear, if you will. I can't remember, at least remembering that from last time. Oh yeah, Tam. Yeah, this kind of gives me the chills here, still with Tam fighting him. Man.
And Rand is going, "What, Dad? Who
Yeah,
are you?"
exactly right. I do like the camera's like heron marked blade. Like stops at it. So good. Oh, and then that's right. Rand spears him. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, not spears him. Whatever that was. It a sword that he
Yeah.
stabs him with? The iron poker. That's right. At first, I thought it was a spear again. I was like, oh, the cool. Okay.
Like, Rand, why are you like poking his wound?
Right.
And this scene is also so good. This is screaming back.
Right. Right.
All right, we don't have the colored weaves yet.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Here we go. There it is. This is the scene I remember we like got a clip of.
Yes.
I actually think this is really well done. Like Moraine in the middle here and Lan. Like this is just fireballs all over the place, lightning, like wind, like just
Yeah, this scene is really cool.
that side shot is just really cool. Oh, the rocks. Yeah. Like if this makes sense, I think this is this is my favorite like battle magic of the series, I think. I can't remember season 2 all the way, but like it's just really impressive what they all the stuff that Moraine was doing in that moment was pretty awesome. Like
But I
even
also just
chucking the
love
axe.
the Two Rivers women just
Oh yeah, yeah. They're all getting on that trolloc.
I don't know.
Yes, Hybrid Havoc. Good point. I'm gonna end the poll. 122 you voted. Favorite makeout rock participants? 55% Rand and Lanfear. Nice. Beat out Rand and Egwene for that one. Oh no. Shoot.
I'm not just being protective. It was one during one of these scenes that Daniel Henney sliced Moraine or Rosamund's hand, right?
Yeah, that's right. He did. And then like they went to the hospital. Yeah, yeah. Nice. Oh, this is like. Is this the moment? Yeah, this is crazy. I remember being like,
Yeah, I was like, what?
yeah, like that was just like when she screams, like, yeah, like that was. Rose said, "Did anyone notice the Taviran sound when Matt found his sisters?" I had to go back. I had to go back.
Drama scene.
I know, right?
But it's also like a brilliant shot.
Oh gosh, yeah. I remember it's all just like, what? That's crazy. Everyone's like, everyone's liking the the poorly crafted poll. That's right. You
Yeah.
get a yes option.
You think most of it
Ooh,
saw it
Sky
coming,
Squirrel.
but
Sky Squirrel said the burning tree kind of previewing what happens with Egwene and Foam. Ah, man. Yeah, this is like Perrin right here. Oh man, this whole section, Egwene and Perrin.
I mean, I wasn't convinced of the Layla dark friend theory, but I did think like the Layla being pregnant,
Yeah,
that she was
right.
like touching her stomach and things like that.
Yeah,
Don't know if we'll ever get an answer to that though.
yeah. More innocence gone, 100%. Yeah, actress did a good job there. Yeah, absolutely. Here, like yeah, here it is. Here's the moment. Pissing off an Aes Sedai. Yeah. I love when you start seeing the weaves kind of like come from everywhere around her. It's so cool.
Mhm.
All the Trollocs, and she just starts chucking it.
I'll leave those to Lan. He can handle it.
Right. Yeah, Ninja's Librarian Layla does not get an easy death. That's for sure. Oh, I didn't, Josie. I didn't remember that. That they often showed it in recaps before the next episode. Wow. I kind of connect the Layla has a dark moodiness that carries ambiguity. That's true. They do. They kind of like try to like Layla. This whole kind of all the stuff happening. It really sets up Dana the Dark Friend really well. That is to say, like her
Mhm.
whole speech to them in episode 3. We'll get to that, but it's like just the destruction that's happened to their lives here, and just the
Mm.
horror that is. Like it can be like they're making a case of how suffocating it can be, and just wanting to give up. So, yeah, this is
Yeah.
reminding me like so glad we saw this again in the books. For those that haven't read the books, you just see the aftermath, but you don't see it. And so this is one of the best choices they did make. Going back and seeing it, it's still very powerful, just like the
Yeah.
first time. So
It would be weird not having that a big battle in episode one to get like
yeah, like to really feel the impact. Yeah.
yeah.
For those of you that are watching, we're only going spoilers through Fires of Heaven in chat. So if you don't bring up spoilers beyond that book, so. Oh, is this true? Can you? I am talking kind of like I'm not projecting. I'm kind of just really. I think it's because I'm listening to the show in my right ear. So let me know. I can project, everyone. Um, I'll try to do that. It's morning time. I'm a little deep in the voice. Tarman Gaidon.
I hope you can hear me okay, Nils.
Oh, yeah. This whole kind of scene, Rand getting there with his dad, man.
Yeah, it's like, what's going on?
Yeah. Matt with his sisters coming in. Life Blinded Fool said his fake dad. That's rude. Rude. Come on.
Hey, it's his real dad. You don't need to be blood
Exactly.
to be family.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. The only thing you can talk about here is book 5.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
Marcus is so
Yeah,
good in this.
Chris, I just wish we had even like 15 seconds of Rand dragging Tam to town in this episode. Did they film some of that? Why do I feel like I've seen a shot, or maybe it's just like
No, but
the
we get it
drawing of it or
later
something?
in the
Oh,
flashbacks.
that's right, in the flashback. That's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
I
Yeah,
was also like
yeah. I
missing that
forgot.
at this point.
The flashback was good. I liked it, the flashback. So when we get
Yeah.
there, I'll have a better reminder. So
But yeah, I thought the same thing when I saw this the first time. It's like, well, aren't we getting the random Tam in the woods? It's like, oh, okay.
yeah.
I think it's like episode 7, I think.
Do you prefer seeing the attack on True River screen? All of you said yes. I made you all say yes.
I know I was I convinced my best friend and his girlfriend to watch season 1, and they hadn't read the books, and they were like, "Oh, we were expecting like cozy fantasy, like Lord of the Rings or something," and we were like horrified.
This
It
doesn't
was a
start off
bit
that way.
gory.
Yeah, that's true. It is. I remember us all talking about that, and it still that holds up that way. Like it goes hard in this first episode into like the horror aspects. So
But they're 100% into the show now, and they're looking forward to season 3. So, but it was
yeah,
like the first shock for them. It was like, oh, we were like just
yeah.
gonna watch some cozy fantasy and have a good time. And they got trauma.
Mavi said, "Now this is where everything happens fast and furious. 10 seconds, leave taking."
Yeah. I did feel like this whole, like the ending to season 1 was really rushed.
Yeah,
It was like, get up, we're leaving. Like, what?
yeah. Again, I think there is about 10 more minutes to kind of like, even a couple more minutes in the leave taking would have been nice for sure. But it is moving fast, that's for sure.
Mm.
But there's a certain aspect of like it's happening so fast, and they've got to go. Like they're not thinking about their decisions, right? Like
No.
they're getting on a horse, they're leaving. Like this whole urgency side of it, like it's just like the Trollocs are coming. We've got to go. Our parents, our friends. Nynaeve's missing, right? Like
Yeah.
Nynaeve is gone. Like, and I always forget about that in this moment. That, like, to them, Nynaeve is dead right now. Like Nynaeve's dead. His father just got healed, but like the urgency I get, like how they're kind of really selling in this moment, right? It's not just like we get there, all the Trollocs are dead, we have to make some decisions. It's like Trollocs are coming, and so yeah.
It feels better on a rewatch, but I know like my first
The
reaction
first time it was
this
like,
is-
yeah, yeah,
this is too fast. This is just they're just gonna go with this strange Aes Sedai. It's like, oh, okay, up and leave. We already have our horses here.
Do you like how fast they left this time through? Fast they left their village this time through. I mean, they're showing that obviously there was some, right? They didn't just
Yeah.
like, they obviously said goodbye. You just don't see them saying goodbye. They've got horses. They got some stuff together. You just don't see it happening, but there is urgency to get them out of town as fast as possible.
Yeah. But yeah, this very last scene is really nice. Just
Yeah,
like this moment in the drone shots and
yeah, and I like the narration that ended there. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, everybody. Let's
Pause.
well, I only see 50. Is that true? Was it only 51 minutes? Hold on. Okay. I want to talk about that. Like, I look on the screen right now and I see 51:39. I think that's what I remember all of us. Now I'm going back and going like, oh yeah. Like this was a short episode.
Yeah.
we're like 9 more minutes. Like give us the hour. I remember maybe that's what maybe I've forgotten that we're like, can we just get 60 minutes? We just want 60. I'm forgetting that was like a thing. So what did you think? Like we're done with episode 1. We did it. How are you feeling about this version? Like now you've seen some trailers for season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Did this hit differently for you?
I mean, it does a little bit. And yeah, like I said, like my first impression was like the episode 1 it was so much in the first episode, and it felt like a
Yeah.
little bit rushed because they were just like going through so many scenes and introducing so many characters and like
Yeah.
the whole world.
Yeah. I see people like it was not long enough. Felt like 15 minutes. That is a
Yeah.
fast. I can't believe we're done with episode 1. I'm like, holy cow. That was quick. I'm going to end this poll, by the way. Do you like how fast they left their village this time through? 56% of you, about 100 of you voted on this poll. 56% say yes. But yeah, I had forgotten that the episode. I'm wondering if that's. I did forget, and I wonder if that's going to be the case because I see 51:39, and I'm like, whoa, that was a freaking quick episode.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask everyone this. Did you enjoy season 1, episode 1 more this time through than you remember enjoying it?
But yeah, I do feel like it gets better on each rewatch because you notice the little details and um
Yeah.
and just you don't analyze it in the same way that when you like watch the first time.
Hey, Salia, welcome.
Hey.
Salia has joined us. Everybody,
I made
Salia and Uno are with us. The real Uno. Kat, I really appreciate you being here for the kickoff, and then Salia joining us. These two wonderful people are going to be joining us for the entirety of episode 2, at the very least. And but we're just taking about 5-10 minutes, everyone. So if you were just watching and just tuning in, we just finished episode 1, Leave Taking. We're going to talk about it for about 5-10 more minutes, and then we'll get started with episode 2. Love seeing everybody in chat. The whole fun about this is like doing this together, like kind of seeing some things we didn't see before, just kind of enjoying the time. And for me, I saw some things there that I like that they've tied in to what's coming, and so that's been the fun so far for me, I guess, for episode 1. Salia, did you tell me you recently watched episode 1 again? Is that right?
Yes. I can't remember which day, but it's only been a few days. I watched episode 2 last night, so
You're
I already
all
have
ready.
notes.
You're gonna have to go. You have notes. Yeah, you're ready. You're like prepped to
I'm
like.
ready.
Awesome. You got a little shout out from Kevin Hansen. She's a natural. There you
Yeah.
go.
Love the hat.
Yeah, love the hat for sure. Did you? I mean, I asked this question in chat. Did you enjoy episode 1 more than the last time? Like what you remembered from episode 1? You saw it recently. Did you enjoy it more, or just about the same, or not as much?
Mm, It's hard to tell. I think the first watch through is always like a bit of an adjustment of
Yeah.
You have your expectations, and then actually seeing it, you have to deal with those emotions.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I think it's just you can notice more and also be more in tune with like, okay, what's the story that they're telling, and not like always comparing it to the books. So
Yeah, it is like you said. I think the first one, at least for a lot of us, was just like we're just if you're a book reader, maybe you're just kind of grappling with the changes, and so like seeing it now, I've gone back and always thought like, man, season 1 episode 1 in my head, like I always thought that was rough, but watching it this time, that's kind of gone, and I
yeah.
think it is like having some distance from it and having more material. Right.
Mhm.
We've had time plus another season and coming on to the next season, seeing some things they were doing. And I'm like, okay, this stuff works for me a lot better now. Uno, do you feel the same way? Does it just
Yeah.
overall? Do you feel like was it? I don't know if you ever thought it was rough, but like has it smoothed out for you with time and more? I guess more of the show.
Yeah, yeah, I would say that. And like you're starting to see a bit of the bigger picture and just like, okay, I can see more of why they made this change and things like that. And you you have faith in the bigger plan that's Rafe has in his
Exactly.
Yeah.
head.
Yeah, maybe
Um,
that's
Faith
what
and
it is
Rafe.
because we never knew if we're gonna get like you don't know right at that time. You're like, are we gonna get a season two? Are we gonna get a season three?
yeah.
Right? Like, are we hearing more of the story? Are we gonna see where they're going with some of these characters?
Mm.
So you're kind of judging it off that moment, similar to the books, right? Like you read book one and you're like,
Hmm.
okay, and then you read book two, and then you go back and read book one, and then you get book three, and you go back and read one and two, and all of a sudden the story kind of comes together. They're getting a little bit of that, like it feels like that to me at least. So I'm that part to me is exciting, is seeing that how I feel about the series as we go and get more. I'm going to see what everyone else said to this answer to this poll. Said, did you enjoy season one episode more this time through than you remember enjoying it? 61% of over 100 of you voted. 61% said yes. 30 some odd said the same, and then there were 2% of you said not as much. So that tracks to me. That makes sense. Just the more we have, the more we understand where they're going, the more time that they have to kind of build on these characters and these storylines, the more we're kind of connecting with them. So yeah, anything that's like for those of you in chat where you didn't bring this up, something you thought about, some connection you've made, and then the two of you, I don't know if you took notes, Salia, from your episode one rewatch, but yeah, did either of you notice something that you didn't maybe mention during this rewatch that you wanted to mention now before we move on?
Um, I think I don't remember like f really noticing any like specific details uh, that really jumped out at me. I think the main thing was just all of the moments that were changed that had people panicking, like, oh my God, they're changing like Marine's speech at the beginning. Like they're
Yeah, yeah,
changing the lore of the whole thing. It's like, no, 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 that's just misinformation. That's a regular tool that RJ used. I think, like you said, with having it expand, like seeing more of it, we can be like, have more faith, like, oh, yes, these changes are paying off down the line. These are things that we can see where it's going now, not that it completely changed.
yeah.
No, the lore is still the same. Um, they're just like introducing this idea of it changing throughout time and being morphed and uh, I can't remember. I can't talk right now.
No, no, no. That's true. I was going to ask everybody this question. I think you brought up a really fun question for book readers. I'm going to poll you on this. Did the changes like hit better this time? Options being yes, I like the changes. No, I still struggle with the changes. And and I guess I'll give you an option of like um, I'm still thinking. uh, so yeah, I'm for me they hit better this time, and
Yeah.
it might just be a separation of the story from the books to the show. Like the show is its own thing, and so within its own canon, right, within its own story that it's telling, the changes for the story that they've told in season two and season three make more sense to me as a viewer now.
Mhm.
Uno, did you find that the same thing, or is it just kind of like now it's part of the story of the show, and so the changes are less? I don't know. Were they less startling to you?
Yeah, and I think like it gets easier, I think, with every season to distance yourself from the books more. It's like, okay, I don't actually know where everything is going, and
Yeah, yeah,
it
right,
feels it feels good to actually, not know everything beforehand. It's like, oh, I know
right.
exactly how
Mhm.
this scene is gonna end or play out, and I think like as book readers, we judge the show so much harder than just someone who's like a casual viewer, and like we notice and nitpick over details that like other people who are just tuning into the show because it's a new fantasy show, I'll try this out. They they wouldn't like notice at all. So
Yeah, they're not going to. And well, I remember it being a little bit more like they were. I remember some viewers that were totally new to it. They were reacting to people that knew the books. You know, they're like, "Oh, book readers say that there's," you know what I mean? They don't know that there's changes or whatever it is.
no.
So yeah, a lot of some of the commentary often from them was like, "Oh, I have a brother or a sibling, whatever it is, or a friend or someone I know and they said there's changes, right? Like that was like a discussion point.
Yeah.
I don't hear it as much anymore. So yeah, I'm going up to the poll here for book readers. Did the changes hit better this time through? About 100 of you vote on this. Yes, I like the changes. No, I still struggle with changes. About 22% of you. I'm still thinking about it. 20%. Totally makes sense. Again, no one has to like the changes, right? No one has to.
No.
There's plenty of changes where I'm still like, no. I think they could have made a better choice there, whatever it is. But it is interesting to see that evolution of kind of thought and enjoyment from a fan perspective now that they have more material. I think that's just what it was. We had one episode, right? We're like,
Exactly.
what are you doing with this one episode, right? And then it was like, okay, now we have 2 seasons, moving on to a third. It's a completely different thing. Yes, I saw some comments here. Rain said, I enjoyed watching it more this time because when I watched it for the first time, I wasn't part of the fandom. Dusty Wheel, it's nice to watch it with friends. So yes, thank you, Rain. And Welsh woman, the Forsaken are so much better than the show. I have to agree. Like,
I mean, some of the things are
yeah,
done better in the show.
Jen said, seeing how they've paid off and used the changes in season 2, I have more faith. Yeah, I think it's that kind of growing faith in what they're doing. It's just it takes time, right? Just as a viewer, I'm just looking to see if there are other comments here before we jump into the next one. Are you guys ready? You ready for episode 2? Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Yep.
Let's do it. I'm gonna. If you want to go tell other people out there, share the news. I just posted on Blue Sky. I'll go post on Twitter. Remind people that we're doing the rewatch. We have a whole another 7+ hours to go. So again, lots of time to jump in and enjoy. And thank you both for being here. So I'm gonna remember to do this. Turn off episode 1 banner. Turn on episode 2 banner. I have to talk myself through these things. Like, yes, I need to do all these things. Reset the timer. Okay, here we go. We're back to 0. Episode 2, Shadows Waiting, is the name of that. That's at least what I wrote down from the internet. And if you remember, if you're watching us right now, we're not going to show this on the screen. Every once in a while, I'll do this, though. You know, we'll like cover the screen a little bit and we'll show kind of what's happening so you can catch up for us, like where it's at. The timing won't be exactly right, and you might be watching ads and we won't. Remember, we're just going to press play on whatever Amazon shows us with no ads. So if the recaps, we're just going to watch them. So the timing and what we're talking about, at least for us on the screen, will be that way. And Salia, you have obviously a second. You're viewing it off to the side for yourself there. Are you all ready, Salia? Do you have everything set up?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep, I got it set up. Thank you.
And remember, anything we show on the screen will be muted. You won't hear the sound of the show through the screen. Otherwise, they might shut us down too. So yeah, this is hopefully you're enjoying this fun Sunday. Jumping into episode 2. This is my recollection is I liked episode 2 a lot more than episode 1 the first time through. Now, this time I liked episode 1 a lot more than I've ever liked episode 1. So it'll be interesting to see how episode 2 turns out. Shadow Logoth is coming, everybody. I'm looking forward to it. And okay, let me set everything up. You get ready for yourselves. I'm going to get ready on my 3 devices here that I have to, that I'm watching this on. So, okay, starting at 0 there also. Okay, ready? Y'all ready for this?
Yeah.
Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play. All right, let's start this up.
All right.
And let's get going.
Previously on.
Right. We're watching the recap. Remember, guys, watching the recap.
We didn't get the intro in episode 1, did we?
I can't remember.
I think the intro is still coming, isn't it?
Yeah, the intro's still coming. Yeah. I like how Matt was like mouthy with Moraine. Really. So if you guys like lost some space or whatever, this is where we're at. Little camera zooming into the White Cloak camp here. Sorry, Uno. It's kind of superimposing over your screen a little bit. Apologize.
That's fine.
So this is where we're at. If you're kind of curious, you're like, I need to catch up. I want to be right where everyone else is at. This is where we're at. This is the creepy intro. This is a creepy cold open, man.
I
like
really
this
like this
change.
introduction to the White Cloaks.
Yeah.
Yes.
They don't feel silly.
No.
No.
That poor little kid.
Especially with that music in the background. Like, Lauren Balfe is a genius. Seriously.
The kid that he brought a kid over to do it. That's freaking creepy. I forgot that there's like a child there right in front of him burning someone alive. That's messed up, man.
Also, amazing acting.
I know.
Like I admire actors that get you, you immediately hate their characters.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's probably a really nice person in real life.
So creepy the way he smiles in this whole situation. Like, he just picked up somebody's severed hand.
My gosh. Sometimes brutality is the only path to mercy. Man, what a line. So, not Chesmal Emery. Sheesh. With nails. The reflection in the goblet is killer, man. Okay, this cold open had me, and still does. Like, his fingers on it that are just bloody.
Just being able to film that
like
shot.
That is just ridiculous, man.
Oh
yeah,
the intro for the first
the
time.
intro. Oh, I forgot about this intro, man. Oh gosh.
Like, I hope that they keep this intro for the entirety of all the seasons because it's so good. I don't
Well,
see
I
how
don't
they can make a
see
better intro.
exactly, and I don't see why they would need to. Like, it fits it perfectly.
Like one of the few intros that I never skip.
Never.
There's your first poll of season 1, episode 2. Here we go, everyone. Oh, this intro is killer. Yeah, guys, remember this? Like, and then we found out we have to like
Love this artwork.
either give up the intro or have less time. Like, what was that all about? It's like we had to take the intro out so we could do more minutes in the show. And we're like, there were only 51 minutes in the first episode. Why couldn't we have had more? And the intro.
Yeah, I know we talked about that on another show. It was like, oh, it's storage, but just
Yeah.
how much more can
Ooh,
we...
remember where this is at? This is
Yep.
what we think is the same, right?
The Rogaine
we
River.
think this is Rogaine, right? Right? We
Yeah.
think this is where Rogaine is in the water. Let's I haven't done like, yeah, that looks like the shot
Yeah,
right there, right? Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, this part is too shallow.
Okay, we
But
have to go back. Did I don't know if Lauren did a look at the river or not? So I didn't do a river check. How did I do a river check? That feels weird.
I mean, different times of year could be like the water level could be different,
that's true.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
or just another part of the river.
People are just
Yeah.
hearing. I don't know if this is GBR's first time of hearing Rogaine. Yeah, man, that was our hashtag Rogaine from Trailer Guy Don. Uh, so such a
Comment from
good
Matt.
section. Yeah.
I've forgotten how funny Barney was.
I know.
Yeah, I'm remembering they were still moving fast, man. Like they got out of
Yeah.
episode 1, they got out of Two Rivers. Now we're at the now we're here. Like
Feel
oh
so
man.
bad for Master Hightower. It's like, oh,
I
poor dude.
also I really like the writing, like the dialogue. It feels like no word is wasted.
Yeah.
They're very intentional with all of the words that they use.
Yeah, everything in this these first 2 episodes feels that way for sure. Like this is so good. This like you get chills just like
I do hope we get the drug car at some point.
right.
I'm not sure we will, but
I feel like even showing a Drakkar in the air, they could have done that. But
just some screechy sounds and like,
I live in Terra Fairmount. I've never seen no high towers. Uh, well, I forgot the whistle here. I forgot it. Like I forgot they did the whistle. So 100%. Again, good note on like the practical effects here are really good.
yeah.
That dude's running for his life, man. It's like
I wasn't the biggest fan of the Myrdrolls from the beginning. They
yeah.
look a little bit glossy.
I've like they're still like they're definitely, if this makes sense, they definitely leaned into like the horror aspect of the mirror draw
Mm,
on the look of it, right? And so they like more so than I had in my mind, like almost looks like a fish, you know? There's like a
yeah.
fish sense to it,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, I can see the fish you're talking about.
William Smith. I wish they had a shepherd or two in the dialogue, right? Come, I'll take you safely to the next town. Yeah, right. This dude, I'm like your son, man. Like, oh, I forgot about that. I forgot. That's a good lead-in. Oh, like the white. He calls out the White Cloaks, calling the Aes Sedai monsters, which is a nice kind of loop
Yeah.
back to the Two Rivers, right? Like this is the last note on people's minds that the Aes Sedai maybe did this, right? The Aes Sedai are responsible for what happened. So in season 3, when they come back, it'll be interesting to see if there's like that skepticism of like you brought destruction right on. And I forgot that he had kind of led with that. Like I forgot that he had led with that, like the White Cloaks aspect of that. You know, I was always like you Aes Sedai are monsters, but I forgot about that White Cloaks portion. Like that one, Uno. Rain said mirrored fish.
Yeah.
Mirrored fish.
I mean, they look kind of like wet and yeah, they look cold and wet and slippery.
124 if you voted on season 1, episode 2, cold open. 27% no notes. 42% still horrific. 4% my favorite. 27% couldn't look away. Okay, we gotta pull. Moraine did nothing wrong here. Here we go. Hashtag Moraine did nothing wrong.
I like how the next dangerous thing they encounter is the white cloaks.
Right? That's a good call out.
Like, we visited this site when we were in Prague the first time.
Yeah. I tried to find this exact. Was this close to Una? Was this close to the other one from? Wait,
It's
the,
close to the stone faces
it's close to the
that we
stone
see
faces.
in,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we found the bat scene, um,
Okay.
that carved out house.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of these houses, like the poor people carved out to have somewhere to live. So
Yeah.
it's
See you, Kevin. Thanks for being with us. Moraine, you can't fix stupid.
so we actually found like beer cans and mattresses and things like that.
Right.
So it's like,
Right.
oh, hope we're not actually stepping into someone's like you're actually sleeping.
I hope the Trollocs look as good in season 3. Yeah, that's a good point. There's Sarah. I'm lurking, but also actually using this to body double because this certain someone is getting herself together to meet the innkeeper and wife in London. I'll be in and out. That'll be fun next week.
I do
Wait,
like how
what did I? Wait, did I miss land? What just happened? I can't tell if Light Blinded Fool was just like, I'm gonna say land fear and get Matt's attention.
Just throwing in a casual land fair.
I do like how in these first two episodes they how they choose when and when not to show us channeling.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Yeah.
can tell that that they
Like you don't
chose like,
see it.
okay, it's this
Yeah.
person's perspective, so they can't see these weaves.
Oh,
From
I
this
don't know that I
person's
did.
perspective, they
When
can.
Moraine
Like,
is doing that, do you think she's channeling?
yeah, of
Oh,
course.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think I really noted that. Like, I don't know why. I just saw her, and you're like, you're right, and I totally forgot that her hand was going over like that.
It's the
She's
same movement she did
rejuvenating
for the
them.
horses. She
Yeah, doing the same.
rejuvenated her.
Oh, doing the horses thing. That's funny.
Yeah, words are important.
If you're wondering where we're at, everyone, this is the shot on the screen. If you've got lost in some ads, you want to catch up, this is where we're at.
You can still lie to yourself.
Oh yeah,
I
I forgot.
mean, he did see what was happening. Like, he could
Yeah.
have waited or gone to
I,
a different spot in the river to swim across.
yeah. By the way, I forgot that everyone hears our stuff 20 seconds later. So I should probably tell everybody like wait 20 seconds, then press start on yours. That's okay. We'll be talking at the same time. It's just what they hear will be a little bit delayed. "130 of you voted on Moraine did nothing wrong in the last 4 minutes. 80% said she didn't. 20% said she did. Nice. I'm glad they kept this in there. You
Yeah.
know, they could have cut
Definitely.
this, but it's like one of the memories I have from the books early on. This moment with them. So
I feel like this whole moment is why they had Egwene being pushed off the river, pushed off the cliff in episode one, for the audience to connect those two things
oh sure,
together.
yeah, yeah. I do love this
Yeah,
mentorship moment
water
between
splashing
Marine.
in the background. So,
Yeah,
Hmm.
and just like it takes the pace down because we've had like episodes it's going really, really fast. So it's a nice way to just slow things down, like breathe for a bit
yeah.
before
Hmm.
everything.
That's a much more impactful line the further down this road we go, um, with Egwene's training, the wind listening to Egwene. That again, that's one of those going to continue paying off the further they get.
Yeah.
Similar to that
Hmm.
scene in episode one, like the morning scene where they're letting all the little lights go in the water. So ooh, that's good. It's your mind and how you use it that'll mean so much more to you in the days to come. Moraine to Egwene, but Moraine is the one who has to use that in season two, an episode like in season two, not the power. That's a good, nice call out, Aerith's honeycakes. Personal space, Egwene. Melissa K. Jason. Oh, I never caught that. It seemed like there was a little bit of a Trolloc growl as Perrin was looking at the fire right there too.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
Yeah, yeah,
just constantly reliving it.
yeah.
Mm. And no one has like asked, "Oh, how are you? How are you doing?"
I know. Yeah, that is true. Like everyone's going through their own kind of trauma in this moment, but you'd think
Yeah.
like of everyone. I mean, Nynaeve is dead to them, right? So I mean, like they're just not
Yeah.
talking. Like
No, no, no.
they're
They're just in
all
shock.
they're all internalized in this moment, right? For sure. Oh, it was a wolf growl, not Trolloc. Okay. Sorry for those of you that are seeing ads.
I love how
The
it's
ad saving me from
completely,
Balsamon.
I love
Sorry.
how this moment is completely silent. Like you can, when going back, you can tell it's a dream or it's Tar
Oh, yeah.
because of how it sounds.
This part is so sick.
Fun fact, when Aggie and I were like exploring the rock dwellings, we actually found a bat,
No, you did not. Oh
a
my
living
gosh.
bat.
Oh wow. Don't even like to watch this one.
This is
Ugh.
that's disgusting.
Yeah. The
And I'm
bat
wondering,
thing.
like, he must have
I
had
guess
something in his mouth.
pulling. I mean, the bats versus rats thing. Um, Bats or rats?
I think, I mean, it makes more sense just because Barney had that line about the dragon having wings.
Yeah. Oh, the
Mm,
dragon having wings.
So Balsamon using bats instead.
Yeah,
And he was
Derek. I
like,
I
I
agree with
don't see a
Derek.
feather.
I wanted something a little bit more fire than more like I don't know. I wanted there to be more to Bowles-Zamon's look, and still I kind of wish
Mm.
they'd gone a little harder. Like they gave us like fish nose Myrddraal. I wanted something like maybe a little something more on a Shamael.
Yeah, I mean they did so well in the Trolloc, so it's like
Yeah,
I was a bit disappointed in the Balsamon's look.
yeah, yeah, for
I
sure.
can see past it a bit since like it's a sort of Tel'aran'rhiod thing that he like a mask, but
Yeah,
mm,
I think I just put, by the way, bats and rats. I should have thrown ravens. Somebody pointed that out. I was like, oh yeah, ravens too. Good point, Bavara. Rats may be too big to swallow. I love this part.
yeah.
This is so good. Like this still builds in season two, right? Oh, that hits
Perfect
better.
timing.
That
Yeah.
hits so good right now, right? Sharnice, did you put this in our dreams? I said I mistrust. Yeah, so good.
This whole scene is like the best in the episode. It's one of the
Yeah,
best scenes.
I love because they're like, this is breaking them down, right? Their relationships, their trust, like their own personal traumas that they're going through.
Well, and on top of all of it, Rand is dealing with like a huge identity crisis because he knows, like, we don't know that he
Oh,
heard the
that's
thing from
right.
Tam, but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
did. This whole time he
Yeah.
knows he's probably the dragon.
Oh,
What does
that's
it mean if he's the dragon and she's taking him to Tarvalon? What will happen to him there?
right. So he's like projecting it on everyone else. He's like, you think you're the one. And inside he's going, but I am that person. And he's almost upset maybe that they're making choices based on that they might be the person. And he's not big enough to say anything like, no, it's me, if that makes sense, right? Like, and so they're all following her, but he can't. He's trying to like, he's trying to break it up, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So, hmm.
Well, I think part of it is he's already trying to push them away. Like he slept separately from the entire group. He keeps trying to distance himself from everybody, especially Egwene, I think.
Oh, Pavara. Ouch, Rand calling Rand a bastard when he
Uh,
just found out he's adopted. Jeez. Wow.
Ooh, oh my gosh, I didn't make that connection.
That's bad. That's crazy. I didn't ever think about that. Yeah, right. They're all away from the first. Yeah, I mean, this is it worked. It works. And yeah, the lady does shoot fireballs is still a great line.
It is.
Oh, the lady from a fallen house really connects more this time, right? You see that story in
mm.
season two, and that is so good compared to like what we didn't know, right?
Matt is the last to get off.
Oh, to think that like Perrin's right here, too,
Hmm.
right? And now we know what happens at the end of season two with these two. So
Right.
not all who wandered lost said there had been people camping there for real sometime before Malkiri-Khan. I love that. Even he didn't like him.
Hmm.
Like, oh, stop touching.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so creepy.
But oh, I didn't connect this to when we see the Forsaken touching people. Like we see a Shamael caressing
Mm.
faces and such, and you see Valda here. Anyways,
No sense of personal space. That's
bats or rats? Bats took on 78% on that one. Yeah, that's true, Aerith. So
Well,
they
he's
give Matt some great
literally,
lines contrasting how dark he gets after picking up the dagger. True. I like that. That's a good point. Shardy said he's like a weird TSA agent. Jeez.
I love I love that we can actually see Moraine like thinking, how do I answer this question
Mm-hmm.
before
yeah.
she starts talking.
Rajesh said, "Is Valda being a hypocrite here, talking about being in others' business?" Yes, right.
Yes, exactly. He's like, they can't
This
help
is a good
keeping their
point.
fingers out of other
This
people's
is
business while
this is
he's
a good point.
putting his fingers all over her.
Her outfit screams Aes Sedai, though. That's
Yeah.
considering when you go to the White Tower and you see like they're all in their colors. That's a good point. Um,
And Lan's definitely not a warder. No.
should they have? That's the poll. Should they have known this was an Aes Sedai and her warder? But that's how stupid the White Cloaks are. They didn't know.
So it's good that she doesn't have the ageless face.
That's true. There you go. uh, to be creeps. If you're wondering where we're at, for us, it's the White Cloaks are leaving there.
Mustache, baby. Sorry.
Still really beautiful. Like I know we talk about them up, like the season's getting better, but some beautiful places they were taking
Mm.
us. Just these woods are amazing.
Yeah, we were trying to find like the exact spots, but
Yeah,
it was like, oh, it could be next to those trees or those trees, but
yeah.
it's just it's all
It's a
beautiful.
beautiful area, and then whenever it gets to go to where this is filmed at, beautiful. Oh, that's interesting with Egwene. It'll be interesting to see how much Egwene becomes that person. That she tells the truth, but it's not the truth that you think you hear, something like that. Interesting to
Definitely.
see how they kind of, um, if if we start to see that in like season 3, for example. So
On this shot.
Uno, this
Mm.
was outside of that one shot that we were talking about in the woods. That was in Prague. That was outside of Prague, right?
Yeah, like an hour or 40, 50 minutes north of Prague.
Okay, that's what I thought. People were asking in chat. So, and this is I'm already excited for this moment. This is really
Mm.
good. So good. Boom, boom.
Get on the beat, Rand. Damn
I can't tell.
About 100 of you voted. Should they have known this was an Aes Sedai and her warder? 76% of you said yes.
Mm. I'm so glad they included this. I'm so relieved.
Yeah. This whole scene is really nice.
It's like we're really reverent at this
I
moment.
like how
You know.
I like how when Marion's talking, Matt even like a little bit like he remembers it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, good. Oh, I didn't think about that. Matt is the one, right? Little blood of Manetheren there, and he begins it. I love that. I didn't ever connect those two. Yeah, good call.
And does anyone, I feel like Moraine's hair gets a bit lighter as the season
As the season goes
goes
on,
on.
yeah.
And in season two, it's a
Yeah,
bit like it's still brown, but it's not as dark brown.
might be
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Almost like switches depending on like maybe how they've edited the shot.
Yeah, it might be just lightning. Lightning.
If you wonder where we're at.
This whole point is they're just showing Egwene the entire time she's talking about Eldraine.
Mm.
Good point, Winter Lady. Camera angles, watch the close-ups. Egwene, Perrin, Matt, Rand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anita said Rosamund pulling out her audiobook audition here. I gotta go back and watch that part. The lyrics are poignant with who they focus a shot on. Yeah. Carl was saying the color grading in post production does weird things. Yeah. It does set in a little bit. They went really urgent, but I do like that they kind of gave us some time with everybody. Like they slow us down a little bit, and we have moments like that. So I do like that they kind of rush, get through the ferry, and then we get some kind of time to settle a little bit. But they give us some elements like the dream and Weep from Manetheren here. I did go to this spot, this place where they're at. My wife and I we visited this location. It was a cool location. We got some cool shots of it. Oh, interesting. Trian said Moraine's lips are getting really pale here. Yeah, it's a nice shot. Nice note. Lisa Donald said, another gorgeous shot. Cut to commercial. Sorry for those of you that are watching ads.
And this is also a beautiful place to go visit if you get to go to Prague.
It's
or
so
outside
good,
Prague.
right? It's so beautiful. I did go here. I tried to find, I think I found where they were walking here too.
Yeah, we did. We sat in Perrin's tree.
Did you? Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, Aggie was so happy that he found that tree and was like, ah, this is Perrin's tree. They finally start communicating just a little bit again.
Well, that's because, like I said, I think Rand has just been trying to push her away
Yeah.
preemptively
Oh,
because he thinks he's the dragon, or he thinks he might be the dragon.
so
But as soon as Egwene, he sees how upset she is, he like starts to weaken a bit in his
Mm.
resolve to keep her away. Because he keeps away from the whole group, but she keeps following after him.
what's interesting is that I'll never hate you, or I could never hate you. And so I like that in season 3, she's like, you can tell she's like so upset. Like, do you love her? Or like, I wonder if it plays
Mm.
at this, like the strength of their relationship for reasons that I won't go into past fires of heaven, but like like they're slowly kind of wedging them apart in a
Yeah.
good way here, and while at the same time having them both say like no no no, like trying to like they're trying to keep each other together but still kind of be wedged apart. So oh, Hopper, this hits so much better now
Is
with season
that?
2. I don't know if this I can't remember who they, I have to go back and see who they, I think I've never done like a comparison of all those wolves and then the one that they've
Me?
chosen.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. I
Have we
couldn't
done
tell if
a?
that's
We haven't done
Hopper.
like a wolf. We haven't done a wolf comparison.
I
Uh,
feel like there's more black, but I might be wrong. I could totally be wrong.
Somebody want to do a quick screenshot? Send it to me. Come on, you know someone out there wants to take a screenshot, do a comparison. You know. Like I wonder if they use the same one. Like Brandon Field says, the one that licks his leg has to be Hopper. It's supposed to be Hopper. Wolf spit heals lacerations. There you go. I thought it was Dapple. Somebody said. I think I forgot what he's like. You all do, and they all went to bed. It's very,
Yeah.
very daddy land.
Children, go to
Yeah,
bed
go to
now.
bed.
Man, I wish I had that superpower.
Shardy's, lick the wound, and we're out. Yes, wolf coat pattern analysis. Exactly, Liz.
Mm.
It's the important things. I've stood in that spot in there and looked up at that little. It's unclear if there's that cliff is actually there. The spot where they're doing it, it looks. It could be a spot right there. They make it look like it's much higher than it is, but
Yeah, there is a bit of an overhang.
yeah, there is something right there. But it's very close. That would be
Yeah.
really frightening if you looked up that close. They were that close. Yeah. Oh, I forgot they were running through the woods right here. Dang, that's a good shot. From if I remember correctly from the script, they were going to have Lan, I think, in season 1 fight Myrddraal. He was going to go off and fight them and come back, and then we didn't get
Okay.
that, but we got it in season 2. We had like a Myrddraal fight there, so I mean, we ended up getting one, but I think they had planned one for this episode, if I remember correctly. Trey said, "Wolf coat guy down."
Like I love the tiny Trollocs running on all fours.
The leaping bound Trollocs are awesome.
Oh, and I remember Marcus talking about riding with the Moraine dummy.
With the Moraine dummy, that's
Yeah,
right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
the dance.
Lan's like, I'm not gonna tell you why though. Not yet.
No, we're not doing communication yet.
Need to know basis.
Oh, that would have been cool. Lottie, I agree. I wish Matt had started yelling in the old tongue like he does in the books. That would have been a cool little thing that like they could have just thrown in there for sure. Yeah, that would have been awesome.
I think it's
125 if
appropriate
you
though
voted.
that they
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
I said the poll was, is Weep for Marathon your favorite part of the first 2 episodes? 25% said yes, 26% said yes, but only one of my favorites, and 13% not a favorite part. It was smart of them to reuse the set and just make it look. Oh, I didn't even think about going to this set and looking for window pattern analysis. I should have thought about that. But if they've done a good job, they've changed some window patterns.
Did they repurpose the set for a different place?
Yeah, I thought this is. I thought they said they repurposed this for. This is like the White Tower set or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, not. I don't think this is an actual like location.
Yeah, that's an actual church.
Like in around
Yeah,
Prague,
but the
right? Like it's
streets.
like north and west of Prague or something like that, or
Yeah, Northwest. We wanted to go there, but it was closed
Yeah.
at the moment because they were doing renovations and stuff. So
yeah,
never managed to get there.
we were thinking about that too. We just didn't get that one. I was like, oh shoot, this. Oh, I didn't even think about it. Like they're definitely kind of showing how kind of like educated Lan is about the history of all these things. Like he's aware, like he's telling him the story of this place, which is that's some Brown Aja stuff right there. So
That's true.
Guess he had some sort of education in Shinar.
Constantine said, "I love Lan's Batman voice here." Well, they don't even see it that he's talking quietly. It's like, why would Lan in this place where no one follows be talking so quietly? That's my
I
favorite
love
line.
that line. Probably ever.
I loved Matt this early, man. So good.
Well, I love how perceptive they made him. Like he's
Yeah.
always the first one to notice when anything is off with anybody else. And he always acts on it.
Yeah, he got some of the best lines, and it works so well. And yeah, that's a really cool thought of like, he's not afraid to ask questions. It seems like the others are quiet, and he's just is like, wait a second, what?
Yeah.
100% WrestleMania. He would have learned plenty of history associated with the battles. Yeah, things touching on the shadow for sure. That's a good point. Hashtag Chattyland.
Well, Rain obviously knows about it too, so
Oh yeah,
you'd
100%.
think that they would share the knowledge.
Well, what I was going to was like, you get some season 2 where Lan is like really introspective and trying to figure things out and understanding the world, and like he figures out like what's going on with her the tied off weave and stuff like that. So
Detective Lan.
yeah, Detective Lan. Yeah. Touch nothing, Matt. Hold my mead.
Like I like how they sort of combined Mashadar and more death and like all the dangers of
Yeah.
Shalalogoth.
That was a cool scene.
That
right
was I
there.
was
Yeah.
like worried, how are they gonna bring like more death to
Yeah.
on the screen? It could look like really tacky. I think
Yeah.
hard thing to do. And it feels like that whole scene in the books feels very much like Aladdin going into the Cave of Wonders and Matt just being Abu.
Land like this, Rajesh. Lanfear should kiss Rand here too. Lan, honorary member of the Brown Aja Detective Agency. This, I mean, I'm remembering now. Like, I liked Matt, reading about Matt, but man, like the empathy Matt's expressing here. Matt's actually talking to him about this. No one else was.
Yeah.
Matt's like trying to keep them together. He's
Well,
like trying
Matt
to
is literally
he's trying to balance out Rand. He's like, it's so, his friends are so important to him, and it's coming across in all these lines. I forgot, like, such good stuff.
yeah, he's the only one who's not like focused on themselves in this moment. He's actually focused on everybody else.
Yeah.
Like you
But
said, he's reaching out to Perrin. He was the only one who went over to Perrin when Perrin was carrying his dead wife out.
yeah,
Mm.
but they do a good job, because when does that change? After the dagger.
Exactly.
Like, it starts to affect him. Like, this Matt that we have up through this point starts to change in episode 3, in my opinion.
And just imagine, like, they're being chased by Trollocs. Like, they are in danger, and he is literally giving away the only thing he has to defend himself.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Which is why, in my opinion, he picks up the dagger in the first place. He gets so much crap for picking up the Shadow Logoth dagger, but in the books, and I think in this, yeah, I mean, the treasure aspect was definitely part of it, but it was actually self-defense. He doesn't pick up the dagger in the books until Mordeth morphs and like grows into this monster thing and tries to attack them.
Yeah.
The whistle.
And the Mashadar is already growing on the walls.
Oh, was it? Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So
He
I
was
think
woken up.
by like either Mashadar or just the horses reacting to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear the. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to hear, like, the voice. Yeah, like. And Rain's like, "Can you give me all the above?" No, I'm making you choose, Rain. It's a poll. You don't have to answer the poll if you refuse to pick one of them. I understand. Oh yeah, I did love this part. I
Yeah.
wanted them to include it. So, oh, this is the script that we unblurred. Oh my gosh, like, this was the
Ah.
unblurring that we did with this script. Um, it comes in a little after this. It's with, like, it has to do with the horse, but I think, yeah, it's when he finds the dagger, and then there's like a scream from the horse. Man,
Feels
that
like a
was
lifetime ago.
that was a lifetime ago. Oh my gosh, I can still remember the hours upon hours of trying to work that out.
Was that the last blurry script that they let
Um,
out?
they never gave us script stuff after we unblurred the Tom one and
Exactly.
the Matt one. Look, who wouldn't have taken the dagger? Let's.
Yeah, I mean,
Matt gets
They have
maligned for
he
Trollocs.
doesn't
this.
know it's cursed.
They have Trollocs behind them.
Yeah, Matt just
There's
gave away his
literally
dagger to Perrin. Like,
exactly. He has no way to defend
I'm going to
himself.
end this poll in 2 minutes. About 100 of you voted. This is Matt, your favorite of these 4 people just in the first 2 episodes. 63% of you said yes. Matt comes across great in these first 2. Be honest. In this situation, would you have picked up the dagger and taken, or would you have taken the dagger? Oh man, that is what that thing does to the horse is pretty creepy.
And how
Like, I
everyone
wanted
just
something.
went, that's
I'll be
not
honest.
Bella, right?
Yeah, we remember freaking out about it, right? Oh man, the "you killed us all" moment from Moraine to land, it's killer. They just won't move, man. It's like you just saw what happened to the horse, right?
Yeah.
to get so close to him, dude.
Dude, yeah. They waited way long. I would have run.
Yeah,
There's plenty of times as a kid where like
I'd wait for no one.
we were having some fun and like lights, you just run, like, no, TPing a house or whatever, like you don't just stand around and wait, you run.
I mean, they could have both climbed that.
This is so good.
Matt could easily climb that, I feel.
Is Matt admitting he's a criminal? I have thrown some toilet paper over a house before. That is true.
Like, just jump, Matt. You can do it.
Oh my gosh.
It's not even that. Not even that
I
high.
like how it almost looks like.
Tom said, more death. You guys finish your convo. I've got all night.
I like how they made it almost look like rot. Like it kind of looks like rot just spreading everywhere.
Yeah. Remember like this whole thing where we had to figure out what the audio clip was, and then Rafe was gonna like fly somebody in and like have dinner with them? I swear we still have not done like a breakdown of that. We need to go back because I think Rafe owes somebody dinner because I feel like we totally guessed it, and there was like some like, so there was like some word or I don't know, there's some way that was like, nope, no one got it right, and I was like, I feel like definitely at least 3 people got it right, if not more. Who just said, Egwene, not another cliff jump. I didn't think about that. But Black mold.
Egwene's got this.
The scariest
She's
of
like,
molds.
oh, fair enough.
Good they didn't land like on the sort of beach portion.
Jorgen said, a good thing they closed the gate again. Rafe, Melissa said, Rafe said somebody was off by 1 word. Yeah, exactly. I did like
we
this.
talked about like jumping into the river, like close to getting away from Trollocs.
Yes.
After Shadowlord.
I do like that they split him up like this. Sure.
Yeah.
Shardy said Egwene is a professional cliff jumper now. Fraygirl said the black reminded me of Stargate and the nano alien bugs. Oh man.
I love how they, instead of Matt and Rand getting away on a boat, they just have a huge log.
Oh, yeah. Derek said, Matt, pretty sure we can is peak comedy. That was good. This is so good. I love this moment. This is a great ending. Oh man. Yeah. Nynaeve is alive. That was good. Oh, that's right. The Clarkson twins. The Clarkson twins. We talked about them. They like add a nice vibe in there. Okay, everyone pause before moving on to episode 3. Wow. Okay. 55 minutes. There we go. That felt a little bit like, we'll take that another 4 minutes in episode 1, please. 55 minutes. I think all of us. I think I remember us going like, "Hey, we got more time in that one." Although I guess maybe the intro makes up that difference.
Well, and the recap too.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I remember. This is coming back to me, and it's still making me very annoyed. Like, you didn't give us 60-minute episodes in the first season. What's up with that? Let me end this poll. 160 voted on this in the last 5 minutes. Be honest, in this situation, would you have taken the dagger? 56% of you said yes. 43% of you said no. And look who's with us. Hybrid Havoc's here, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, sir. How are you? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you for having me.
So, how you feeling? Episode 2 episodes in. Is this exactly how you felt before? Or are you like, Are you enjoying it anymore? Or is it like,
Uh,
no, I remember the stuff. It's not, yeah, like where are you at?
yeah, I mean, we rewatched season one so many times, kind of back then. It feels pretty similar to like the last times that I watched the
Okay.
season for
Yeah.
sure. Very different from the first time I watched the season.
Yes.
Um,
Right, right.
Man, that is just like the best ending of any episode, though. It's just
Yeah.
so
Is
good.
that your favorite? Yeah, yeah. Let me ask everyone here. Was that was that your favorite ending of season one episodes? Yes or no? For you, Uno, was this? Did you find as much in this one where you're like connected it? Connecting points into like season two, season three stuff, or did this feel more just like, more things you've noticed, where they just layered, just our understanding from a book perspective? Like, was this one different from the first episode of Rewatch we just did?
I think I felt this is like the same feeling I had from not the very first time I saw it, but like
Yeah.
from the last times I've watched it. So, but I really love Shadow Logoth and like all the and it has a different pace, so you get like the really like fast and intense scenes, but you also get like
Yeah.
longer scenes where you just get to like know the characters a bit more and get some interactions between them in a nice way.
Yeah, I totally feel that. Like, I think I remember liking that because I think we talked about season one, episode one, and now it's setting back in where it's like that happens so fast. This one, like they're in danger, but they give us some time, just like the books did. Like there's like these moments where you get to know them, and then they rush them out again. There's these moments, and then they push them on.
Yeah.
This does that just as well. I remember going, this feels so, there was that first episode thing, Sally. Do you remember? There was like, we all saw the first episode and we were like, okay, that was different than I remember it was going to be. But this episode two was like, okay, they all left. They're all together. They're being chased by Trollocs. The Terran Ferry really was a great start. And then we get like some training, some like what is this happening to me in Shadow Logoth? And they split up, and it felt like, okay, I remember in episode two going, okay, I'm settling in. I want to see where this goes. I really like what's kind of happened here. Celia, is like, was this any more? Does it just feel like for you? Just, I know you said you just watched this one recently. You threw out some things. Are there any other notes you took for episode two that you didn't share, like in the process?
Basically, I showed up to be the Rand and Matt defense team this episode. Because I remember you, Innkeeper, really disliked the whole Rand Egwene, like their back and forth thing. And I wanted to give that perspective of, yeah, Rand this entire time is having an identity crisis. And I think he's pushing everyone away, not just Egwene, to like preemptively protect them, the way he does throughout the series. And with with Matt and the dagger. I mean, obviously, I would pick up the dagger. So,
and I'm a loot goblin, so I would definitely
Did you answer yes to that hybrid havoc also? Would you have picked up the dagger?
No, I would not have picked up the dagger. In that situation, I'm 100% listening to Lan.
Nice.
But I would have died to Mashadar, so because I would never jump off that cliff.
I could have jumped, but I grew up as a kid liking to swim, so I would have been like, oh, I'm going. I'm not getting eaten by whatever ate the horse, that's for sure. But I think I would have taken the dagger. I would have been like, no one else is here. Somebody left this thing, and I just gave mine to Perrin. So
yeah, exactly.
That was the date. Whatever they were just screaming out there. Right. You brought up Sally. You brought up the Rand piece and Egwene. I did not like that the first season through, but with season two and with what they're showing with season three, like the story that they're telling, to me now it doesn't, like, neither episode one or episode two, the Rand and Egwene stuff was just kind of, it felt like natural to the story that they're telling. So I think I was just really in my head from a book reader of like, wait, like this is just not even relevant. Like, why are we spending time on this, right? But they're spending time on it in a way that they find it impactful, and I do see how they're connecting it into what they're doing. So yeah, that stuff didn't even I didn't have a second
Didn't
thought.
phase you
You know
this
what I mean?
time?
Yeah, like no, it's changed. It's changed for me going back and seeing this, and how much I can kind of I enjoy these first 2 episodes for sure. Let me end this poll. I've only been up for 4 minutes, almost 100. He's getting there. What was your favorite? Was this your favorite ending? Was that your favorite ending of season 1 episodes? 47% of you said yes. 53% would have chosen something else. So, and then I'm going to ask this each time that we've asked. I'll probably not ask it the same. Did you enjoy this? Did you enjoy episode 2 more than you remembered enjoying it before? And then I think my options were like yes, same or just as much, and no, something like that. I don't know. And I think that's it's interesting. It's kind of like for me at least, this has been fun so far. We're already like a quarter of the way through, everyone. This is flying by, at least for me. Like I look up and I'm like, we're 30 minutes in. What's happening? And we are going to what's upcoming is episode 3. I remember episode 3 was always at the top of my lists. When I thought of season 1, all the way through all the episodes, I think it went 3, 7, 2, 4, something like that, 5, 8, 1. I don't know, something like that. But I always remember episode 3, so I'm really looking forward to it. Like I think there's like some anxiousness I'm feeling of like where are we going with this. And by the way, all of you are welcome to stay. Uno, I know, I wasn't sure if you had to get to bed. I know we have you late. Do you need to leave us, or are you going to stick around for episode 3?
No, I need to get ready for work tomorrow. I'm getting up early, so
it's reasonable. It's totally reasonable. But thank you so much for being here. It was awesome to have you jump on, and hopefully we can do more episodes where you are awake. And we can
be nice.
We can have you, everyone in chat. Please tell Uno thank you for being here. Thank you, Kat. Really appreciate you taking some time and being with us today. And looking forward to season 3. And am I going to see you next week? I can't remember.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes. Well,
can't wait to see you.
I'll be in London.
Okay, cool.
If all goes according to plan.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to it. That's gonna be a blast. Have a wonderful rest of the night, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay,
thank you guys.
Yep,
bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
And we are down back to 2, everyone. So that was yes. Go ahead, Sally. Do you need to? Also?
I can stay, but I might
No.
have to skip out early if one of my kids wakes up.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. You can stick around as long as you can.
Okay,
Excuse
great.
me. And then if you can't, then it'll just be Hybrid Havoc and I just chilling out, watching episode 3.
Holding it down.
Holding it down. Right, exactly. So, everyone ready? We ready for episode 3? Are we good? We excited? Okay, I'm really excited for episode 3. I can't. Let me go reset everything. Remember, just as a reminder, we watch through the recaps if you want to stay in line with where we're at. We don't have any ads on this. If you do have ads, you feel free to just keep watching as you go. We try to take a little bit of break at the end of each one for about 10-15 minutes. And then we move on to the next episode. And yeah, let's jump into episode 3. Okay, I have to set up all my screens with the play buttons, getting ready here and get the timer going. So, okay, here we go. Oh, hold on. Got it. Banners that changed at the bottom. Watt season 1 rewatch episode 3, A Place of Safety. Remind me next time to talk about the titling. We haven't really talked about the episode titles and see if we are connecting anything. Obviously, Leave Taking seems pretty clear. Shadows Waiting, there's some things there we could have probably delved into a little bit, but A Place of Safety it is, everyone. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do this. Oh yeah, I have to put my other earplug in. I was like, I can't hear it.
right, this cold open. Oh, I just remember what's coming.
Matt, I love that shot of Matt. Run, everyone, run! Oh, look at that drop. That was so cool.
Hmm.
I think somebody would have had to push me off.
Same.
Oh, this is a great cold open. You're right. I totally forgot.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I think
Dragging her.
this is my second favorite after Blood Snow because like nothing can beat Blood Snow, but
Hmm.
The
this
walking,
is
the
just so
Trollocs
great.
legs and being carried by pulled by her braid. I was just, oh, I love this freaking episode.
What I really loved about this cold open in particular was with my coworkers who are not book readers, they really liked Naive in episode one,
Oh, huh?
and so getting to kind of see this through their eyes, get through
Yeah,
their
yeah.
experience, like they were very excited to see Nynaeve back and kind of this reintroduction of her.
That's so cool.
This is such a perfect introduction to Trollocs. Like there's no
This is like so
brotherly love
gory.
at all.
No
That's
chill.
It's
so,
just like,
it's
nope,
so
they'll just eat
good.
you.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What a great cold open. By the way, 112 of you voted. Did you enjoy episode 2 more than you remembered it from enjoying it before? 40% said yes. 58% said just as much. 2% said no.
I love how Nynaeve is actually going to like the place that represents the source, the true power, even if she doesn't know that she can touch, I'm not true power, sorry, one power. Even if she
Oh,
doesn't know that
right.
she can touch someone power, it's basically she's like going there as a place of safety.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah. Shardy said that. Is this the place of safety? Yeah. Oh, good one. I didn't
One
even think
of.
about it. Rain said, at least the pool's clean.
Is it?
Oh, Lauren, good to see you. Lauren just dropped his breakdown of the trailer. We gotta go check that out after the rewatch, everyone. After the rewatch. But
Watched it this morning. It's really
good to
good.
see you, man. Is this the one where we heard that they like the Trolloc they had to like the actor like almost drowned? Something like that in the Trolloc
I don't
suit?
think I heard that.
I hadn't heard that.
Isn't that something
Oof,
like
such a good way.
oh, I feel like I thought I did an interview with was it in my interview with Zoe? We were talking about that? Anyway, now I'm like asking myself if it's released. This is such a cool shot, man.
Hmm. I still
And
miss
then
like
this
getting the little
hair
dragon
flip.
fangs.
Oh,
You
so
missed
good.
what?
The dragon fangs. Just
I
the
know, yeah.
here we go.
The flip, oh my gosh. So good.
I remember us trying to figure out what this was. Like we saw Nynaeve wet, and we were trying to figure out what the scene was. Like we thought it was something with Terran Ferry, like she'd followed them to Terran Ferry or something.
Yeah. Oh, see, there
So
we go.
much
Winner's
better.
Lady said, yes, Innkeeper. Zoe said she had to help the Trolloc guy out. Like he almost drowned in that pool. um, the suit filled up with water. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Let's put this open credit scene on. It's so cool. I'll throw it on the screen. But yeah, like you said, Hyber, all the little fang things were a lot of fun. I do wish like seeing that cold open would have made it so much more powerful to leave that scene in this season 1. I don't know why. Like it just seems like come on. They had
I, s-
51 minutes. They like man include that scene already.
I saw
So
someone theorize that in season 3 during Egwene's testing, that we might see that scene resurface as like her,
Oh,
what came before, kind of in that
interesting.
segment.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, yeah. By the way, is that your favorite season 1 cold open poll? Gotta throw that in there. So the slow rise out of the pool was very, yeah, like that from the Predator. Yeah, no, for sure. Such a cool shot. Nynaeve. Lan and Nynaeve
Like
are
an
so
around a
adorable. They have
Trolloc
so much
blade.
chemistry. Yeah, with the Trolloc blade, even like, yeah, that's even
Like,
more
did she not
offensive.
go back at all? Like she just like went straight for the kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, no,
No,
she must have gone
she
back. She
had to have
wouldn't
gone
have
back.
known.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No one, no one sneaks up on land. Oh, he was doing a lot of his land Batman voice in these early ones. He's just being
Mm,
quiet. Everyone else is being loud. He's like, people are going to hear us if we're so loud.
Mhm.
Be quiet.
that's
There's Trollocs
true.
around.
Give us the ASMR edit.
Yeah, right. I I I asked Daniel Henney this question, and he said yes, she does. I was like, do you believe that? Do you believe that she would have? And Lan was like, yeah. I mean, Daniel was like, yes. As Lan definitely believes she would have. This is so good. These two, man. Okay, I I love the adventures of Matt and Rand. I still do.
Mhm.
So oh, he's still hopeful here. He's had the dagger for a very little time.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can pin down like the exact moment.
I because I mean, it comes up. It's obviously in the village. I mean, wherever they end up, it's definitely there. So like,
Mhm.
I'm
I was
pretty
kind of
sure it's
watching for
when they're
that right here.
chopping the wood. He's like, I'm not gonna do this.
Ooh,
You deal with like
ooh,
there's a very
maybe it's
distinct moment.
maybe it's right there. And there was like some paranoia that's kind of like, and you believe Moraine. Like there was like a yeah, yeah. There's a little bit at work here, like a little fight
It
going
might
on in Matt's mind.
it might have even been a little bit during the I'm pretty sure we can line. The I'm pretty sure we can leave our friends.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta ask about that. That's not how roads work. Line.
Mhm.
That's the next one.
Is that the next time? Yeah.
Hmm.
I think I remember them talking about this, and they were like, "It was actually very cold." Like, I thought that's one of the things they said, but
Using Layla's dagger as a tool.
do you think the parent in this moment is aware that she kind of that she like Rand was aware that she went off with Moraine? I can't remember.
Mhm.
Does Perrin have a reason to believe that she might be able to channel?
Well, he mentions it right now. Like there's a line he says.
But is there like something beforehand that would have made him think that?
can't think of anything
Maybe
on screen.
Rand's line about a place for Egwene, maybe,
Oh, yeah.
when he's
Oh,
mad
could be.
with Moraine.
Could be, yeah. I kind of wondered there. He was so adamant about him starting the fire. Like, he was so
Hmm.
adamant. And it felt like a little bit like um, before he, like, this happens, right? So, like, I couldn't remember, like, what caused him to think that. So, by the way, Derek said, by the way, if you've experienced them, prairie wind plow winds are intense. Yeah. I've driven through on I-80 through Wyoming many times and Nebraska. You can feel it in the car. Lottie said, that little tiny fire won't keep them warm or keep the wolves away. True, Rain. Moraine said any one of them could be the dragon, so it could be a reaction to that, too. And that's yeah, Frager. I was kind of wondering that Perrin in the book sees everything but doesn't mention it, so I get that he would know. Yeah, Perrin being observant and kind of doing things without like your awareness of him being like have noticed it. I can believe that in this case. I think that totally works. This is, I missed putting on the screen the where he has her tied up. I mean, Light Blinded Fool calling out some of the book portion there. Meanwhile, Perrin is wondering if he's going to have to kill Egwene before the wolves get her.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Got a face on Lan. He's just like, she would have killed me.
I love these two in this episode.
Sure, a dragon would have just breathed to start a fire. Good point. Ooh, I love this. This song I really like a lot.
Yeah. Just this
But you can
whole,
tell from. So great, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, this whole shot is just like gorgeous. Just,
Yeah.
Totally. I love how even with her tied up to the tree, you could see in her eyes that she wanted to help.
This was this never gets this never ceases to make me laugh. Is that they're all waiting for Moraine to heal, and they got time to just chat. And Lan's like, I'd like to tackle a topic that's affecting me right now, which is I need to understand how you tracked me.
this is the utmost importance.
This
You're
is
gonna need to
very
know.
important. Yes. Yeah. Pavara said the flower she picks up is Campanula chaseri. It's native to the mountains where they're filming. Oh, cool.
Hmm.
I'm gonna end this poll, by the way. Is this your favorite season 1 cold open? 100 of you voted on this one. 75% no. It's episode 7 cold open. I had to throw that in the poll.
You can't,
Yeah.
I knew that
you
was
can't
good.
beat it.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
100% Land can't accept the fact that Nynaeve can track him from the Sharnies. Yeah. Melissa J said Nynaeve's ring game is on point. Frey Girl said the way they give each character a color scheme and how they change it as the series goes on, the use of a color symbolism is amazing in this series. Okay.
Had to look away from the screen for a little bit there.
I know, right? There's
So
like so many
gross.
things going on, right? Like we're all just watching, listening, commenting. It's part of the fun. If you're wondering where we're at, everyone, 1548 in. Nynaeve and Lan are learning to are flirting with each other over herbs and healing and tracking. Oh, this is really good, actually. I did appreciate this, and that's why one of the standouts for me. You're shaking your head, right?
Nice.
too?
Yes, yeah.
Like this, I was like, when they showed the Rand one, I was like, okay, that was fine. This one, I was like, okay, finally, you settled into giving us something.
Hmm. Yeah, like this is a real proper nightmare.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and this like when he shows up in season 2, when he puts his hand, he like in the when Perrin's being held captive, right? And Ishamael shows up there before Elias frees him. I love the connection between this scene and that. Like he's been tracking and following and kind of playing with Perrin
That's
this entire
true.
time, if that makes sense. And so they build on each other really well. So yeah, this moment, this is so wrong,
Mhm.
like.
I still don't understand this exactly.
What is she? What is there like? You hear something, don't you? In that, I can't tell what it was. She looks at him, but isn't there like something that's said or no? Like,
He says,
did
I
I?
know.
And
She says, "I
she says,
know."
"I wasn't a dark friend."
Yeah, I like the
I
scene better on
guess
rewatch. Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess
sure.
yeah, it's not like it's really her. It's Baalzamon. So the wolves are
Right.
trying to protect
Yep.
Perrin from Baalzamon.
Well, when
Because
you find out that
they're the ones who keep him out of the dream in the books, right? Like they protect his
they protect
dreams.
him, yeah. Well, but if you remember, you have the wolves. Elias tells them they've been listening to Perrin's dreams, right? They've
Hmm.
been like aware of that. So obviously, Ishamael has also been aware of his dreams. So like there's a mix of, and they're tracking him because like they're like, what is Shadowspawn doing in this person's dreams? And so they've kept their distance a bit from Perrin, right? He's like, why would you keep your distance? Why did you tell me? Well, it's like
Mhm.
Aes Sedai, and like to them, Aes Sedai, Elias says Aes Sedai. That also means forsaken. I mean, not the same exact word. I mean, people that can channel, right?
Hmm.
So anyway, I love that. Love that moment. Okay, well, this is it. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit like excited. I love episode 3 is still my jam. So
Mhm.
my kids reading and hearing about the man who once walked a bit chilly now with season 3 coming up and with the end of season 2, I think is just it's just so much more meaningful and hilarious. They will hear about this man who was once a little bit cold.
Yep.
So good.
Kids will read stories about Matt Cawthon.
If they have Rand pull that out as like a callback while he's getting his little portrait done, that'll be just perfect.
Yeah, that'd be good. Light blinded fool, not Gaul. Gate. Okay, we have to. I have to pull Gaul or Gaint. MS said maybe the funniest that Rand has ever been, to be honest. I loved this as and still think it's a great idea, consolidation of all the little towns and stuff into this
Hmm.
one thing. Uh, this may have been my favorite season 1 adaptation moment where they cut things down, they pushed them together, they consolidated all the ideas of what those things were. This might be my favorite.
I love how this was the biggest surprise. Like it was book accurate, but they still managed to surprise me with it.
Yeah.
Which is just amazing.
By the way, should Rand have shared his coat, by the way? I polled everybody. About 90 of you voted on this one. 61% say yes.
Wow.
Hybrid Havoc, should Rand have shared his coat?
No, absolutely not.
Salia, should Rand have shared his coat?
Of course.
Yeah, you're wearing the hat. You better say yes.
Well, I mean, like, Rand's not cold. He could like take it off for a little bit. They could switch for a little bit. Come on, man.
Mm-mm.
That was the other script that we unblurred. That one was easier.
Mm. Those are some different strings.
Sexy hot Tom. Hashtag. Rapunzel said, "Gleeless, ma'am."
Accurate.
Yeah. This is a good. I love that Rand's in the room for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welsh woman
And
said he's so different from the books, but I love this rougher Tom. Yeah.
definitely.
I'm still pretty torn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like this version of Tom to me just clashes so much with book one Tom.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to make more sense with later Tom,
Yes. Sure.
but like book one Tom in particular, this just doesn't it doesn't match for me at all.
Yeah.
But I love this song.
Yeah. I remember the whole like moment here where he takes the money or whatever. It's like that was. I could understand people being more upset than I wasn't as empathetic with fans, and like they're talking about like Two Rivers' parents. I was like, ah. But it was like Tom. Okay, maybe I can understand your angst on this one.
Mhm.
I love this. I'm gonna end about 100 of you voted on what's that gall in the cage. Gaint got 80%. There we go.
I love
Okay.
this line. If you do think you could do better. And in the books, he actually like trains them to do it. I'm still hoping that in season 3, Tom does train Matt somewhat.
Favorite Tom so far, everybody. You can't use all the books against Show Tom yet. Favorite Tom so far, book Tom or Show Tom? Curious. Constantly, I love this Tom too. More assassin-y.
Mhm.
Charnice, I can't answer this poll. That's what polls are for. Really make it difficult to answer them.
Yeah.
Training for what idol?
This Tom's knife work is decent though. Yeah, that's true. This Tom grew on me, like over the course of this episode, and then was it in episode 4 also? I think yeah, it's in episode 4 too. So, episode 3, episode 4, how it ends with Tom, he kind of still fills that role and kind of grows on me. Just and Matt got out thieved by Tom. It was good. Shardy said, "I think Book Tom is also very assassinating." True.
Yeah, I agree with Dana.
Nerd theorist. It's not possible to make that choice. Oh, interesting. Parents said maybe White Cloaks. Like, there's already kind of this inherent like dislike there. Like what happens later, it grows. But right, he's just like, oh no, White Cloaks must be after us. Like he almost felt like the White Cloaks were looking at, like there was a focus on him. So.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a little bit of recency bias. Like, well, the White Cloaks were just the last kind of bad guys that we ran across.
Oh no, I think it is. I think it just builds on that little bit of like. There's a little bit of that in the, just like Jordan kind of like layers that in the text. I think there is a recency bias often to things Jordan's having his characters say, but then in concert with all the buildup of the things, you're like, oh, he was just. It's a nice layering to what ends up happening for sure.
Yeah.
Man, Rand is really enjoying the Schadenfreude this episode.
Sorry, Remy. Prime keeps playing ads throwing off the sync. I know.
Oh.
This is where we're at.
Dana's making soup. That's where we're at.
I love that line. I can tell when a lad wants something. I think that's a transcendent line. Totally get that. Yeah, for those, and we will be like talking a little bit ahead of where you guys are at, but we do try to catch up at the end. As everyone gets there, at least give you 10-15 minutes to catch up. Community stew.
I love how Matt like hardly even blinks at it, because you just know he's had some scrounged up meals in his life with the way that they have his upbringing.
Yeah, you kind of see it like. Oh, Dana said light nose. Oh, wow. Nice. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's settling in.
Yeah.
Nothing. What's going on with you? I love it. Yeah. Oh, the eye.
Brain
Did you see
goblins.
the eye blink there? He's kind of like, yeah.
Why don't you be a little bit louder, Matt?
That's true. Dana's just like on the other side of the door going, these are them.
That's him, yeah.
Will this rewatch be available on YouTube afterwards? Yes. This will just be a live stream. You'll be able to go back and watch the live stream. And you can follow the timestamps too. So, good question. Yeah, we're definitely seeing some dagger Matt here. 100%. Oof.
The dagger knows the right where to hit too. Damn.
The dagger knows how to make
That's
people.
That's what his mom
jerks.
called him. Oh.
What'd you say?
That's what his mom called him. He'll
What did
end
his
up
mom
like
call him?
him, a damn prick, just like
that's right.
him.
Oh, that's brutal.
They both know how to hit hard.
Oh, that might be a good idea. Josh said after each episode, fast forward to the next episode ads, knock them out during the discussion. That way you can keep up with each ad. I don't know if that works, but that'd be cool.
Hmm.
Rejection's comments. Learning so much on this rewatch. Calling out Matt in this moment is so good.
Yeah.
Look, Barney does Dagger Matt. Like, I'm sorry, Dagger Matt and Barney, they like he understood it. It was just perfect, man.
I mean, I'm really curious at this point how Donal would have handled season one Matt, but like Barney was really the perfect choice for season one.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure Donald has it in his range, right? Like,
Oh,
what
definitely.
I've seen so far, it's just that there's just the embodiment of this in this moment. Like, Barney just did a fantastic, you know what I mean? Like, his version is great. Dedsy said the
Definitely.
Dana actress was so good. I wish she could have gotten a bigger role as a different character, like a Black Aja or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
Dana is really good. Justice for Dana. We need Dana to return. Yeah, Dana Lou said Barney understood the assignment. Yeah, it's a good way to say it. Love that. The two of us. That's a clever line. That's a clever line.
Yeah, very smooth.
Yeah.
I
Anita said
remember
the
when I
dialogue
heard
is
the
really
river
snappy
bit.
for a fantasy. I love it. Yeah. What were you saying, Sally?
I remember when she mentioned the riverboat, I was like, oh, are we gonna see Bail Doma this season? I was
Yeah,
keeping
yeah.
up the hope. I was keeping up the hope.
Oh, by the way, she says that she liked the fact that he got out of his village. And I like that knowing that she knows about them even
Mhm.
more. Like, I like the fact that you got out. It's kind of like, because I know who you are and you came to my village and I got to find you and turn, like, I get to be the one, right? So I like
Right.
the fact that you
Yeah.
got out and you're here and I have you is a really good shot. I like that. Oh, good question. Frey Girl said, so will they reshoot with Donald if they need to do flashbacks? I mean, I would assume so.
Oh,
I mean, they've given a similar look for sure. So
Mhm.
I think it works. But,
I love
I
how
think
the both of them.
I forgot that shot of the fog coming over the mountains. Like, that was a cool freaking shot on screen. I didn't get it in time to put on screen here. What were you saying, Saya?
Just that I love how both Donal and Barney have the exact same sniff when Matt is like, they both sniff the exact same way.
Do they?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
nice.
apparently Donal didn't watch any of Barney's material before filming season two. So that was like purely
Wow.
coincidence.
Hmm.
Okay. By the way, favorite Tom so far? It's about a 60-40, which is not a surprise. Anytime like a significant change is made, like
Yeah.
you definitely get that kind of. Oh, by the way, remember, I don't know if I missed one. I think it's this one. I can't. Mods will have to delete that copy. If you see a comment you've just recently made past episode Fires of Heaven in chat, go ahead and delete it, please. No spoilers past book 5 is correct.
This tore me up.
Oh. Hmm. I mean, is Rand the only one that hasn't really talked to him? That was cool that she talked to him. This moment always catches me off guard, where like they're kind of playing into this whole like you should fear the Tuatha, and they show up
Hmm.
here and like it's a very scary way. It's like these non-violent people.
It is their reputation, though.
Hmm.
Sure, like I'd be like freaked out too. I'm just saying, I think they
In
like, oh,
this
what?
setting,
In
absolutely.
this setting,
like-
like you walk in the smoke and fog, and you're like being
Mhm.
chased by wolves and stuff. Yeah, like I don't know if it's because I've watched too much Walking Dead, but that like has a moment where I'm like, you can't. They might have walkers among them, you know.
I have to admit,
Rajesh said,
really
"Watching
love
this has
how-
been good. Watching this has been good for me. Realizing I can't do the ads when season 3 airs." Yes. Sorry, Salia. Go ahead. What were you saying?
no, no, it's good. I love how charming they made Aram, like
Yeah.
legit charming.
He is. He is for sure. We'll ask that favorite Aram like question after like episode 5 or whatever. I think you got to like settle into Aram in this, into this one a little bit.
Hmm.
Egwene is
remember-
so naive in this episode. I really like that from her, Frey girl. Yeah, good point. What are you saying, Hybrid?
I was just going to say, I remember like reading book 1 as a kid at like 14 or whatever, and being like very annoyed at Aram, just like finding him
Yes.
very annoying.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%. Ooh, season 1 charming Aram is going to make season 3 Aram hurt more. Yeah. Max, it is a problem how beautiful Aram is. Seriously. This is making me feel hungry. I think I smell food in my house. I'm like, oh gosh, I need a snack break. Oh, interesting. The fog. I don't know if they did this intentionally, but there's a fog element of them being in the fog, and then you Rodian a little bit. There's a call out here that's kind of fun.
Oh,
Mm.
nice.
Again, I don't think it was necessarily on purpose, but like that would be a
But introducing the Aiel and the Tinkers in the same episode is definitely intentional.
oh, true. Yeah,
I
I'll go with
think.
that one. Yeah.
How long was she standing there?
That's rude, Rand. But clearly, Rand has dealt with Matt that way for a long time. Who's I'm gonna ask that question. Who's ordered food or who's eating food right now? Who has ordered food to eat?
Exactly. You can kill them.
See, this is why it's so important that they age the characters up, because like all of this sort of like sexual innuendo kind of jokes, like none of this would have flown otherwise.
Yeah,
You lose all of it.
right. No, that's true. I wanted to see that shot. I think that's in that same. It's around the same area. You can look down here and see these, where you see the Aes Sedai later. This is in the same park in the Czech Republic. I wanted to find that cliff. I never did. The WrestleMania said the fog parallel is what they have lost. That's good. Dana is charming. Anita said, we need confirmation that that's Mandarb. Oh, that did. Yeah, Illuminatrix. Lanfear Cliff Cuddles has a. that, that place definitely makes you think of it. I love the Western vibe to this moment.
And I love the knife.
Moraine whispering swan. Nice.
I hope we get the same musical cue when we see Tom again in season 3.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I love how it sounds Western.
Yeah.
Oh, Lottie said, I missed the fact you could see the Aes Sedai camp in that shot of land looking out of land. Could you? Oh, man, I have to go back and
I
look.
don't think
I think I
noticed
didn't.
that.
Yeah, I think I missed that. It's almost like we could pause it and go back if we wanted to, but we're not going to. We're not going to do that.
It's out of the question. We don't have the technology.
No. It's not going to happen. Got to keep to our... I love that the Tom is such a great foil for Matt. And so I do, you know, they did rough it, you know, he's a different Tom, but he's a great foil for Matt in that like version of him, I think, in my opinion. I think Matt hears him because of that in a different way. I like this connection between the two of them.
Definitely.
Sharnice, Aiel 101.
Mm-hmm.
This is the second most Western-y episode after episode 1.
I wonder if they're going to, if he's still going to have that whenever
Yeah.
he does meet Aiel.
I mean, it's so
Because
interesting, right? Like, what are they going to do with it? Like, yeah. What do you think? I mean, what do you
what
think
is
would
what is the
relevance would be?
significance of it?
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on that or no? Like, more just like, will it be significant? Yeah.
Yeah,
I kind of hope
kind
it
of
is.
I always like the idea that it was like a signifier of Sept and Clan, right?
Yeah, something like that.
But then, you know, when we met some more Aiel in season 2, it was never brought up and never, you know, saw anything similar. So
They definitely upgraded the look of the Aiel, like
yes,
their costuming in season 2. So, if you're wondering where we're at, you can find us. Dana. This is a great scene. I love this scene.
I'm going to show up for the best part.
What was that?
We have a guest.
Oh. Who is this? Shh. Episode 3 is playing. Jeez. Well, good. You muted yourself. An Ogier Steading. We need an Ogier Steading.
We do.
By the way, I asked everyone, did you order food to eat during the season 1 rewatch? Made, 44% of you. Look at you. 8% ordered, and no, but I'm hungry now. Thanks, 48%. So you're welcome. I am hungry too. I'm with you. Do you miss Dana, the dark friend? Like Lighterful said, Gall is from the Hot Springs hold. Never knew that. Carl. Dana married me. By the way, notice how Rand moved there, but hooks up with Lanfear like really soon.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
I love that.
I mean, Lanfear.
I said Lanfear.
Yeah.
I said Celine. You know. Rand,
See,
maybe Rand was thinking of Dana.
Oh, you think?
Like, as in, well, you think he would? No, I guess she does realize she's dark friend, so maybe not. I like that she like totally just handles Rand. He's just like, holy, what?
Yeah. Yeah, this is really the point where he should have started training with the sword.
That's true. Good
Can't
point.
let this happen again.
But who would have taught him?
I don't know. Don't
By the
kill
way,
Dana.
she looked out
Let
the
Dana take
window.
it.
Was she looking for a mirror draw out there? Like, that was a very small
she's
window.
Yeah,
waiting.
he's just
outside. It's
gonna
like
he's gonna roll up.
making a sign to somebody that's watching the window. Like,
Mhm.
I think she's waiting for Matt.
don't trust lady barkeepers. This is where we're at, everyone.
I love that he asked.
Or Benzel said, instead of skinny innkeepers, we got hot innkeepers, much more dangerous. What were you saying, Celia?
I love that Matt actually asks if Tom would give him his money back, so specifically to show off that he got it back.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Innkeeper Anas is with us, everyone. Except through the window you opened, you know.
Yeah.
This is the moment that I should have known that Rand could channel. Which is like Rand is strong. Hey, by the way, this is where everyone else was wrong about there being a person not standing by a horse or whatever. Like, I remember like everyone being like, that's a horse running after them or whatever. Someone on a horse. I was like, there's not anyone on that horse. There's not even a horse. So I just want us to understand that there was some give and take there. Everyone always brings up the horse standing, the person next to standing loyal. They never bring back the fact they thought that somebody was riding a horse after these two. Just
I didn't think that, just to be clear. I didn't buy that one either.
Terminator Dana.
I guess.
This was Rand's raging bull moment. Do they both say "Who are you"? I didn't realize that they both got. From fisherman to queens. Interesting. I wonder.
King.
The Fisher King, Fisherman
Fisher
to Queens.
Queen?
Fisher Queen. So I do wonder if that's going to come play. Like what queen is she aware of that's going to be a dark friend? Anyway.
Is that a serpent earring?
Rand should have known about Celine. Oh no, she doesn't wear the earring until later, right? When she's Lanfear. It's like elaborate snake and dragon looking earrings. Should give you a clue. Frager said, the dark friends thinking they'll all be the chosen. No, that caught me off guard for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Rand's still being upset. Well,
He
a
liked her
woman
too.
dying.
Carl said, after that speech, I married Dana on the spot. East is
It's just
good. Gwen, serpent earring, snakes and foxes confirmed. This is why did they don't do this all the time? And I don't know if I just don't understand. Like, this stuff's really expensive. We can't do this. This is the best transition, I think, between scenes.
It's showing off, honestly.
Oh yeah, that was like so cool. Like, do more of that, you know? Sorry, I didn't show everybody on screen that one.
They know the one.
Oh, so interesting. It went from Dana, and then who meets him here? So like the dark friends are tracking them, right? Like Dana had the two of them, and then isn't Leandrin at the head here? Am I wrong? I remember that. I thought she is, but yeah.
Can't
And then out
remember.
comes Leandrin.
Yeah.
So just kind of interesting. I had never connected those two. It's like the boys are being chased, if you will, and corralled and tracked, and then we have Leandrin right here, who then immediately goes after Nynaeve, immediately on Nynaeve, and you're thinking like, oh, if Dana knew exactly what they looked like and who to expect, then Leandrin did too, and Leandrin's tracking Nynaeve. Anyways.
Do you think that's how she knew about Matt Cawthon?
Yeah.
That she taunted. She doesn't actually know about Matt Cawthon from anything in Tar Valon. She just
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that would.
does.
Nice. Low gain. Ooh, Uber Spearmint. The blood of Dana to red in Leandrin's coat. Oh, that's good. Dang.
Mhm.
And I guess the
this-
red on his jacket too. That was it. We that was the Clarkson twins too. Anyways, I liked their episodes a lot. The Clarkson twins. Oops, sorry. I got to pause all the stuff here. Okay. 55. Okay, so we really weren't getting any more than those 50 some odd minutes because of that intro.
Nope.
Like 51, 52, 53 was really. We're remarking Innkeeper that at least I had forgotten how annoyed we were that we were like getting the low 50s on episode length. Like this counter was at like 51 when we ended episode 1, and I was like, what? I had forgotten how upsetting it was. Like, give us like the full 60 minutes, man. It's just funny that that had fallen off the wayside of my complaints. So welcome, Innkeeper.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
good.
like room
Okay.
audio stuff, but we can hear you now. So
Okay, cool.
I think we can hear you really well. How are you doing? You just jumped in
Good.
episode 3, and you didn't see the whole thing here. Was this one of your favorites back in the day?
Episode 3 is my favorite from season 1. Um,
Mhm.
Something about how close you felt to the books, I think, that
Yeah.
always gets me. Yeah. Even though
Yeah.
there's changes, right?
Yeah, this was a good lead-in, and like you said, that still holds up for me. Like, but after watching that, like, I forgot I really liked how much I liked episode 2. So, and I was remarking on this earlier. Like, it doesn't have the same, like, the things in 1 that bothered me before. Just they're kind of like part of the story now. I'm not really bothered by them as much. The difference between how much I like each of these episodes is not as great as it used to be. That's kind of how I overall felt. Sally, I know it's late for you, and you stayed on for the whole episode. Anything that
I
you didn't remark on or during the chatter, or things you noticed that you wanted to bring up before we let you go?
Um, Not really. Like the episode still holds up. I think the first time I watched it, I enjoyed it even more just because it was all new and the surprise of it. And like you mentioned going in, just how successful they were condensing a plot line and
Yeah.
making us have it feel the same way as reading it. So,
Yeah. It was so condensed. It moved. Somebody mentioned this in chat. It actually moves faster, like, than the books. Like, they liked how kind of the movement of the show. It was like we're getting into the story that took a lot longer in the books, obviously. And for you, Hybrid, was there anything else that you kind of noticed or thought of since the episode ended, or something you didn't remark on that you thought was interesting, kind of when it came to something you noticed this time?
Yeah, just kind of talking about like sort of how they condensed this section. Um, it's like in the book, there's that little bit there where like Rand is sick and he's like in a fever dream, and like everything is kind of backwards and forwards, and they kind of do the same, like they tell the same story twice, and it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And so like cutting all of that out kind of makes sense, but then at the same time it still hurt a little bit that like, oh well, we don't get to see them like paying their way, and then like on the Perrin side of things, we don't get to see, like, we don't get the Elias introduction, and we don't get to
Yeah.
see like the crows, like the all
Yeah.
of that sort of stuff. And that's probably, the first time watching it, the stuff that kind of really hurt the most was like just seeing all of that kind of stuff cut out.
Yeah.
But in terms of pacing, yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, especially the Rand and Matt traveling section,
Yeah. No, that's a little bit more random Matt traveling. What you do get here, right? Because you do get you get the farm scene of this, and they did a really good consolidation instead of taking them into the city coming up. So I remember I loved that aspect of episode 4 too. Like, I know people talk about look, don't get me wrong, the whole stuff with Nynaeve and Logain, it's really cool stuff. Just that mirror draw scene, like the way they adapted it, and we'll talk about it soon, but I just love that too. So
yeah.
which makes episode 4 so beloved too, I think. The mix of those. I remember episode 4, like we were going from episode 3 and people were like, oh my gosh, that was really good. And then we were like, there's like this huge, like, it was like building this season. And I remember episode 4 hitting this peak of just like, everyone was like really, really excited about this. even though it's like so different with Logain. So, well, Salia, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Absolutely, and we'll see you later. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Have a good time.
And the last kind of thing I wanted to jump onto, and I know we're gonna have another guest join us here soon. I think Eve is Obsessed is going to join us for episode 4. The title here, A Place of Safety. I meant to kind of come back to this idea before. Is that? Oh, we down to 2. I was like, which one? Eve, feel free to jump in anytime if you're out there. But yeah, A Place of Safety. Is there anything you notice this time, Hybrid, as far as just other connections to A Place of Safety, that title itself?
Not really. I mean, like, none of the places of safety that they found actually turned out to be safe. So,
right.
I just kind of found that kind of amusing. But yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like all the ones they introduced, right? So you think of like the Aiel and the Aiel Waste, like the Threefold Land, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a place of safety or not for these people, right?
Yeah.
You have is Tom though, and what he represents a place of safety. They do find something in there, so is I'm trying to think through like all the different introductions.
It's the Tinkers, right? Did they meet the Tinkers?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
I think that is what it is from the books, right? Isn't that what it refers to?
Directly?
I think so. I think that chapter, there's a chapter named A Place of
Probably.
Safety. And I think it's Wolf Brother, they meet Elias, and then they meet the Tinkers soon thereafter.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that makes sense too. A place of safety, even though they kind of present it as kind of like this question. They make him questionably safe, if that makes sense. And Eve is Obsessed has joined us. Thank you for being with us, Eve.
Hello. How's it going?
We're getting prepped for being halfway through this thing already, which feels weird. Like it's going fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. I thought like a full season rewatch would feel like, oh my gosh. It's not a full guide on, but it's like 2/3 at least.
That's close.
It's close, right? So yeah, looking forward to episode 4. Were you watching along, Eve, with us on episode 3?
I skipped episode 2, but I was here for 1 and 3. So
okay. With 3, did you notice anything? I probably didn't catch all your comments in chat, but did you notice anything that you noticed this time?
I was lurking as I got stuff set up, so definitely was not paying it my full attention. But I do love episode 3. I love seeing the relationships develop. I think episode 3 is a really good one for the groups kind of splitting off and just adjusting that way. That was a part I really liked in the books, was just seeing like the party split and the new dynamics. So
yeah, again, I think there's a lot of growth happening there. I think the Dagger Matt showing up is one of the things I still really like, because it's subtle. It's not like overdone, but they're starting to show that even episode 2 Matt, who stopped and gave Perrin that his own weapon, and was really empathetic to Perrin, is now like just like, shut the hell up, Rand. I want to get out. Like he's not empathetic with his friends any longer, or not as much. I asked this poll question. 140 of you voted on this. Do you miss Dana the Dark Friend? 72% of you said yes. So Dana, you're missed. You're missed out there. Was this viewing of season 1, episode 3 better than you remembered it the last time you watched? I don't know how I phrased this question. Was episode 3 better than you remembered it from the last time you watched? Yes, about the same. No. Okay. I like to ask that question as we go here. Hybrid Havoc, you're certainly welcome to stick around. Or if you want to get back in there, you're certainly welcome to do that. Would you like to stick around for this for episode 4?
Yeah, I'll stick around.
Okay.
I actually have a question. If you guys can remember, I know prior to episode 4, back when they were originally airing, that we got like a sort of teaser for this episode in particular. Do you remember if they did that for the earlier episode? Well, I guess probably not for 1, 2, and 3, because those dropped all at the same time. So did we get them for later episodes?
Teasers? I think so.
Oh, okay. I couldn't
thought
remember
there
if we
were.
got them for any others. I knew we did
I think they
for
did it.
episode 4.
I think
Yeah.
Wednesdays we would get it.
Yeah, because we
Okay.
did the after show thing, right? So season 1 we had the after show, and there was always like I thought they gave us like a little bit of a something after they aired the after show on Monday or Tuesday, and then on Wednesday mornings they dropped like the actual. I think I thought they were going to drop that like teaser for Wednesday, but they aired it Tuesday, so I don't think we got. I think we got like some key art or something. We got some like screenshots after the after show, but I think Wednesdays they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question, but I remember that. I think so.
For this one, I ended up sort of spoiling myself on the end of episode 4, based on that teaser, because we got basically like 2 frames in that
Oh, really?
in that teaser of like the big moment at the end, and I correctly identified what was going on. And so then when it happened in the actual episode,
Yeah.
it didn't hit for me right
Gotcha.
because I knew it was coming, because I was expecting it the whole time. So I think after this one, I stopped doing analysis on the teasers that they put out per episode. That's why I couldn't remember if they did any of the others. So
By the way, I never watched Coming Up Next. Yeah. It's really tough with Anna, for Honest and I, because we're like, we have to, because we got to talk about it with the people that want to talk about it. And so it's like a mixed bag for us. But yes, I do remember thinking, I don't like watching what happens next because I hate spoilers, other than in the context of running it in. So yeah, I agree. Breaker, thank you so much. If you're here, we really appreciate it if you give this stream a like while you're hanging out with us. There's like about 200 of you that seem to have been coming in and out all day so far, and we really appreciate it. Again, it just helps people find the Dusty Wheel and find us afterwards. You don't have to like this if you've just been sitting around, like, I guess, hate streaming or something. I don't know. But if you're not, like, if you happen to be liking it and you're sticking around for that reason, please do. We always appreciate that. And thank you for bringing that up. Okay. This is episode 4 coming up. Innkeeper, I'm going to have you I know you can't control the screen, but I'm going to get, I've been smelling some food in my house. I have to go get a little snack. I'll be right back, but we're going to start it. We're going to.
Okay, wait. Let me just make sure I get Instagram ready, so I do that.
Oh yeah, go ahead and do that. So I'm going to set this up right here. And let me reset the clock for us. We're about to jump into episode 4. Everyone got their stuff ready. You're on. Remember this. We don't show it on screen, but we're gonna start this. The timer will start. We don't have ads in this version. We do know that some of you are watching ads. I've seen, though, a couple of you have been like, "Fine, I got rid of ads for this rewatch because I can't do it." So for those of you that paid Amazon additional $3 to enjoy our rewatch, that wasn't our intention. And we don't get any of those proceeds. We don't really care that Amazon's getting more money. But I'm glad you're enjoying this a lot more than you were jumping to the ads. Episode 4 is called "The Dragon Reborn," and I remember us all going like, "Wait, that's a fun little thing they've done here." So I will get us all started, and then I will be right back. But I'll leave you guys going, and I'll leave that poll that's up there for now. So is everyone ready? Are my guests ready? Eve, you all ready to set the? Okay, cool. Here we go.
Hopefully. I had
like countdown. How do you do this? I haven't seen you do it for the first 3. Do you do a 3, 2, 1?
Good point. By the way, to the note that you sent me, I will look into that here when I get back. So
sure.
That's my guess is what happened.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yes, I count us down like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play. And
no skipping recaps.
And watch the recap, everyone. Keep the recap if you want to stay with where we're going. So here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
I wonder if we'll get the intro again, or I mean, how long is the intro? Like 40 seconds, 50 seconds? Did we time it?
We get it each time. Oh, you think if they'll bring it back?
Like for three, because they didn't for 2 except the finale, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I do wonder.
I always think about it, but I've like never timed. Like, how much extra time do you end up getting?
Right. Okay. I'll be right back, everyone. Enjoy this.
I wonder if we're getting Logain in season 3. That'd be awesome. I mean, we haven't seen anything, and I didn't think we were going to get him in 2, but we got him in the trailer in 2.
Right. Yeah.
And that was a cool. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of where he would be in season 3. Like, do they bring him out of Carrion and bring him to Tar Valon?
Back to the tower. Yeah, back to the tower, right?
Yeah.
I always wonder because maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I think they filmed a Gildan castle scene with Logain and the king, but never made it to the show. And I think that's where maybe there's the Steve actor's presence. At least I've heard people say that, or at least say that there is another scene where they filmed in a castle or something. But what we end up getting is such a cool scene right now, right? But it does seem like a very COVID, like, there's only 2 people. Everyone was social distancing. Everyone was social distancing during the spear, like, they're like not fighting close.
Yeah. Benefit of long range weapons.
Did they film this that late?
I don't know. I always feel like I think of it in that lens. I just don't know. But I do always wonder, like, why not show this fight where they're closer? I don't know. And it's only like 2 people now.
It's Gus.
This might be my favorite cult. I mean, other than episode 7.
Yeah.
This might be my my favorite one.
It's your second favorite.
I just love Logain's intensity. Like, you just cannot look away from him. He's just so magnetic. And I mean, that makes sense as the dragon, you have to have a lot of people flock to you.
Charisma, right. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, madness telling people to kill someone. Season 1 channeling.
It looks perfect. What do you mean?
It looks perfect. I mean,
great.
the taint actually makes it look okay. The Sidar looks, a little less bland, maybe a little bland.
It will be interesting to do deep dive comparisons of the taint as portrayed in season 3 versus the taint, in season 1. Because in the little bits that we've seen of the Bubble of Evil scene, right, there in the trailer, the taint around Rend has much more of a sort of fog sort of appearance, whereas this is a little bit more like, I don't know, like Venom, from Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Little symbiote.
This always gets me, so good.
I missed Taint Puppets, didn't I?
Yeah.
You totally missed Taint.
Dang it! I was trying to be fast about it.
We were talking about how cold open. I don't know if you rank cold opens or thought about ranking, but I was like, this is my favorite. Oh, episode 7, if you count that one. This is my favorite. It's so good. Yeah.
Shoot, let's rewind it and go back to Taint Puppets. Dang it!
We don't have the technology.
Balefire? You want a Balefire?
I was just like upstairs eating a snack, and I was like, episode 4. Oh man,
Taint puppets.
It's really interesting to me how Logain says at the end, he doesn't say like I intend to save the world or, bring it back to the light. He says bind it.
Hmm.
I'm reading Towers of Midnight right now, so that's where I'm at with
Oh, good point.
the rand of it all. No spoilers, but
no, but that's a good point. Yeah,
Like
no spoilers
for
even
you.
in chat. Yeah, no spoilers. We don't want anyone like spoiling anything for Eve either. So, has Matt ever entered a speed eating competition? No, but I did. That was fast. But I'm trying not to like burp too much on on live.
I do like that, like what we're shown of Logain there makes a pretty compelling case for like, okay, well, look, if this guy is the Dragon Reborn, I mean, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Like,
Right.
yeah, could be
he's
worse.
fighting against the Taint puppets. He's not doing what they're telling him to do.
Right.
By the way, there's a place for everyone at my side. It's one of my favorite lines. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
I know, Rajesh. I know. I made a mistake. I should have. This is the part. I would have been okay missing a little bit of this for Taint puppets. Is all I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm here
You-
for because I
you don't-
love
you
the
don't
Aes
like-
Sedai walking around. I'm so serious. Like that's why I love this episode.
You don't like the Nineveh or whatever?
I like Nineve. Did we all used to say that way? Nineve.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it Nineveh?
Nineve
I
was
thought
like.
it was Nyan, like the cat, for a while. So
Oh, did you think it's Nyan? Okay.
yeah,
Nineve
like
was one of the
Nyan.
kind of ways that it used to be pronounced, or like fans. I would
Nineveh
hear
is
fans say.
totally like years of.
That's why. Well, it's kind of like in the show when you hear Ishi. Nineve was like
Yeah.
the first Ishi, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do that fan art, by the way. Nyan Cat.
Yeah, I cannot be the only person to have read it that way. Like it
I think you
makes
are.
sense to me.
You'll find
Oh.
people. You'll find them, Eve. You'll find your pronunciation.
Someone in
people.
chat tell me if you read it wrong like that.
Can that be a poll?
By the way, was episode 3 better than you remembered it from the last time you watched it? 120 or so voted in this. Yes, 41%. About the same, 56%. No, 3%. So interesting. Like, seems like episode 3 held up. The other two people, there were more people that I think that thought that the episode was better. Maybe. I don't know.
I love that you held back Army's line because the Green Aja is actually doing things in the show. Big fan. They're not just sitting around waiting for the last battle. I love it.
Yeah. Trying to start trouble, Innkeeper. How far is that? I said it. Joe's not here.
I was like the first thing I thought of when I saw them walking to the cave. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
Gilles or Gilles?
Yeah. I was on book 5 when I realized Nynaeve had 2 ends. There you go. See? So there you go. There you go, Eve. I read it as Nynaeve.
Go.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, my Discord username on a server right now is 9eve. So I like doing Eve puns, and there's a lot of them. I'm never gonna run out.
Oh. I just got sad. I just
Yeah.
it's like, oh man. Karenni.
No, you haven't. God, go to bed.
Go to bed. Leandrin's line even hits more now with everything we see in Leandrin and her.
I love that line though because like Moraine isn't doing this selflessly, right? Like she wants information on the dragon, and
Yeah.
that's why she wants to shield him and like see how strong he is.
Mhm.
She's not just doing it,
Oh, good
you
point.
know, ease the burden from the other two,
Yeah,
which I think is a really good like layer of irony.
yeah.
And that line is also still like another hint that there's like a history between
It
Leander and
is.
Moraine,
Yeah.
and I still want them to show us that.
Yeah.
I know. Season 3, please.
Give us some more Leandra and Moraine. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's clearly like informing all of their interactions, and we just don't get to know
Right.
what actually happened. I want
But
to know.
I like that. Leandrin's like, I know what you're, but Leandrin knows what she's doing, right? She goes, you feel it now? That's half his power. Like she knew she was like, can I do this better? Right? This is like, she's like, and it also tells you that Logain has already tried, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
He's definitely been trying,
Still seated. That line cracks me up. I don't know why.
Yeah.
A little weapons kata going on here.
Mhm. Oh, he's been to the Two Rivers.
that's right. I forgot about that. Let's get some love for the warders. That's true. I love this part where they're making fun of them.
It's so good.
It's so
It's
funny.
so funny.
Well, I think like when Moraine is the only Aes Sedai we see, we're kind of able to just be like, yeah, that's just what they're like. But like, no,
Yeah.
she is just weird. She's
Well,
just weird.
Well, it's so funny, right? Because in a short while we see Lana Moraine in their version of this, and they're just like sitting side by side, and
Yeah.
like
Yeah. It's like
Totally
they're
like-
totally right.
they are right. It's so awkward. Uh,
They really like camp down here. Like the camp is like really like that tent is like there's like stuff hanging.
It's like a
how long is
house.
it gonna stay here? Yeah, like it's just so weird.
yeah, yeah.
Like there's like furniture and like I'm like, why are they taking so long? Just
Yeah,
like go to Tarvalon. I mean, I don't know. Then maybe that's how people travel in
Oh,
the
that
Aes
Aes
period
Sedai
of
Sedai
time.
travel.
Right,
mean-
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Aes
All the
Sedai are
Aes Sedai are
divas
shielding
traveling.
Logain, all the
mean,
warders are bored, so they
with-
don't have to do home improvement
with-
projects.
Like High Lady Suraj. High Lady
That-
Suraj showing up in a palanquin, like that's okay. Like
Yeah.
it's like
They're glamping. Come on, like it's
They're
fine.
glamping.
I would do the same. I don't want to. I would never want to camp like that. I'm not a.
but do you need wall hangings? Do you need like
Yes.
a portrait?
Yeah. I like this. Max Silva said, plus setup for their inability to communicate once they lose the bond. Yeah, so that is a better setup.
Tinkers look more colorful than I remember. Or these are wagons.
You're saying like than you anticipated, or just
No,
from
no,
your-
like
your memory?
my first version, my first memory of it was like, oh, they toned down the color.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't
Mhm.
seem like that's the case.
No, I mean they look like lived in and weathered, but
Right. Yeah.
colorful. I think it was done
Mhm.
well.
Yeah.
But Pavara points out it helps that they have servants with them.
Yeah.
for the Aes Sedai. I do like how Perrin in these scenes is always like, how do you know that about us? And everyone's always like, it's really obvious, dude. You don't know
Yeah.
what you're doing, and you certainly aren't somebody we should be afraid of.
I feel like Perrin's always a step or two behind, and that's okay.
Well, Well, it's like he's so in his head. He's like, how can anyone know what I'm thinking? Because I'm not saying what I'm thinking. It's like it's showing up on everything else.
He can't pick up on those things with anyone else. It's like if you don't say it directly to him, he's not going to get it. So
yeah.
Assumes everyone's like that.
It's funny. Matt is more trusting than Rand here. Matt has the dagger. It's kind of interesting.
Although Rand's being suspicious, so Matt's definitely leaning into that. he's like, you should be suspicious. Interesting. Yeah, Remy said, relationship between Land and Moraine have is like the relationship I have with my person. It's very autistic, coded, enjoying quiet time and parallel play. Interesting. I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah.
Is this the Jenny? Is this for the Jenny dog?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is the Jenny dog.
This conversation.
Oh, okay. But isn't there another? Was there a deleted scene that was like hair?
Where we got to see the dog? Yeah, I think so.
No. But wasn't there the deleted scene where they're just like looking at it, looking
The
at
dog?
looking at Logain? Remember this was that?
Yes,
one
there's
time?
like a longer scene of some sort. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
they're
talking
just
about?
like looking. Yeah,
Is it deleted?
I don't know
scene?
why.
Or is it like
I saw
a?
that.
pretty sure it was a deleted scene. They were just like someone who knows what I'm talking about.
Is this a fan edit you made? And you're trying to pawn off as like
This is
a.
what he thinks
No.
about to fall asleep at night.
Mhm.
The extra 2-minute scene.
Just wait. Someone's gonna Dana Lu. Someone.
This is the first season I'll be watching like as it comes out, so I feel like I don't know anything about the like deleted scenes and teasers and weekly things.
Jenny the dog. Yeah.
Danny the dog.
Yeah, we didn't get any deleted scenes from season 2, did we?
No.
No.
We were promised.
We were promised, but we did not get.
They swore an oath, and
All right, Dana Lu. That was only shown at WildCon.
Yeah, that was only
Yeah.
shown, and they never
Oh,
released
wow.
it. Okay.
okay.
Carl said, all right, I'm back. I'm letting the snow fall. Too tired. Just in time for the best Dana replacement, Alana, my queen.
Uber Spearmint mentioned pillow friends, so I have to call it out. How many pillow friends did Maureen have in the
How many
tower?
pillow friends?
So many. She pulled. I don't think she actually did, but I think she could
She-
have if she wanted to.
I like it.
I mean, there's the scene where she and Alana are lying on the bed together next episode.
How long did she?
They
I mean,
seem
she did.
very comfortable.
Yeah, 3 years as a novice, 3 years as an accepted, right, Maureen? I think it's only like 6 years in the tower.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least 6 pillow friends, right? In that.
Right.
in that length of
It's
time.
like a lot. You can have a lot of.
Do you
I
appreciate
think
the
she was
depth and
too
variation?
repressed. I think everybody wanted to be her pillow friend. That's a difference.
You're like, that's what's coming across. Yeah.
Mhm.
They were like, and they just wondered why not, and they didn't know Swan was there. So
Well,
they
I'm
didn't
kind of
know.
of the opinion that the Leandrin thing was like one-sided. Like Leandrin was really into
Oh.
her, but she didn't reciprocate.
You think?
Um,
Yeah.
And that's where some of that tension comes from.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Moraine has that just from, she has that kind of like magnetism, like she's very like clear what she wants and where she's going and has purpose. And so it wouldn't surprise me that someone like Leander and others are very attracted to Moraine in that way.
You missed the
Nynaeve.
Nynaeve.
Oh, sorry, that's true, I did.
And the cold chicken.
Do you appreciate the depth and variation of Warder and Aes Sedai relationships we see in season 1? 94% of you say yes. Yeah. For at least for the
in
freaks
book
here.
1, we saw one warder and 2 Aes Sedai, right? Yeah,
Like,
and then Varen shows up in book 2,
true.
and then I mean obviously the Armor Room too, but like in
Yeah.
book 1, there's only 2 Aes Sedai, Elida and Moraine.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's honestly one of my favorite things about the show is like the depth and breadth of relationships that we get to see. There's so many different like forms of love showcased, and I think the Aes Sedai Warder relationship is done much better and in more depth in the show than the books, and I already enjoyed it in the books, so I'm very happy.
Interesting. The Alana vibe is totally different in the books. I suspect her to be a dark friend for a really long time. In the show, I
I
don't get
did
the same
too.
feeling. Yeah.
I thought she was a dark. I was like, I'm on to you. I'm on your case.
Huh.
Medieval Mick Jagger. I forgot about that one.
Oh, that's a good one.
This whole sequence makes me so upset. Like, it's
This is where we're at for anyone kind of joining us right now. 20 minutes into season 1, episode 4.
I think Rand just taverned this. This has to be tavern, right?
yeah. His
Yeah, I
diplomacy
like that.
skills
I
are
like reading it
not
that way.
that strong.
Yeah. Awesome beard on this farmer. I agree. The dog who wasn't a dog. Is that what reference is that from?
Dog who wasn't your dog.
Oh, it wasn't your dog. Oh, okay. Was that the Jenny
The
conversation?
dog and the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, because
Yeah.
Moraine's like, she wasn't mine. We weren't allowed to have pets. Wink, wink.
I gotcha.
Okay, I hope this did not happen, but in my mind, I hope that this was just Nynaeve or Leandrin giving Nynaeve all the tea on her previous relationship with Moraine. That would be so funny, and so Nynaeve's just like carrying this knowledge.
Yeah.
Reasons.
Do you think Lan just showed up here because he's like, oh, I want to talk to Nynaeve? Or is this like a Leandrin's with Nynaeve?
You're saying, did Moraine send Lan?
Right, yes, basically.
I think yes.
Did Moraine send Lan to break up this?
And Lan was like, sure. Like,
This-
yes, please.
to
Oh
break
You want me
up
to
no, and
talk
he's
to
gonna
her?
spend more time with Nynaeve.
Did Moraine send
Yes.
Lan to break up Leander and Nynaeve? Max, Moraine sent me. That's a good.
Nice.
I mean, it is a question. Like, was Lan doing it on his own, or was he? Because they've had their Lan Nynaeve version of flirtation at this point. So
It's done so much better than the books. Like in the books, I'm like, wait, what? Like this?
right.
Like right at the end when they're in the Blight. This is like, like they're talking.
Yeah,
Crazy.
it really feels like in the book you really only see the start and the end, and nothing in the middle.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other day who I just convinced to watch the show, and he was like, the relationship between Lan and Nynaeve was so rushed in the show, and I was like, oh, don't read the book then. Like, they liked it, but they were like, it went from 0 to 100, and I was like, at least you had more than like one page, you know?
Yeah. I like Dale said, Lan is the closest they could get to a fake cell phone call. That's pretty good.
Aram and Isla are in season 3.
Oh, we'll say that again.
Maria Dole Kennedy and I'm forgetting Daryl McCormick. They're in season 3. So Isla and Aram.
Yeah.
These two.
It's cool, like, to see them in this scene and come back to that soon, right?
Aaron's so shook right now.
Yeah.
It's like, I thought I was being so subtle. No, you're not.
Yeah, a sword, a bow, an arrow, and a... Richard said Ilya is one of my VIP characters from season 1. By the way, that shot I think that they showed you right there, I think I never did like a where they leave. Remember, you see the Tinkers leave, the wagons leave, and then later they bring them back. That's the same location.
It's the same spot.
Yes, it is. I just never did like a screenshot and went back. I was like, are those the same location? I think I tested it. That's the same. Like, they're just further down the road just a little bit.
They're just out there going around.
It seems like time
in
has gone by.
field.
Same location.
Hmm.
This is really well. Again, I think this is really well adapted to this moment.
The vomiting.
Yeah, the vomiting, the dagger mat, the dream, the like Tom, the Owen, the like.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Rand is this like huge herder farmer, and he's like, I'm just gonna do this,
Yeah,
like he just got into it.
No,
I
Elsie.
know. This is so... Matt and this little girl. Oh my gosh, it's so adorable, and you just know it. They're gonna break your heart.
I don't know what the girl's parents were thinking, but like the strangers, like don't tell your little girl to give them food. Like maybe do it yourself.
Right. Oh yeah. Just a reminder, we're spoilers through Fires of Heaven in chat. So I know we have people that haven't finished the books here, so let's all be really, really good fans and good people, and not to let's think about what we write and what we say in chat and on the show here. So keep that in mind.
Brigitte.
What'd you say?
Brigitte. Like the
Brigitte,
doll's name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that was
Yes,
like
the-
that was a good
yes.
it's a good thing to throw in there.
Yeah.
Oh, I forget he actually mentions the name.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. Like it's just like
I love protective Tom. It's so cute.
Does he tell what happened to Owen then later?
Yeah, he does.
Okay. I was like, I thought that we heard. Okay.
Does it actually say taint in the show?
no.
I don't think they ever do.
Not yet.
This is an
I'm holding out
important pronunciation. Brigitte. I thought Brigitte. I thought it was with a. I thought it was Gita.
Differently in the show, like at least.
Oh, in the show, I don't know. I thought I would say Brigitte.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jen said the show is great at the brass knuckle shots to the feels. Yeah.
I always forgot, like, even like this Tom knows so much.
Yeah.
Like the book Tom knows so much, but like yeah, like it's not the same person, but like it's the same person, like in terms of knowledge.
Yeah.
Steak knife.
Yeah, he makes the.
Dale Harris. Is it a GIF or a GIF?
It's GIF. That's what Gwendolyn was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, and this poll, 100 of you have voted on this. Did Moraine send Lan to break up Leandrin and Nynaeve? 72% think they did. Think she did. I love this. I love this moment. It's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, good point. Constant anxiety. Nothing is more dangerous than a man that knows the past. And what do we see is about to happen, right? In season 3, right? So that's a good call out. I like that. I like it. No, they don't have cell phones, so they can't be like, "Hey, you coming to bed?" it's like walk by the fire. Mm. You think that the Bond would have some kind of like, some kind of There's got to be some like, can't they? They can like a little bit of a hey.
A power.
You can intentionally like send emotions through it, so you could send like I'm really sleepy.
Just like bug eyes, you know.
Yeah.
Bond page.
I love how the warders like just kind of get scooped up by their Aes Sedai as they walk around. It's super cute. Like fall in behind them. I just watched this like a week ago.
Did you?
So I'm like 90% less emotional than I would have been. I just love this scene. What does that make you? And Nynaeve's, I mean, she's trying to make a point about like them all being subservient, but he just says proud. It's so cute.
Yeah, it's kind of typical like Nynaeve thinking she knows everything and then come to find out she doesn't.
Yeah, she's definitely misreading the whole Warder bond.
I love her face right here.
Lan is not feeling tired. He gets up there kind of like
he's like, Moraine's not gonna come get me. I have to go myself.
Well, it's like the three of them, and Lan in his head maybe is going like, how's this ever gonna work?
Like, I'm not ready for that.
I'm going to bed. Which means I'm going to go sit next to Moraine and we're going to think.
They're actually more chatty in the show too than they are in the books.
Oh yeah, 100%.
If they were just sitting there, we wouldn't, it would be unwatchable. I would watch it. For most people, it would be unwatchable. So they have to say some of the thoughts out loud. But I think they have such a good like instinctive understanding of each other after so long.
Yeah. Like Dale saying, good to know awkward excerpts are a thing in fantasy stories too.
They're just humans too, right?
Yeah.
They're like us.
Mm-hmm.
Like Moraine.
You should have given them a coin.
Moraine and Lan are just like, they have a mission, man. They just, it's in part what we love about their character. You can rely upon them to just.
This is funny. Like, you're communicating. I shouldn't have done that. And you're communicating.
You're being too emotionally vulnerable. What's going on?
Yeah. It's a shame we don't really get like more of those kinds of moments with him in the books.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah. Especially later ones.
We get, it's so funny because like as a reader, you're like, maybe those things don't happen. And then in like early Great Hunt, you're like, Oh, yeah. They happen often between these two. We don't see these scenes because that is a very emotional and moment when they're talking about the bond and where the bond would go.
Chapter 22. Yep.
Yeah, you're like he's like, I know exactly which one that is.
I've got notes.
Yeah. I mean, I like that
have.
Jordan gave us that little, and you're like, okay, that's been a consistent thing about their relationship. We just didn't see it.
That's the thing. Robert Jordan is such a good character writer that he like doesn't tell us enough because he's like, they'll just get it. Like I'm setting it all up. It's all there. Like it'll come through, and it does come through, but we don't get to see like a lot of, yep. like explicit character moments because they're just baked into all of the interactions. And also, like, in the first few books, the narrators aren't really paying attention to Lan and Moraine's relationship. They're like, I don't trust Moraine. Lan is her lapdog. And that's as far as they think about it.
I love this. The note of, "Are you sure you haven't already found it?" I love that. It's so good.
Yeah, we don't get that many just like happy moments in the show. So it's nice to have one.
Yeah.
Especially because this conversation is like so sad.
Yeah.
Not sadness, emotional.
Some things you can't run away from this great land.
Aaron, listen to your own self.
Heavy foreshadowing for season 3. I like that. Yeah.
I think that's probably about the best writing in the whole season.
Yeah, I can tell like when there's like a sacred scene that we all liked.
I'll just go totally silent.
I'm very quiet,
Yeah, you can't talk during that.
Right. It almost feels rude, right? Yeah.
I feel like every time I watch it, it like somehow gets better too. Like there's just so many little nuances and like it really just like is the thematic like heart of the series.
Is this book like accurate or canon about the Tinkers leaving to?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think. I read the book and then I watched the show and I didn't remember going like I remember it being in both,
Hmm.
Yeah, I just don't remember
but I can't be
if it
100%.
was if it was mentioned here or somewhere else.
Wait, remind me, what's the question again?
Whether like Aaron was like at 20 we get to go out into the world and make our own choice. We're not like the way of the leaf isn't like forced on us.
I can't remember. That's a good question. To Mel's question in chat, we are going to be doing this for season 2. It's scheduled right now for next weekend, but because of the fan premiere event that's happening next weekend, both myself and Anas will be out of town, so we will not do it next weekend. I can't remember if we've scheduled it. If we've decided it'll be the following Sunday or the one after that, the one right before the season drops. So, but we're going to try to do it some Saturday or Sunday between now and the season. It'll likely be really like getting close to the season. Oh, this is such a good.
Oh, I forgot.
I don't see
Yeah, this is
anything
so
about
good. Yeah.
either way.
It's a Rand's Dreamer, right?
That's what they're making them here. Yeah. Unless you're gonna buy that, right? Unless you buy that Shyamalan's the dreamer pushing it on him.
Right.
Yeah, I always saw that as the same as like the Perrin dream before and
Yeah.
the Bat dream and
Yeah.
It's book 1 metaphysics, so we'll let it slide.
Yeah, exactly. This is so good. I love it.
there was so much discussion over this.
Really?
Hmm. I just remember like everybody, like so many different, like we need a close up of the dagger. We need a close up of this. Did Matt do it? Did you know?
Uh-huh.
So much of that when this first aired.
I was excited to see this. That's such a cool moment. Yeah, really well done.
I was wondering like how did Tom survive that? And like how did the fade not catch up to them? Like he must have done enough to have like enough of a fight.
Mhm.
He's
to-
good with those knives.
No, but it's
Yeah.
just like so good, right? Like that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh man, that was so rude when they did that.
She just dropped it. She'll
I
get it.
know.
Like she'll get it.
They really played with scene
Don't do it.
transitions around these mid episodes, season episodes, and I feel like
Is this the
we didn't get
Clarkson
enough of
twins
them.
too?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think this is Thomas Wayne. Yep. No. Am I mixing up 2 directors there?
Because the Clarkson twins are writers. You think this was Dave's? Maybe wrote this one.
Oh yeah.
Stalker mode activate.
Yeah, I mean that's like kind of how it was in the books. It wasn't after him, so he just had to delay it. Huh. That's an interesting. It's far harder to keep a shield on someone than it is to break out of it. Again, reminds me of that season 3 trailer scene where Leandrin's in the ball of fire or whatever, and we know that she breaks out of it.
Maybe if you didn't glamp so much, get there faster.
Mhm.
Like we found a cave. We're gonna use the cave.
I love how they put her into these situations where you're now like that she's Black Aja, so all of these things they're saying to her, and Grace didn't see this from you. How far is the cave from the camp?
First thing I thought of.
Yeah, fair one. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the with Dreams in season 3. Dreams versus Teleranria. They really haven't made a huge distinction yet. So.
Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude as I intrude.
Lana's so sold at this point. He's like, "You did it."
It's okay.
He's over the moon.
I'm glad. I'm glad you came.
Yeah.
7 Towers in Melchior.
Yeah. Dave Hill was the writer.
Yeah,
104.
that makes sense. Yeah. I yield or like, no, don't waste water. Imagine if Melindra does that in season 3. She's Valkyrie.
Nynaeve's sold too. Like, they're both like, okay, the subtleness of what's going on here is like, what are we going to do with Moraine? Like, that's what's happening right here.
It's like,
I don't know.
Can we kill her?
Yeah, Nynaeve's like, can we put her in the ground right here? Right here.
Like, I don't like her. She can be gone. So.
Oh man, the fact that we see that in season 3. Oh man.
Well done. Well done.
Okay. They must have hearing some of those things, having seen season 2 now. They make a big difference.
Must have. Yeah.
For everyone where we're at, this is where we're at in the show. If you're watching us, come up to the end of halfway through season 1 rewatch guide on.
Lan's like, let me change your life with some old trunk translation. Smoothness.
Nice.
Yeah. With the title and all. Yeah.
Using the full name.
Yeah.
A lapdog with 2 legs. That's one she came up with early on, I think.
Yeah, she's been holding on to that one.
Yeah.
And he's like, let me go with the honorific too.
Yeah, it's so cute. Romance canceled. It's battle time.
If you hadn't glamped that hard.
Mel said, I just rewatched season 1 with my oldest remotely, and we talked about each of the scenes. I know where you are without watching it. This was cool to see, like, stopping the arrows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to feel the same about the overall number of people that attack Aes Sedai, which is going to feel like they needed bigger numbers of people,
Yeah.
Do you think Leandrin let down the shield?
Um,
Mm,
oh shoot. Okay.
I've never thought about that.
Will Aram pick
Possible.
up the sword in season 3? 94% of you are on the Aram picking up the sword train. Did Leandrin weaken the shield, allowing Logan
Rajesh
to
is like
escape?
5 full sisters. Maybe there's a.
Well, does Leandrin think Logain is the dragon?
No,
I think
I mean,
she just
I don't
wants to.
think she
She just,
knows.
she just
Yeah,
wants to.
I doubt it. Just cause
He wants
chaos
to gentle.
Just
and
wants to
gentle.
gentle him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Like
Imagine
all I,
this with season 2 channeling.
yeah.
I always like think of, like
Well, all I wanted to hear were like 300 more people attacking him. You know.
yeah.
It is crazy to think just how like the upgrade to what we're seeing happening in season 3.
mhm.
Even this, I would love him to see him like tackle this. This is cool. I still love him to see him tackle the stuff with Logain again. You know.
Mhm. I kind of still want to know where they got the replacement cage
Oh,
I think it's
afterwards.
just chill.
after this. Yeah.
Like roll out his
In
muscles.
one of the tents, they had a extra. Like that's how hard they were glamping. They had two. They had two for him.
Terry and
They had
Rummel.
a backup.
Replacement cage.
They
This
had a
time.
backup. This has happened before.
Well, the only thing we've seen him in is like the cat. Like he's in like something. He's not in the same looking type of cage. I thought he's in like a carriage kind of cage. So maybe they did have like a. They had a
A
travel.
carriage
Oh, they've
cage.
got a
Transport
mobile
cage.
one and they've got another one.
Oh, Grace just said, "Does Maxim use the bow in the Battle of the Two Rivers in honor of Ivan?" Nice.
Why would you say that to me?
Don't make Eve crying.
For real.
Rewatch guide on.
This
See,
is
this is
different
what
than.
Random Logain should have talked about. Would have been interesting.
We saw 2 taint puppets. He's like thousands. We're like, there's 2 people.
They only
It's
come in
in-
pairs.
Yeah.
I love this part so much.
Yeah.
Especially paralleled with Swan's talk with the girls.
Jimmy Fallon looking a little bit disheveled.
Nice.
This is a great. I love this back and forth between them.
I mean, it is, but it's also like Logain, like just get it over. Like, why have this talk? Like you were captured, just like escape.
Mhm.
You saw him talk to the other guy, right? Like, he's a talker.
You're
He just
right.
has to like.
Yeah.
He's
But he
like,
was
everyone's
captured.
welcome in my. He's like talking to one of his subjects. He's like, you're gonna be my Aes Sedai at some point. So,
Oh.
oh my gosh. That's where did Leandrin let her get like
Yeah, that too.
like like Karini was saying stuff to Leandrin and stopping her this entire time. Leandrin wanting Karini to die.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah. I understand why. Because he's holding the power, it's hard to shield him now. Is that what's going on? Just thinking like metaphysics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's harder. Yep.
yeah, that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty far, the cave.
It's pretty far away, yeah. Yeah.
Was there? I gotta go back and look. Was that dirt or was there somebody flying?
So just to be clear, right now she's like very anti-killing sisters.
You're talking about Leandrin?
Yes.
Oh. That was such a crazy scene. We're all like, we're watching that being like, what in...
I was like, balefire? Like, how does, like, what happens here?
Mhm.
This is a great way to like, for all the rumors and knowledge and everything to start about Nynaeve, like... Nynaeve was trending after this. It was crazy. Yeah. I remember that.
Alana looks out of breath, so it's like quite a run.
I need to calculate Alana's running speed from those few seconds in the woods.
Mhm. All the other people got there before she did.
I love how the gentling looks so violent. Like they're ripping the power out of him.
She looks... Leandrin, like, this is like a religious experience for Leandrin to...
Yeah, this is like, like...
gentle, like...
Yeah.
Like, her look at the end of that was just like, yeah, I think, sure, maybe other people... It's like, it was about...
And it's like...
It was about Leandrin.
That shot.
I love that look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Story editors. Oh, they still have Clarkson twins listed on that one, but maybe they're for the whole time. Maybe I'm like misremembering them. We are halfway, everyone. Halfway. Oh, let me pause that timer. That almost went to the full 60 minutes. That needed it. Okay. Whew. Episode 4. I do remember, like, this was just like where are they going next with the story? Like, they've just like gentled Logain. We have Matt and Rand are now like, Tom is left with the mirror draw. Matt and Rand are on their way, and we still have like Perrin and Egwene. They're still with the Tinkers at this point, right? So it's like, okay, how are we getting here to the end? Yeah, Eve, did you see anything like in this episode, just that stuck out to you? You said you recently watched this, so maybe a little bit less emotional in certain parts than you had been. Was this your favorite episode of the season, like as a full episode, or no?
I have to say episode 6 is my favorite. I'm legally obligated. But aside from that, this is my favorite episode of the season, yes. I just love all of the like interactions between the Aes Sedai. I love seeing their warders and how that develops and how I mean, I'm not sure how a first time watcher would feel, but I love seeing Nynaeve sort of deconstruct her opinion on the Aes Sedai and like her relationship with Lan is able to grow from that. Obviously, the end is amazing. I also like care about Tom a lot more than I did the first couple times. I think when I was like when I was reading the books, the first few, I was kind of neutral towards him, but I
Yeah.
really like the show version of him and how, I mean, he's very cool, but he also like cares so much for Rand and Matt and like, wants to keep them safe. And he says, I'll look after you as long as I can. And then obviously later in the episode, the fade
Yeah.
comes. So not a great day for him, but
But
I
it was
just
like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think that his care for Matt in this episode is really stand out to me on a rewatch.
Yeah. 100%. Light Blinded Fluid said, remember when we thought based on the titles that season 1 would be books 1 and 2? I do remember us having like, he's like, that's crazy. They would get there so quick. Like they were going to go really far. I do remember us having conversations like that. It's pretty funny. We'll ask this question. On this poll, did Leandrin weaken the shield, allowing Logain to escape? Just about 70% of you believe that she did. And then I'll ask this question that I ask at the end of each episode. Like, did you enjoy episode 4 more than the last time you remember watching it? Yes, about as much. And no. There you go. So far, it seems like it's done a lot of like 40, 60, or 40, 58, 2 in that regard. So
Yeah, I don't think episode 4 specifically can ever hit the same way it did the first time. Like, the first time, the way it ended was like, I'm like, wow, I think The Wheel of Time is going to be like an amazing show that everyone will watch and talk about and like really like, which maybe not what happened, but this as a TV episode, this was like wow.
It was really good.
Yeah.
I think this is the best ending to an episode, without question.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking through. Yeah, this is a fantastic ending. Again, like a really kind of culminating point. And to the discussion we'll have in about 4 hours. COVID and some issues with like losing Barney Harris. I do believe that the final episode, it'll be interesting how I feel about it now, but I think it could have been even better if not for some of the limitations they'd had. So, that being said, yeah, that was crazy. What a fun kind of ending point. This poll's kind of turning out like the other ones have. Did you enjoy episode 4 more than the last time you remember watching it? It's about 40, 60, 38, 62. That's just kind of how these have kind of gone. Hybrid Havoc, thank you very much, sir, for joining us for these couple of episodes. Really appreciate it. And any little final thought you want to kind of share with us before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, just that episode, what I'm kind of left with is just like remembering all of the theorizing and everything that kind of came from that episode in particular. This was like peak Mystery of the Dragon Reborn sort of time frame in the first season there. Like, the introduction of Nynaeve as like a viable candidate and like all of that stuff, and talking to my coworkers that were kind of watching the show, like they were all in on the mystery after this episode in particular. So,
were they? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was really fun. Yeah, like as much crap as we kind of give that element of season 1, for every non-reader that I knew that was watching it, the Mystery of the Dragon was working.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense that it would. Again,
yeah,
it's just like any mystery. When you know the answer, less interesting.
Right.
When you don't know the answer, you're like, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to hide from me here? So, yeah, no, it's fun to kind of remember those things for sure. Well, thank you, sir. I really appreciate you joining us for this one, and until next time.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Thank you.
Yeah, see ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And yes, I mean, then Hybrid Havoc leaves us, and then No Taishar joins us. How you doing?
So good to be here. I'm so excited about this episode.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. Were you watching along for episode 4 just now?
I've been watching along. I picked up midway through 3, so I already have so many questions leading into really the first couple of minutes that we're about to get in 5 and going into season 2. So I'm ready.
This is by the way, No Taishar is here. Thank you for joining us, Eve. Thank you for being here, and Innkeeper, you're certainly welcome to stay. We'll have one more guest joining us soon. It'll be Laurel. Will be joining us and now I'm like, did I send Laurel the link? I think I sent Laurel the link. I always have these moments. Like, one second. Window. There we go. Oh, No Taishar. Let me see. Hold on a second. We lost No Taishar for a moment, but maybe No Taishar will be back here. There we go. Okay, cool.
Still here doing a thing.
And Innkeeper, I know you're going to jump off for a second. But yeah, you're certainly, I think you might stick around for us. But yeah, I think Laurel will be here. And we'll get started on episode 5. We'll give Laurel a second to jump in with us, and then we'll get going. Let me see. I think I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, Laurel just might be with us actually for 6 and 7. So, okay. So now I can't remember exactly, but I think it might be 6 and 7. So awesome. Let's jump in. But any final thoughts, No Taishar, about episode 4 you wanted to share before we jump into episode 5?
Yes, thank you. I have long been of the belief that Leandrin did intentionally let her shield slip, and that Carini felt it. And you can see Carini looking to Leandrin right before she throws her shield out. So in the rewatch, you can see that she made her last ditch shield to protect the sisters that were shielding Logain, because she could feel. And I think she could sense that it was specifically coming from Leandrin. And I think they did a really good job catching and capturing. The directors did a really good job capturing that look back. So she makes this sacrificial weave and then gets impaled. So I think she knew exactly what time it was and, martyred herself in order to keep the cause going.
Yeah, it makes sense. I like that they leave it up for us to kind of theorize about it. That's like the worst thing. I think it was at the end of season 1 where Rafe, we're like, what about these 3 questions? And Rafe answered them all. And I was like, no, don't answer the questions. Leave showrunners, don't answer the questions. Leave the questions open so we can play with them and wait. That's what gets us from one season to the next. There's outstanding questions that we get to kind of go for. So, okay. You ready for this, Eve? You ready? You gonna stick around for us for this next episode?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay, episode 5, everyone. Let's prep our screens. No Taishar, you'll be watching on a separate window. You've probably seen that we're not showing it up here. That's why it's good. We all have our earphones in. We can all be watching it on our devices, but the audio doesn't end up through our own systems. Let me reset the clock. And we're going to begin the second half of our watch through. Remember, recaps. Watch the recaps. We're going to watch the recaps. So the timing at the bottom of the screen here will include recaps. And okay, how are we feeling? No Taishar, Eve, you good? We all ready? Okay, everybody. Remember, I do a countdown of 5 seconds to press play, so we're all kind of in time. And so yeah, let's do that. 5. Oh, sorry. I was like, I needed that window open so I can do that really quick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. All right, let's get this going. It's my personal computer is always a little bit behind. And
Amazon Prime is going to be looking at their metrics and be like, why did so many people go ad-free on this random Sunday?
Right. Yes, good moment for anyone of us, everyone that's sitting and watching. I do. I can feel it in my back a little bit at this point. If I stand up and stretch a little bit, I hope that doesn't it doesn't offend anyone.
I think coffee counts as water, right? That's fine.
Basically, yeah. I did. I just so anyone that's worried, I got a lot of water here, and I've got some cough drops. So these don't affect my voice as much as like the full trailer guidons do. Like we're not talking as much, so. And then yes, that was such a cool way to end. There we go. That's nice. And again, just call out. They gave us some nice shots. Nice kind of
Scenery.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the word.
Did we ever
episode in full 2 times because I get too sad. So but this should be the 3rd time, hopefully.
Have they ever established that this is particularly like a borderlander, for Kandor and Arafel, and you see kind of the warder chant a very borderlander funeral service with the singing and the chanting and having like one person be the dedicated griever?
No, I can't remember. I feel like we did have some conversations around that, but I don't remember what the answer or thoughts were. Is there something that we know of from the Borderlands like this, or that they're trying to kind of assert that this would be something like that? Like in my head, I'm like, I can't remember from the books if there's anything that would lead us to believe, but it would. I love the idea. So, but I do like that they took a moment. Back said the Borderlanders definitely buried directly in the ground to return to the mother, no coffin. That scene, I feel like I remember us having that conversation.
You're the last embrace for the mother.
Yeah. About 110 of you voted on did you enjoy episode 4 more than last time you remember watching it? Again, 35, 61, 4%. That doesn't surprise me. It's kind of holding that way. Max said the shallow graves were reused in season 2 with the Shinarans burying the dead from the Darkfront attack on the Tuathan. Yeah, Toby said the other way, it's beautiful world building that they managed to get into the show. One of the favorite things about the whole series. Yeah. Like they did a lot of this kind of stuff. I don't remember as many of these things in season 2, but maybe I'm forgetting. Kind of like just the symmetry and the wheels and the... you gotta love. This will never get old, kind of. Watching this intro is just...
And listening to it, I mean, Lauren Balfe, the pairing of this and having that kind of chorus, that choral chant going on. It's beautiful.
Will we get a new intro in season 3? Yes or no? Kind of curious.
Very attached to this one.
I know, it'd be so hard.
But I'm probably going to get a new outfit in season 3, so change is coming.
That's right. Yeah, that's interesting. Gork Walber said, when I watched the funeral scene, I really thought they were setting up the Ingtar's redemption arc from the books. I was bummed that they cut it. When we get to season 2 rewatch, I'm sure that'll come up in the season 2 rewatch as the discussion of kind of like what we got and what we didn't from Ingtar's arc. There seemed like and when you think about it, The Great Hunt has a lot more going on. And man, the amount of time and not having like more than 8 episodes and holding to like an hour. Like some of these other shows get like hour 10, hour 20 sometimes. I just wish they would allow us to do that. Let us do another hour 10, hour 20. Let's do one of those episodes.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been an episode where it ended and I was like, that was a good length. I didn't need it to be any Earth.
Yeah. There's never been. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've had endings where I'm like, that's a perfect place to end it, but never where I was like, oh, I wish they would have given us less time.
The fact he's like on a leash there is crazy.
Oh, like
comparing that to the Mane and everything.
Yeah. There's almost maybe you could say to allude to kind of the sad bracelets. Like, I'm asking myself, like, where in the book is that? Oh yeah, I think we're okay. Fires of Heaven, remember everybody? Fires of Heaven. Up to the end of Fires of Heaven for chat and our chatter on the show today. So
I kind of can't get over how the ring looks like a bottle cap. I've just never unseen it.
The ring.
I can't take it seriously, yeah.
I have, like, at first my reaction was like, these are, I actually it like doesn't hit me anymore. I'm just like, yeah, that's the ring, you know. There we go. A little bit more Moraine's being a little more positive there than she was the other night. You know, we all know how it is. Like, you go to bed at 11, 12 o'clock at night, and you're like, oh man, I'm not in a great mood right now. Wake up in the morning, another day.
Matt looks so bad. I love his deterioration through this couple episodes.
That moment where he gets like angry at that kid, the arc that they've taken him from being so protective to his sisters, even with the little girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then in that moment, Matt's not right, for sure. Gwendolyn said, I don't hate the ring pop versions, but it's far from loving it. That's probably where I'm at with you. Yeah.
Okay, but he
I have
hasn't
seen
though.
this
Like,
mountain before.
like the first day he was alive.
Well, no, I think they're taking it from like a dream. In my head, I was just like, oh, he's dreamed. We just haven't seen all of his dreams, and so he's dreamed. I do wonder if they've cut some things, like certain dreams and things that we just never got to see that they filmed.
Got it.
Like, I wonder that, but it's a thing for. I mean, this was a month later. You know, I always like, oh yeah, this is something he's kind of like had flashes of or something in a dream. Rose Four says, listen, when you're an Aes Sedai, you need a bottle opener to help you self-medicate from all the trauma that the tower put you through. Yeah, Dale said, instead of saying seen it before, they could have said something familiar. Yeah, they could have gone that route.
Still want to know what that is.
Yeah. I like Matt's not even like he's not hungry, you know. Yeah. The amount of times I've seen this so many times because I was trying to match right there. So, anyways, that's the place where season 3, Matt's holding the horn. That's the spot.
Oh.
I'm like so proud of myself. I like reviewed so much film to try to find those like specific.
That one specific piece of Tar Valon.
Yeah.
Whistling in the corner.
There's little Pat and Fane hanging out and whistling. I just can't believe they turned him into like, where's Pat and Fane? Where's Waldo? Kind of stuff. You know, you're like, it's really funny.
I haven't noticed that.
But it works. Did Matt take the cloak from the Myrdral farm? I don't know. I can't remember. Thanks, Nerdy Guns. Gold star, Innkeeper.
I do think a side effect of making like the maybe Nynaeve's the dragon, maybe Matt's the dragon is like Rand is kind of boring.
They they've a lot of people mention that like I haven't like felt it as much this time. I don't know if it's that whole I know this sounds so ridiculous, but when I read the books, it was one at a time because I waited. Like I started in 1990, so like each book felt like its own story.
Mm.
Like when you get a whole season, like now that we've gone back and we're just watching them all as one show, right? Like this 8 hours, for example, we're watching all these. Like I haven't felt that as much, but maybe if you wait for the character, and it's like that whole like waiting between weeks to see an episode. I just haven't felt it as much in a full rewatch in that like Rand really being absent. Um,
Yeah, I do like his protectiveness of Matt in
yes,
this
yeah.
arc, but
Yeah, it's there's not as much happening to him maybe, you know. I mean the Dana stuff though you get in episode 3. Um yeah, it's not as noticeable. I remember people hearing it a lot, but I didn't feel it as much this time. Interesting. The tower politics will eat you alive, and now we have like season 3 coming, you know. Again, some of the lines are kind of resonating a little bit into future seasons a bit more for me.
Absolutely, and she's still holding on to some of that you know, that fear that she's trying to mask for it, and then
Yeah.
going to the trailer and the teaser trailer and seeing her walk into the hall with that same fear and apprehension, but knowing how powerful she is.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if it's she just said they have to fear her, you know. And that one feels like another one of those things that are coming into the future.
I feel like this is actually kind of a standout moment for Moraine trying to like be vulnerable and connect with the kids because she doesn't do that very often. But it kind of doesn't work on Nynaeve at all because she just is not ready to admit her like vulnerability.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so she takes it as Moraine being like, "Ha, you're weak and you don't know what you're talking about."
And like just on the off chance that Nynaeve is the dragon, Maureen's like, I'm gonna have to connect with you, at some point over something. So work with me here a little bit. Just like having none of it. Just like absolutely not. And I think that carries on to season 2 also when she um, tells Varen about pond water, and is kind of letting the guard down just a little bit. Like I might actually have to work with you.
I might actually. So, that's a good question. I saw this question in chat. Was Rand's when he hits through the door? Was that the first time he channeled? Did he? Does his horse? Does he do the whole horse healing thing in the show? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
That might be the most. I don't think I saw anything else where I'd call it channeling that I can remember for Rand up until that moment.
I don't think we got the visual of it, but I think when Moiraine was healing the horses and Len was telling her to conserve her strength, she kind of stopped over there at Bella and was like, this one doesn't really need it,
Oh, does
and
she?
kind of
Okay.
backed away.
I want to go back and see that. Yeah, I wondered if they did something, but maybe like you're saying, it's not clear at all, but they are suggestive of it, maybe. Because the white cloaks suck.
Always getting away.
Yeah, right. Like Avalda's like, yeah, that's not going to be enough. Wow.
He's so horrible.
The mustaches always get me. It's so crazy. Like I'm always like, what is happening with the mustaches? Mm. Oh, interesting. We see the white cloaks and we also see the Tinkers. Or no, we don't see the Tinkers. We know that Aram and Ela are in season 3, but we haven't seen them yet. So
Do we
oh,
have
I
a
forgot.
concussion counter starting yet?
Oh my God.
I forgot that there's a scene in here that I loathe so much.
Yes,
Forgot this is the
it's a
episode.
tough one,
Yeah. Uh,
brother Book.
oh, this is such a great. I love this moment. So good. He does such a great loyal. That's so great. So good.
Almost.
Hamed does such a great job.
Okay, look at him, Rand. There were no thoughts going through his head.
His voice is just how I imagine. Yeah, right.
Half
It's such.
detective, half historian.
And Aielman from the Two Rivers that was not believes he is an Aielman. Oh, so good. Will we get a new intro in season 3? I never close this poll. 60% say no. 40% think yes. I'm not an Aielman, Loyal. Whatever you say, Aielman.
Have we asked the showrunners if gotten confirmation if Jane Farstrider is going to be gender swapped? Is it just alluded to in that last interchange? Jane herself.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think anyone's asked that. That's a like. Do we even know? That's like. It's interesting if they'll like include any about that. Yeah, I forgot. I didn't even honestly. I forgot that that was a thing.
I didn't even flag it. Like,
Yeah.
it just was like, yeah, Egwene, her, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it would be an interesting direction, especially since we already have the setup of like the dragon can be reincarnated as a man or woman. Gotta stay consistent.
There's Pat and Fane again.
R.I.P.
Hmm.
old novice dresses. They looked so cool.
Oh, he is. He's back. He is back in a cage. They just had like but they were bringing him with a rope around his neck. But now there's like, they clearly got to like Tarvalon and they're like,
Yeah, I think for ceremony,
this is
they're
like ceremony and presentation kind of thing. Okay.
yeah.
They're like, can you bring out the other cage to the city walls so we can put him in when we parade him?
Exactly.
Special dragon cage.
I love that. Like, I love that we didn't lose this. That we got this in Tarvalon instead.
Got some radishes in Leandrin's hair.
Yeah, exactly. And I love this. This is a great, like, having them both here, and having this moment. I again, this is kind of one of those like adaptation moments I really like that they did. Like Matt, like having this moment, like Dagger Matt with, and then Rand right next to him.
How can he possibly see any or sense any of Saidin if he has just been gentled?
Yeah, no, that's the they were, I think they were doing the, instead of Saidin, I think they were saying, I believe, that from a talent perspective he can see a Taviran. And so that's, and it's like I think that's what it was. Like he can sense or he can tell that they can. But later on, no, technically
season 2, seeing the weaves.
Yeah, in season 2 he
seeing the
does.
knot.
Yeah, you're right. In season 2 they do still allow him to kind of, well, it's like they're never like totally clear. Are they like exactly what is he able to sense it, or does he just know what Rand's doing? I can't remember. He said something
Lan
like
asks them, like, you can see male weaves. So written.
Oh, that's right.
To be continued.
Because he says, oh yeah, because he said you see, you. Oh, because Lan. Yeah, you're right.
If you're gentle, can you still see them?
You're not supposed to. And the Sidar side, even if Nynaeve isn't embracing the source, she can't see what's going on. With
you can't
the block. So
you can still see them when you're gentle.
If you're burnt out, I felt
like
there was one where you could.
I don't think when you're gentle you can.
Shielded.
Seeing the weaves themselves, you can feel the source. You can sense the source. I shouldn't say feel it. Like you can't, like, you can sense that the source is there. But seeing weaves, no, I don't think so. But they can. But that's what they're saying here. Yeah, like Max said. Also, I'm fine with severed people seeing weaves still because they can still feel the source, and it's thematically delicious to have, to have them see them, to see what you can't no longer make, but you can still see it. So, yeah. And yes, this goes to Lillian's point. Yes, but like later in season 2, they have this moment where it suggests that he can see it. So it's like the talent, but he also, anyways, they're not clear about it. So neither are we. This moment, like this whole episode, again, warders. Let's put it this way: the books never really gave warders this much attention. Not in this kind of way. So I thought this was a cool way to explain what's happening from the warder standpoint of this event. You get a little bit. Well, sorry, I guess I can't go that far. Fires of heaven. Fires of heaven.
Fires of heaven. Yeah, it's good to have a land POV this early in this telling. Yes, having land POV, chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think having Moraine so centered, we need to understand the bond a lot more than we do in the books. Like, I wish there was more of it in the books, but it feels like in the show it would be like a glaring, omission.
Yeah. Maxim always like breaking the tension with a. Well, this again, this whole thing is definitely like I wasn't anticipating what they did with Lan and Moraine in season 2, but this is certainly kind of really meant to preempt what that is.
Yeah, the
Right,
build up to the
right,
payoff,
right there.
right?
First you lose Moraine, then you tell me, right? Like they're building into season 2 in a way that
Three,
line wouldn't have meant as
maybe four.
much, you know. Sorry, Anas, what did you say?
I said the build up to the payoff, right? Like you need that
Yeah,
build up now and payoff was season 2.
yep,
I think we need this for season 4 as well, post Fires of Heaven, which I won't talk about. But
we
we
have
know that,
we have
in the
no
books
idea
we
what you're talking about. We have no idea what you're talking
in the
about.
books we have the bond transfer set up in book 2. And I think that this, I mean, obviously they're coming at it from a different angle in the show, but I think it is necessary to see how that's going to impact Moraine and Lan.
Yep. Oh yeah. Uh, to your point, Deadsy, I don't know that I think that they accomplished maybe what they set out to. I think that they were setting out to. That's what I mean. Is like I think their intention was to really kind of have that. I don't know that I don't think that the Lan Moraine thing did not work for me in season 2, but I think that's where they were going with it. I think they were leading, and I think seeing this in season 1 to me goes like, okay, they were building towards that, and I forgot that they were building towards that moment
Whoa.
where
Is this Moraine's room? Whoa, I need to look at those windows.
Mm.
you're talking from the trailer,
Yeah, I wanted to. I just didn't have time and I wanted to.
but
Because
doesn't it
is
look a lot like that same thing though for the Amerlin, right?
but the
Same.
windows.
The windows are well. Go make the
I mean,
comparison.
I know, I know. I can't go back. I need to like screenshot this when it's on there.
Ah, this is this is where you just really hate the White Cloaks even more. You didn't think you could hate the White Cloaks, and then you're like, get here.
I forgot this scene was in this episode, and this is the other reason I never get through this episode.
The
Yeah.
sponging and like
Just
fast
just the way
forward
they
to
manhandle her is like really,
Yeah.
it's very like rough to watch.
absolutely, but when you get to season 2 and she's having
Hmm.
her paws sponged off, that one right there with the sponging of the hands and her duet with Rinna, it really sets up that recall of how that one little action, she's never going back.
Yeah.
It's just
And
really well done, book to show adaptation and showing trauma. I mean, it's really hard to watch.
Yep. Yeah, Musu. This is just a fantastic example of what is the core of the White Cloaks. Yeah. No, Taishar, you got to. Lillian said, oh man, so true. The parallels with season 2. I didn't think about that.
when you watch that sponge on the hand, it's
Yeah.
she can't think it, but she can say it. She can't
Yeah.
act it out. I get in the hands of taking all of those rings and save that for after the episode.
Lily. Then we got to throw in a loop in the season 2 with hot White Cloak Dane.
The casting, everyone's too hot.
Oh, Rapunzel, good point. It's not a standard ritual for them to clean every captive. They didn't clean the Yellow Sister or Perrin. Interesting. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because they scrub her down and then they put like a clean white dress on her. Like it's
Yeah.
very different. Ooh. I'm not really sure what they were going for with Egwene though, like what their end goal was. Because if they thought she could channel, they could just kill her.
Right.
I
Well, it
think they
seems
know
like he
the
definitely. Yeah. So go ahead.
well, knowing the difference between like an initiate of the channel, the tower, and saying like maybe you're not a sister, but you can channel. So we're gonna put you in novice white. We're gonna bring you closer to the light, and we're gonna, and Valda being a questioner in this turning of the wheel of we are going to bring you to the light. We might not take you to the river and baptize you, but you will be brought to the light because that is our cause.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like in the books I don't get a sense that they have a strong like recruitment process. Like it's kind of like you're with us or you're against us. You know what I mean?
I mean,
And so I think that's what kind of rubbed me. Like it always got me confused about this scene because I'm like, what? Like, are they trying to bring her back? Because if so, like torturing your best friend in front of you is not really
to
the way to
Max,
do that.
they do get off on getting confessions. It did feel like they kind of.
That is true.
They did seem like they, even when they first. Oh my gosh, this scene is just like.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely having fun in this whole thing.
Yeah.
He's having a good time.
Yeah. Valda's a sadist. He doesn't just want to kill anyone. Yeah.
And is interrupting his meal, like the sign of sociopathy. It's like, I'm going to have a nice little snack while we do this.
Yeah.
They recruited Galad, but he also, he did not need to be led to that water.
Yeah, that was the easiest of all time.
Yikes, this scene.
And I'm talking more about women or like female potential channel.
Sure.
Talking about. It doesn't seem like they have a good rehabilitation program. They're not like, we can fix Aes Sedai. We can like bring them back to the light. They're just like, well, clearly you serve the shadow.
Yeah.
It's
I
interesting
don't think they even like went after them in the books.
Well, Max said
way.
it's literally just late medieval, early modern witch hunting operates with the same logic. We're certain you're a witch, but we're going to do a humiliating test to prove it, kind of thing.
Absolutely. Salem, if you float, you're a witch. If you don't float, R.I.P.
Oh, well. Yep.
Yeah. Sennia was like, Valda's so worried that Perrin might get infected with that dirty knife. It just feels like it's part of his, like, he's neurotic about it. Like,
well, cleanliness is a big thing for the White Cloaks,
Yeah. I don't think I caught it the first time I saw this, and the first time he came to where I don't think I really caught what was going on. So
with the tea.
Yeah.
I love it, like a two-part foreshadowing of not only, in this world, our wisdoms, our alchemists, they know of potions, and the one who has access to it, spoiler for the Wonder Girls, there's, and even going into season 2 with Rima of saying like, all right, Astragalus, I know that's a sedative. We're going to have some tea and it's going to calm us down. We know that these things can be introduced into our systems that will have the date effects.
Rapunzel said, wine adds sugar to the knife to make it hurt more. Interesting.
A little light trespass.
Right.
Why is that red in the warder's quarters?
She's tracking.
Rufflehound.
It is interesting how quickly she latches on to Nynaeve. And obviously that continues through season 2. And
well, yeah, I didn't catch that as much this time until that connection between Dana latching on to Matt and Rand, and then Leandrin immediately at the end of that episode, kind of zeroing in on Nynaeve, and then it was like, oh, okay, so.
In the ways before Foam, Nynaeve is like, you were recruiting me for the redacted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toby, I forgot how dark this episode was. Yeah. Dale, Leandrin is like a military recruiter. The persimmons are in season. She almost has, like, early on in her interactions, almost have a little bit of the vibe that we get from Moghedian.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the end of season 2. There's like, just like in the way her facial expressions sometimes are kind of creepy.
I mean, yeah, she's trying really hard to be welcoming, and I don't think it's really hitting.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work.
I wonder if we lost a Tower Library scene on the cutting room floor.
This is so funny. Like, I just remember Loyal just continuing to talk while they move on.
Oh, yeah.
I love this. I love this Nynaeve Matt moment. It's really good.
I feel like they're both like, we're not going to rat out our boy because we also might be the dragon. So we're just going to keep this one real on the hush.
True. I didn't think about that. Like they're like worried still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does it mean? What does it mean to be here?
On the one hand, Matt can channel. Awesome. On the other hand.
Yeah, 100%. That's interesting note, Pavar. The lighting in that room was warm, and it's cold when Moraine comes to the same room later. We gotta watch for that later.
By the way, we are live on Instagram.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Again, I like these some of these little moments where they get to kind of connect and talk. And there's like a through line here like Rand connecting to Matt and Nynaeve and Loyal. They do give Rand, I forgot some of these, as much as like they're not having him like actively doing any of the things, he is protecting his friends really early on and kind of being there for them, which is kind of interesting because he has some good moments. Oh, interesting. Like I always took that to mean this moment, but the picture,
I mean,
right? That she says that she's
well,
unbreakable.
and the
She's
shield with the
unbreakable, and
Shamael, right?
yeah,
Like she held off a Shamael.
but she like that moment where she does pour the water. She does pour the water, but at the end of that, she told her she lasted longer even than one of the Aes Sedai, like one of the sitters. And in her mind, that just like that, there's like a small moment where you can say she was broke for like just this one moment, and then it was like no more. So
I think a different direction on that, how do you control Sidar? You have to submit to it.
Yeah,
you have to
right.
succumb to it. So how do you control your circumstances? You got to go with the tide. You got to pour the water.
Even if it's a little bit. Yeah. That's a good point.
But the Unbreakable, it's like later on, be steel or be iron or be Quindiar. And I feel like they're setting up the like Quindiar relationship with Egwene right now.
Yeah. There is so much in this episode of just two people talking. That's not a complaint. It's an interesting setup.
COVID. I always think of COVID for these things.
Of what?
COVID. Like it's just like you don't realize it, but maybe.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Like that they had to build it around having few people. Like, oh, interesting. Does he go back and oh gosh, no, I don't want to put that on the screen. Just... Oh. Rapunzel says this was pre-quarantine though. Sheesh. This is a remember her going like what? Like Valda's
And teaching herself how to split the weave, like
yeah.
Yeah,
I remember when this like
really hasn't seen much channeling at this point. Like Maureen hasn't done much around her.
Yeah.
Right.
She's just that cool.
I remember they released some like clip was leaked
behind the scenes
about like the behind the scenes. Yeah, like there's some wolf stuff, and we were like, oh my gosh, it's the wolves in the white cloaks.
I think it was a leak. Was it a leak?
Was it a leak?
Yeah.
Like. Oh yeah, did we ever see Valda again?
In season 1?
No, no, I can't remember. Like, does
in
Valda
season
come?
2?
Yeah, like that's right. I like my brain can't like connect season
Yeah,
2. I was like,
in with Avienda, like he's right.
A two
He's
and snow.
no.
there. He's is it a twin? No, it's not twin
Oh
snow.
yeah,
That's
he's with
It
the
yeah,
was a
he's
two
yeah,
and
yeah,
snow
yeah.
when
I like
Aaron and
I was
Matt
like,
Dane.
that's right. He's with Dane and yeah. I was like, does
is,
Valda come back? I can't remember.
and then he's
Yeah.
at the end. He's
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
who gets Hopper
Hopper.
attacks him.
Oh, that's right. Like my brain could not connect. I could not see him in those scenes. I was like, wait, I lost it. That's right. He takes out. Interesting. You won't be here to guide her. Did she? Why was she so confident about that?
Well, Maureen's barely been at the tower for the last like 20 years, so
Oh yeah.
I think she's just trying to make the point like that she's snatching her from Maureen,
Yeah.
which
No, but it's like
isn't.
it has a nice double meaning though, right?
Yeah.
Like, because it happens in the next episode that she's gone.
Did you see what Rajesh said?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Did
Yeah.
because-
She did become anonymous, and Maureen wasn't there. That's what I mean. It's like there was like a little bit of a like, oh wait a second, that is exactly what happened. Oh yeah, Rain said, "Why do all evil people caress faces?" I know what you're all asking yourself is, do I caress people's faces? Does that make me evil?
The dark
I mean,
ones touch upon the world.
If you're making offerings to ward off the Forsaken, I get that. But do you really need their statues?
Look, the
Like-
statues are
You need the
No, but like
just
if
one of
you're
them.
like
Land fears.
if you're like not a dark friend and someone finds these statues,
Yeah.
you're like, no, but I'm warding them off. Like it's just weird.
that is
I'm
kind of
wondering.
Isn't having Forsaken statues like a clue you're a dark friend?
well, maybe it's like so obvious that it's like you wouldn't.
Like I'm in the market for some Forsaken statues. Is like,
No
oh, you
reason.
must be really
It's totally
like
fine.
religiously like
I haven't
from
done
the
a poll in a
light.
while. That's like, is having Forsaken statues a clue you are a dark friend?
Well, there's the monuments, the shelters monuments in season 2, and there's the statue that we're hopefully going to get in Tanchico. So it might be a thing that like we build these monuments or these trinkets for our, evil entities, and folks have more reverence for them. They don't worship them, but they exist in this world, for ritual, for superstition. But I wonder if they're going to tie all of those in
Together.
from the little keepsakes to the actual larger monuments that we see people camping at, or maybe bringing
The
tiny
difference is
babies to.
You go to the shop and you're like, can I get some Forsaken statues? And they show you them. And he's like, can I get some chosen statues? And he's like, it's the same one.
I think
no.
it's like Grace said, maybe it's like having them will please the Forsaken and they'll leave you alone.
They're like, yeah, this guy's cool.
The Innkeeper has a secret Landfear one. I don't like. There's no statues behind me. So. There's
You
this
need that.
I want one of them to see the statues and be like, we don't look like that. These look stupid. They're not cool.
Grandall seeing her
Brenda
statue.
would do that. She'd be like, my boobs are too small. This is not an accurate statue.
I think anyone taking Innkeeper Honest's comment, like he meant it seriously. Like everyone's like pointing out, like, no, this makes sense on us, and you're just like, yeah, but if you buy Forsaken statues, what does it say about
Like
you?
if you're in the market, it's just so weird. Like who's making Forsaken statues for sale?
It's the commercial side of it that's really bothering you. It's like
How does this work?
Dusty Wheel, quit hiding your Landfear idol. I had those. I should show it on screen. It's like the snack water ones. I had the pictures of Landfear up behind me.
This is another just weird Moraine scene. Comes in, lays down on Alana's bed. She's like, I'm gonna die. What do you think I should do about that? And then just leaves. I love her. She's so weird.
I like this one. Bugs me that she's wearing boots in someone else's bed.
That part.
It does.
Uh, we have to ask that one here. 80 of you, you're still voting on is having Forsaken statues a clue you are dark friend.
Although it's her bed, not Alana's, so.
Oh, right, it was hers. Was
Yeah,
Alana wearing her boots or no?
I think they both were.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were both wearing shoes. Ah! I have this on my wall framed like a normal person. The ter'angreal.
Oh.
Nice. Landfear merch. Yeah, exactly. Why don't we have Landfear merch?
You need a Landfear statue for every room.
That's the We have to get previewed to react to these three just so we can hear them say Kristen Chenoweth again. Yes, if you didn't know, you got to go. Can someone find previewed while we're all sitting here? Can we find the link to that comment section? They're like, based on the number of comments we get, we'll decide if we're going to like do reaction videos for season 3. So we need to like get that link out and have more of us go and make some comments. I haven't made one yet. I need to. Ooh, do y'all think we'll get ter'angreal? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, Alana was carrying her boots. Okay.
We see him refill, but we don't see him actually step and drink any of his tea, right?
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
just topping Len's off.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I don't think
Lan
he did.
fell for that.
I posted previewed link in this Dust Wheel. Oh yeah, Rajesh just threw that link if you want to go make a comment about them following the show. You certainly can. This recognition dawning on him in this moment is pretty brutal. Yeah, such a sad sunrise, Lillian said.
Mm.
I feel like Moraine would be like, I taught you better than this. You should be on the lookout for poisons. Come on, man.
Like he knew exactly where to go find him.
Mm-hmm. I feel like after watching that ritual to the Forsaken statue, I think he would know that that's kind of, Stefan's MO. He goes to genuflect at the feet of his idols.
Mm. Right.
That reflection.
Hmm.
This is a really similar pose that Lan's doing that he did with Moraine earlier in the episode too.
Mm.
Where he goes and sits by her chair and he puts his hand down and his head on top.
Hmm. I didn't realize that. For sure, to Rapunzel's point here.
Yeah.
Hmm. Whew.
Yeah, brutal end.
Ah,
I had forgotten that they did the funeral beginning end ending of that one. Which
Yeah.
That symmetry makes sense talking about that kind of that relationship itself. Yeah, episode 5. I remember it's so interesting to kind of come back and watch it now. Like I said, we just watched all the episodes together. We're watching all of them today, and again, it's that kind of like the first time you see it, and you've waited a week for X, and you have kind of expectations of where a story is going to go. Like I don't have. I think I remember having different feelings about each episode so far, but as a full story and the story that they're telling, again, fits. For me, this fits in really well with the story that they're telling, and the focuses that they're giving. So, because I do. I mean, I understand. And I've talked to so many fans who read the books, and they're like, "Yeah, but I would have liked to have seen something else, or I would have liked the focus to be X place," which I totally understand. Just this falls in line with the story they're telling about the Aes Sedai bond, and like I like that they took time to do it, and not just kind of like, okay, yeah, look, the bonds. Like, how do you not do it other than take it seriously and show the impact, and which they did here as far as telling us part of their story. Yeah, no Taishar, like, yeah, episode 5 for you. Was this is this one of your favorites? Did you like it better this time than the last time you saw it? Is it
It
kind
is
of
it is
evolved?
a prequel to my favorite episode for sure. Noticing the intro outro of the funeral rites passage. The
Yeah.
first time that I watched it in 2021, I immediately thought, is this a Borderlander ritual that they have a designated mourner for this ritual? They kind of had to. They had the throat singer starting off with the water ceremony, but in the beginning they had Liana observing that with her mourning paint and doing the singing while everyone else did the actual ritual of burying and lighting the candles, and then
Yeah.
going through the inn. I don't recall if Stefan was a Borderlander, but Carini was Kandori, right?
Yeah. I think so.
And Len being Malkiri, like, is that the ritual that is a very Borderlander? Like, we will have one person feel the grief and release us of our grief and either sing it or, juxtapose it. If it's an Aes Sedai, they're going to sing it. If it's the Warder, they're going to have this like very physical reaction. But solid 11 out of 10 episode. So this episode moved, hundreds of miles. This episode brought so much more. It was really an intersection, a roundabout of an episode, tying everything in a way with pacing that I thought was just masterful. There's so many locations, so many POVs, so many really gut-wrenching things happening after the end of episode 4 that I think as a fandom, this one, I think, brought us to our knees the first time around. And still as intense, the 20th rewatch around.
Yeah, I mean, like Arosa said, this one I liked better upon rewatch. Felt slow the first time. The darkness of this episode like makes my least favorite. Like, this is dark, but it's like also what they do. Like, I mean, the Aes Sedai go out and in part, you look at the Green Aja, right? This is somewhat of story of what they go through, what is not like uncommon for them, and I think that funeral torture, that darkness, and the and another funeral at the very end. It was like a coming off of the high, if you will, of that kind of like healing moment with Nynaeve, and like Logan. It was like, whoa, like funeral, torture, funeral. It was like yeah, and it did. I remember like just mood change. I was like, oh wow, like they're really, like we talked early on in the season about it kind of dipping into that darker kind of elements of the books, the horror and things like that, and then to come into the funeral and torture, and yeah, it definitely is a. They went in and really just the whole season has a vibe, if you will, about these kind of topics, and they're not like shying away from them, right? Like not only just torture, like suicide, right? Like, so like these are like heavy topics. Like I saw someone say they needed to go have kind of like some chocolate cake, after something like this, right? Like just kind of take a moment. So yeah. Oh, the timer's still running. You're right. It was such like a.
They gave us a loyal. They were like, the pattern will balance it
the
out.
moments,
You
right?
can have
Yeah.
loyal and then trauma.
Yeah, it's and yeah, I remember like you don't like end this one, right? You end 4 on a high. On this one, you're just like, it's nice that we can move on to another episode immediately, right? Like I remember feeling at the end of episode 5, it was just like, whoa, that's a dark place. They're mourning for this person. So dark, not in the sense of like, there's something really human about that mourning together, all of them in that moment. But certainly
we see Moiraine crying. So that really shows, I think, the depth of the anguish, if it can get through very stoic, very serious Moiraine actually shedding a tear.
Yeah, for sure. How about you, for you, Eve? How did this one kind of hit you differently than the last time you watched? I can't remember the last time you watched season or episode 5, and how are you feeling now about it?
I've seen clips more recently, but it's been like almost a year, I think, since I watched the episode all the way through, because it's just really heavy. And yeah, you finish it and you're like, oh my God, like where do we go from here? I think I really liked some of your thoughts, Notai Shar, about the end scene, and to me it doesn't feel Aes Sedai to me. Like this doesn't seem like the way Aes Sedai deal with grief at the tower. I mean, in New Spring, is that included in our spoiler scope? New Spring?
Are we including New Spring, Innkeeper, when we say past episode 5?
I referenced
I haven't read it in a while, so I don't know. Like I'm like
No, the problem with like
if
you're actually going by like people, like when they read it, they do not read it before 5. Generally.
Okay.
Yes, they generally don't.
But if you're talking show wise, New Spring is like so important.
It's like it's like early on. I feel like anyone that's watching, like I don't know where you go. What's the topic of the New Spring comment? Is it?
I wanted to talk about the funeral / mourning in the White Tower.
Yeah, I feel like you can go for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like a plot thing necessarily, but the Aes Sedai are just very, buttoned up, very proper. You don't want to be showing that like form of weakness or vulnerability. And there's like okay, we're gonna have like a few hours, like one day to mourn this person. You can wear your ribbons on your wrists, and then after that, it's over, and we're just never gonna talk about them again. It's kind of the vibe. And I mean, it felt very raw in a way that seems anathema to the tower and the way that they bring up their girls in the tower, especially with the things like the accepted test, where it's like, your fears are your own. We're not going to talk about it. You get no therapy. We're not processing anything.
Yeah.
Just move on. And I think that makes this scene hit even harder, because we do see like Moiraine and Alana and Lan, these characters who are usually pretty put together and pretty stoic, break and have this emotional moment. And then it goes very long. Like every time I watch the scene, it feels very drawn out. Like you aren't able to just move on. You have to sit with that pain, which I think they did really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and I know this was one of those episodes again among fans still, like they're like, yeah, but I know what they were trying to do, wish they would have spent time elsewhere, kind of thing. But I think it does again do something that I don't know. Maybe I just started reading the books for a long time, and we've been talking about them for so long. I don't mind seeing something kind of a new take on it because I've already seen the books now, and like with the way they've given us the actors, like I can see all of that in my head. And so it's interesting to look into, and that's what they've done. Even in season 2, when we get there, like the Kyrian sequence with Moraine and her family, again, yeah, they could have found something else to like directly from the books to kind of tackle. I really think it's really fascinating. To me, this is like a fascinating look at something, and I get that, you know, that's not everyone. Everyone's like, yeah, it's fascinating. I would have rather something else. I understand that feeling that from some fans.
Yeah.
Let me end this one. Is having Forsaken statues a clue you are a dark friend? 40% say yes. Anna, 60% say no. You're just 60% of the people don't find it as weird as you do.
Yeah, it's 60% of people, if they knew someone had Forsaken statues in now, yeah, I don't buy it. They're just being contrarian there. Like if I saw someone who's like, why do you have Forsaken statues in your home? I don't do I even know you?
I'm not going to ask this question because I always get this like, did you enjoy episode 5? And it's like, that's like a weird question to ask. You know,
I mean, episode 5. I mean, this has probably my most favorite book to show adapted scene with Loel in the library. Like that is like one of the first things I think of. Like, oh, they did that so well with, you know, in that scene. So they did give us that from a perspective of, okay, you're going to get new stuff, but you're still going to get that stuff too.
Yeah. No, again, I think we got that scene is fun. I always forget that it's there, and they do a good job of giving us Loyal there. So I'm not going to ask like, well, did you enjoy it more than like it's just a different kind of episode that I just don't enjoy putting out like a poll like that. I think we can just kind of move on there unless you have any other comments about episode 5 before we jump to episode 6.
I feel like the last time I saw episode 6 was like 4 years ago.
Was it really? Okay.
I don't know why. I like get in my rewatch to 5 and then I'm like, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I will. It's time to move on to episode 6. I think Laurel was here just a moment ago. I think Laurel Sedai is going to join us, and I'm going to reset. I've been so good about these banners up across the bottom. I've been really impressed with myself. I know you guys don't have to worry about it, but Laurel, thank you very much for joining us.
Hi.
You ready for? How did you feel before episode 5? You were watching that. Like, was it more impactful this time through? Just as impactful? Less impactful? Is this for you? Is this always a heavy episode and just tough to watch?
Yeah, especially that like end sequence when Moraine and Lan meet eyes. It feels so like meaningful the way she's looking at him. So, yeah, it's not one I like relish to rewatch, but it's really good.
Yeah, this is like, I mean, episode 6, I think in season 2 is just, it's like such an episode, but similarly like hard episode to watch.
Yeah.
Yes. Is everyone eating and drinking water and stretching? You know, like don't have anything up in front of this whole screen. I don't feel like I don't like just stretching while I'm on the screen. I may go like grab a little bit of a snack again, like check in. We'll have a snack break. Moving on to episode 6 here, everyone. The Flame of Tarvalon.
What's cold open? You're okay to skip it? Like,
this one cold open was okay. Yeah, thank
I
you
just
for
want to be sure.
You were worried about that. I appreciate that. Like that's legit. That you'd be concerned for me that way. I appreciate that. The Flame of Tarvalon. I know this is a very like. I like this episode. A lot of people like this episode. It was kind of a like again. I just love 3 so much. So this one like never gets above that. But it's like 3 for me. It's like 3, 4, 7, and 6, and 2, and they're all kind of in the middle. The rest after 3. But okay, here we go. Flame of Tarvalon. Is everyone ready? Laurel, you got your stuff set up? I know it's the first time.
Yep.
Okay, you're good.
I'm good.
Let me go get the clock ready. And remember, watching the recaps, everybody. Watching the recaps. I think this is the longest episode, maybe. Anyway, it's the longest so far. So enjoy the Flame of Tar Valon.
Did you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Or you didn't?
I didn't. I totally didn't. Do I need to?
I was like, I didn't. I'm like, wait.
Okay. Everyone, stop. Everyone, reset. Everybody. Everybody, go back to 0. I didn't give. I know you're right. I did. I just said go. You're right. We're gonna reset this. Okay, everyone, go back to 0. I forgot the 5, 4, 3. Okay, no, you're right. Thank you for calling me out there, Innkeeper. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. There we go. Okay. That was fair. I'm gonna prep this computer and okay. They were all grateful for your restart, Innkeeper. People that are like have ads are like, we'll catch up. Okay, I'll be right back.
What was the Amerlin doing in Camelin?
I don't think we got it answered. I think it's going to set up some going to gauge the strength of the daughter heir, because they mentioned in season 2, like, even stronger than the daughter heir. So I think she was maybe even giving Morgaze permission for Elaine to decorate her room.
I don't know. I always thought the knot and Moraine's shielding was tied, but it didn't come to fruition in season 2. Her learning to be good with knot.
Oh, that would have been so good.
I thought they were going to do that.
There's like a total theorizing based on that.
I think they're tying it into Swan being really good at puzzles, and that's what the blue really like taking her for, and like the arrays and like spotting those patterns for it. I think they were trying to. My guess is that they were trying to be visualizing that here. In Tier, did thieves lose a hand? Did they take your hand for getting caught stealing? Papa's lefty. Was that the punishment? Because I know there were thief takers, but then. Would they then take the hand? Canonically?
Yeah. Because that's not a. I mean, they don't have Aes Sedai, so if this was like an accident,
I always just assumed it was an accident, but
yeah, it couldn't have been healed with the 1 power.
Such a good shot.
She's also so young here that I think the fact she can channel so precisely is really telling. Like, because she's just learning on her own.
Mm-hmm.
It's really impressive.
I made it back in time before before she goes up the river by
This is
herself.
a long pull of it.
I love this scene.
Would have been cool if like her dad like said fish guts or made some like
Fish
some
metaphor.
sort of like and
Clever as a pike. That's what we got.
swore like that.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's where she got it from.
Like this from Rapunzel. Matt just down 27 hot dogs. Way to go. Are we missing some fish-related saying from Suwan's dad here? I mean, daughter of the... There you go.
Clever as a pike.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
But not as a swear. Not
Yeah.
as, like,
Yeah.
It's a good thing I didn't
We
put
don't
that
have
poll
enough,
out
like-
because I would have felt stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fishiness in the language, but there's not a lot of like the coarse like doc language that we expect from the books.
Yeah.
Like Swan doesn't really swear. She doesn't seem to have like a lower vocabulary. And we know at the tower that Aes Sedai like had issues when Swan was a novice and accepted, like trying to get her to speak more properly. And that's not really here.
I think also in season 5 we only got one Blood and Ashes when Ren and Matt got into Tar-Valon, so we've been mindful of our language these first couple
And
seasons.
Prue is like, why didn't the father just go with her? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
is
Doesn't
that
want
her
to anchor
sort of
her
tour?
down.
It's like when your kids go to school. You're like, yeah, you're going to be good. Yeah, I know. Lots of people. You'll figure it out. I need some quiet from 8 to 3.
There's no what do they call like empty nest? There's no nest. The nest was burned down.
There's no nest.
Jeez.
Maybe he had concern
Wow.
that she like would not be able to help herself, channeling, trying to help him rebuild that fishing hut in the Love Shack, and like she would not be able to control the urge to channel to be able to like support and fix it.
I don't think she would have been able to stay because I imagine they would have just come back, like the other tyrants. But
Yeah. Or the thief takers come and get her for stealing hearts.
There we go.
You're welcome.
William Smith said empty net instead of nest. That was good. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, they're all asking how far she's journeying. According to estimates based on the AI, the Wheel of Time maps, the distance between Tar-Valon and Tyr is roughly 1,600 miles.
Wow.
It's clear that he's seen her do a lot of channeling or something before.
No,
this,
she ran into a riverboat, and it's Bail Domon who took her
That's
to
right.
Tar-Valon.
sure, why not? I love it. Scene changed my life, you guys. Not even lying. If there's
Especially the zoom out.
there's one episode of television that I could only watch for the rest of my life, it's
This
this
would be
one.
it.
Yeah,
Nice.
Not even close.
Oh yeah, someone's gonna pay.
I wonder if when the hall is in like open session or whatever it's called, like when everyone can watch, if they're standing on those.
Like those
Right.
additional layers. Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
like-
Yeah.
That's cool.
Naito.
R.I.P. the stole though. I'm still not over it.
Right.
What's in like the lapel? It's in the lining.
I know. I know.
But absolutely.
It's not bright. It's not. And Leanne doesn't have the keeper stole.
I like that Lyanna is gonna be.
Twirling.
Lyanna is gonna be doing more in season 3.
Yeah.
Like,
I love how Logain kicks off the knees, the kneeling.
Yeah. By the way, Deadsy let us know, likely only 1,000 miles. Anyone worried? The AI was wrong.
Is this like Tower Guard? Like who are the guards? Tower Guard?
I would guess Tower Guard.
Yeah, must be.
Have access to prisoners, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll ask everyone here. Do you miss Aes Sedai shawls?
When I watched season 1, I like mind edited them in. Like I straight up did not realize they didn't have them. And then I was like thinking about it and I was like, wait a second.
I love this. I love this back and forth with
it's like very not similar, but like it's Rand on his knees with Swan in season 2.
Yeah,
oh,
Rand,
good.
Moiraine, that's why like Logain kicks off the kneeling and then goes to Moiraine, then goes to Rand, and then also maybe full circle.
I'm just saying his army wasn't that big. Like attacking the tower. Come on.
Honestly, just the guts to like try to face off against the Amyrlin right now. It's very impressive.
He's like, I'm getting killed today.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what can I say so that they will execute me?
Right. Gwendolyn said, I said, what do you mean? I'm wearing my shawl right now.
Does the Keeper have a staff thing in the books?
I don't
think so. I
think
can't
so.
remember. I feel like I would have.
So, Moraine's staff, like Lyanna has Moraine's staff.
Yeah. Gentle Giant said, I wonder if any of these sitters were able to come back for season 3 and got to do the battle. Yeah. We haven't done a sitter check from the trailer. Rapunzel said, if Robert Jordan had ever worn a shawl in his life, he would have never included them. They're so annoying to keep up. And then Desi said, this is great. That's why they're always adjusting them.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Gwendolyn said the Keeper does have a staff.
Okay, yeah, I actually just did a
Oh, yeah. There you go, staff and stole. Yeah.
I thought I remembered in Egwene's test, I thought I remembered Beldine having a staff, and she does.
I know this might surprise
staff
people.
of office topped with the snowdrop white flame of Tarvalin. So
these aren't the Aes Sedai that I keep up on. That's all I'm saying.
What, Beldine isn't your favorite Aes Sedai?
Look. No. Just the Age of Legend Aes Sedai are more interesting.
Only Mirren.
So, that's right.
It's like Varen is the closest I get to.
Varen is the closest. Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm here for, to remember the random names.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Reference it.
I do love the idea that they do have shawls, but they've just collectively decided these are too annoying. We're not going to wear them. Just kind of sit there for the rest of your life.
It's like those things they're just hanging in their rooms.
You're an Aes Sedai. Here's your shawl. Never wear it again.
Josie said, hold shawl in place by crossing arms under breasts.
What do you guys think about the Cassira that goes over the hair this way? I kind of prefer the like circlet look.
Mm.
Like the Hadori type of look.
Oh,
I
that's
think
okay.
when I was reading, I always pictured it as being like a necklace that would go this way, you know, not back. But Morin just has to get a new Kassira every season. It's apparently a thing. Got to keep up with the latest fashions.
Swan's headpiece of paralysis net.
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Just in case Logain's got a little oomph to him.
Right. Moraine just supported her, and then she's thrown her under the bus.
This. This.
I'm gonna get her to lie in the hole.
Yeah. Leandrin's like, man, I can lie, but I just don't want to see how she's getting around this, you know. It's okay.
I love
Swan spent an awful lot of time thinking on people's penance.
Leandrin is like, so like, I'm on the stage. I need to like, this is a performance.
I know,
Like
she
Kate
really
Fleetwood,
makes.
but like Leandrin as a character is doing that so well too.
Yeah.
And she's stumping. She's, this is her campaign. Karini told her to back off, and
Rajesh said, Swan in season 3, sigh, Leandrin again.
Oh, did you see the interview? What's her name? Sophie said that he and Kate have been doing this for, I don't know, like 25 years.
Oh,
It
in
was
the
really
theater,
awesome
yeah.
to be, it's just so awesome to be with her again in season 3 in that kind of like capacity.
Oh. PSB said, I said, Swan graduated from the RJ school of let them work themselves up with speculation. I like it.
I do like the idea of Swan just not being able to think of good penances, though. She's like lying in bed at night, like, I gotta be more creative with these.
Right. I feel like she should have been able to come up with something. She's trying to, but she's like,
This is relatable. You go into the room, Swan's sitting there. You can't think. Your brain trained. No, I agree that it is strange that she didn't have any sort of like backup plan in place for if someone asked her what she was up to.
I think that was a signal to the Blues. I think she was signaling the Blues, like, this is some covert spy stuff. I need y'all to trust me and have my back. Because then Megan comes in. Hold on, let me pause because this is a good part.
Lillian said, I wonder, do you think Moraine took another oath that prevented her from revealing her purpose? Oh. Interesting.
Well, I don't think she's going to come out and tell the Hall the truth, but she's very good at, she could have said something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I was gathering information on potential men who could channel.
I think she didn't say that to signal the Blues for backup, but I think that this is my tower, my city from Tear to the Two Rivers. I think that is Swan sowing the seeds for Redacted, because the other folks in that hall must be thinking like, no, this is not your tower. You are the Amerlin, but like you are separating yourself from the mission and from the tower. This isn't you. So I think she might have made some enemies with that grandstanding right there.
So
Yeah,
do you,
I agree with
do you think this is like a continuation of their like breaking apart a bit, as in like their purposes they've gotten misaligned? Like, because it is weird that she would have forced her to try to say what her purpose was, like versus saying like, I'll ask Moraine elsewhere. Like politically, do you think Swan felt like she had to do that?
Yes.
In order to not show favorites, yeah, absolutely. And Moraine's been so gone from the tower that she isn't really aware of the currents until they get to Love Shack. I'm sorry, Eve. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that yeah, like you said, the divide between them needs to be clear. And then when we get to the fish hut and Swan is like, "What was that? That was so dramatic. Why did you like force me to stand against you so strongly?" I think that Swan had a different idea of how that was going to go down. I think she thought that Moraine would just come up with some sort of weak lie and get people off her back for a little bit, but instead it escalated quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like putting on a show, but I'm just like, was that completely intentional? Yeah.
I don't think they had time to talk before this, so
That
no,
part.
I don't think they were totally on the same page.
Yeah, Leandrin's challenge might have thrown them off a little. I like that.
Yeah.
By the way, about 100 voted, do you miss Aes Sedai shawls? 56% say no.
That surprises me. I thought this was like a big sticking point. I guess not.
Maybe it's because it's like this is not 3 or 4 years ago. Like we're down the road of like, I mean, for changes, that's fine.
That's
I mean,
fair.
if the horn
They're bigger
was
fish to
under
fry.
the throne. If we
Oh,
can get
yeah.
a, like
When the horn was under the throne, we gave up shawls. We're like, fine.
like that. Oh, Basil Gill.
Basil Gill with his one line.
Best to go with this one line. I really like everything about this scene. I like that he gives up Nynaeve. True. Bless his heart, he tries is a great line. That's my favorite line. Oh, you stupid boy.
Exorcism.
Yeah. The way it like goes over her face is crazy.
It's so Venom-like. It's so funny.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have our world-saving blanket covering.
The world-saving blanket. Even
Got it.
I was gonna say, even Mashadar likes to touch faces. He like evil. Like a little hand, like a little hand reaching out of his mouth.
Does Rand out himself as a channeler here? When he's like, I can see the darkness moving over you, he saw.
Oh, seeing it? No, I think everyone probably saw that. My guess is everyone saw that. That's my guess, at least. Seeing her weave. Sorry, I was like seeing the goo. I don't know.
Yeah, seeing the goo. Maybe it was Mashadar, not the taint.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to see more of Matt being healed from the dagger in season 3? Because they really kind of graze over that, right? They don't really show that.
I'm gonna ask that question, everybody. Will
Yeah.
we see more dagger healing in season 3?
And if you can make a spear out of the dagger, I think you're over it.
I don't know. he seemed
Amy.
he seemed not to be over it. But... Yeah, I can't remember. Isn't there something
He
about
doesn't
like
touch it again. Oh, the
so
weaves?
are there yeah, is there something in the show where like sometimes people can see weaves, sometimes they can't? Like just generally like you don't have to be able to channel or do you have to be able to channel to see weaves?
No, I don't think everyone can see them.
I think the only mention that's happened is Logain telling Rand in the asylum that he could see him, maybe to their talent, but also he could see Ishamael's weaves around the knot.
By the way, I suggest you start using some. Brutal.
Hope the wisdom has a good burn cell in the comments.
Which one? Who does? Illuminatrixton?
No. PSV Sadat.
Oh.
Bridge.
Oh yeah. Oof. Hope the wisdom has a good burn. So that's good.
Bath rain. Let's go.
Bath rain. I like Tom says duct tape it to a stick and you're good to go. That's pretty funny.
I mean, if you've seen Bath Rain 3 times, how many Bath Lane are we gonna see?
Oh God.
That's a good question. We need a whole episode.
Bath rain and
just Bath Lane.
and
Bath
Bath
Lane.
Lane.
Yeah. You know, like aunt, like niece.
Yeah, good point, Max. I forgot that they made a point not being able to see certain channeling. So it is a little hard because they've kind of they've changed the metaphysics. So I'm never sure like they made it into a very like soft magic kind of thing, and so I'm never sure like what they've changed and what they're just going to allow to be to be the case. It's very soft in compared to what Jordan set up. So.
Side eye.
Which one?
She just side-eyed Megan so hard. She's like, we owe her. She's like, don't tell me about owing Swan anything.
Oh yeah, we know what happens this time.
Once a sitter for the blue.
Yes.
So
book
accurate.
tells Nynaeve
So cool.
in the last episode, she's like, the tower politics are going to eat you alive. Like, be
Yeah.
careful. And then in this episode, she's just like getting bodied by the tower politics. Like, she does not, she is not
Yeah.
having a good day at the White Tower because
Right.
she hasn't been here for so long. She doesn't know like who's on what side and what's going on.
But she was raised in Days Daymar, whereas Nynaeve is just like trusting
Yeah, Nynaeve has
anybody and
no idea.
everybody that she's ever met to protect them.
And the first person she talked to was Leandrin, so she wasn't set up well there.
Doesn't she like? She brings back these rings, and didn't she say like she gets one of the Adam at the end, or is that does she take that with her, or like? I was gonna say like does she like someone like theorized that she brings an Adam back with her, and I was like, well, she did bring rings back in the first season, so
That would be cool. I don't know if she has it at the
I mean,
end.
there are a lot for the taking there.
like Egwene is just bringing stuff back to the tower every.
Maybe it is an Elaine idea to bring it back for research purposes.
Yeah.
And that would make sense.
I do like the ring showing Egwene as like throwing her lot in with the tower early, you know? Like she's already tied to the Aes Sedai.
Yeah.
I love how Moraine is like, how many magic people did I bring back here? What is this? I thought there was one dragon. Now we got a wolf man. We got a dagger man.
She said there were 4 Taviran in the 2 Rivers, episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
I like the vibes of like I like Lan's vibes here. Just like be back before midnight, you know.
I know, setting a curfew. He's like, I can feel you, Mastodon. What are you doing?
Egwene is powerful too, just not 90 of powerful.
Not in 1,000 years.
I got it. Hut hut.
Hut. Absolutely.
I need to go back on X and find my tweet, but I totally had a foretelling about this scene, and I called that it was illicit love shack. I thought it was Teleron Riot. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll go back. I gotta reactivate my X, but I will find it.
Yeah.
Good night, Lan.
Okay, Lan. Be back before dawn. It's like he's like, yeah, be back before dawn, because I would like to not be up like all. Like I would like to sleep eventually here.
Is it just Teleron Riot? Then how does the time dilation or contraction work?
I don't know.
These are the questions.
I don't know that I believe that they've figured out what this is. Like, I remember, like, I mean, maybe somebody is determined. I shouldn't say they. I'm sure. I guess like someone in, I don't know, his cast or crew said something about, maybe it was when Swan or Sophie Okonedo and Moraine were talking about like where they were at. But I thought whatever they told us made us feel like this was a dream world, or no.
Yeah, I
think they said something about it being like outside of the pattern, or like a secret third thing that wasn't the world of dreams, but maybe they'll tie that in with like the wolf dream being something a little separate, or
yeah,
mother. All right, do we see curtains?
What were you thinking? Pocket dimension.
That was from the book.
Yep. Direct quote.
Am I forgiven?
Spring, yeah.
It's good.
Chachin.
Dream Shard, aka F. When have we ever followed the rules? That's a great one.
This is the only non-evil cheek caress in the show.
Swan making fishing nets. I like it.
Our dad said to practice every day.
Yeah.
So she got the new tattoos while Moraine was gone. Interesting. Gwen said, I really bother my girlfriend with the "Am I forgiven, mother" line. That's funny.
I'm so obsessed with the fact that that's ad-libbed. I have to tell all my friends when they're like watching the show. I'm like, by the way.
That was ad-libbed?
Oh, yeah.
And the look back up at the end.
That was
Rosamund just came up with that as they were filming.
Really?
Like,
okay.
all back to the yep. Which is so good. And then Sophie's little smirk, I love it so much. She's like, oh my God, okay.
Fun fact, the FFH set is right by the hall of the tower set. That's funny.
I love their second outfits. They're so cozy and
they get to wear red.
Yeah, it's so warm and yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I love it.
I like how Swan is like, stop. You've been out too long. You're coming up with these loony theories. You've been going on Theoryland. They've been talking to the crazy fans about these loony theories you have.
You've been zooming in on windows.
Zooming in.
It's like,
yeah.
People never believed in 2 souls, 5 souls? Like 5? No.
About 100 of you voted on this one. Will we see more dagger healing in season 3? 58% think yes.
There's no swearing. They're all like fish related.
Do we need
niceties.
more swearing?
Yes.
In the Wheel of Time TV show.
We need more silver pike, more lionfish. She uses so many. We don't get to see it enough.
Right. Let's be rebellious and not wear blue. The Voltron dragon.
Everyone's a dreamer. Everyone.
Shamael is so busy in this season.
Shamael was putting in the work.
Yeah. Every night he has like a to-do list. It's like, okay, gotta visit this person, this person, this person.
He's like, oh, I miss Swan. Okay, all right, I'll go.
I'll give her 2 weird bat dreams tomorrow to make up for it.
I love how these two are just like, yes, let's do it. You're like, you guys are crazy. Like the exile is just a part of their plan too. So.
Well, the hits just keep coming because she's like, by the way, Swan, don't forget, I'm gonna die at the eye of the world. And also you have to exile me tomorrow, so we're never gonna see each other again.
I wish the show had found a way to show Ishii had been in Swan's dream, said Deadsy from chat. Yeah. Like if there's just 5 or 6 more minutes in some of these episodes, could have made a, give us more context. Wow.
I always thought that was a Padam Thane reference. Eludrin surprised me completely.
I like how she just like she held that one for. She was just ready for that one. Like
She's just at the end of her rope today. She's like, too much has gone wrong. Like, Leandrin is not going to be the person getting in my way right now.
yeah.
The way her face changes so fast when she comes through that door is really interesting. She's in like attack mode, and then as soon as she walks through, she's like, okay, I need to be like nice. And
Yeah. I agree, Rapunzel. That scene played totally different knowing who the man was. Yeah. Yeah, like this. That's a good question, Rajesh. So, what would the Rest Sisters have done with him? I don't know. Like, now that we know, it's like can't tell if it's just like the knowledge of she didn't want people to know about her. I don't know.
I thought it might have been an implication that he could have been a Chandler that she just kept
Yeah,
under
like,
thumb for 80 years.
Like pork roti, like something
oh,
like that. Like
interesting.
she didn't gentle, but like something like that.
Yeah, I mean that's what
Or
that's the
the
only thing I can think of would have to be something like that, right?
if people know what you love, they can use it against you.
Chris Harrison. I keep hearing Jenny in my head yelling about railings.
And it's not you.
There's the other one, Anna. So there's the other room. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I spent hours on this room.
Yeah, this is an interesting question about her child. Yeah. And it's not you is so great. Like constant anxiety, yeah. And it's not you. Laugh out loud. Welcome back to the White Tower. I'm the Amaryllin seat, and this is our.
We got our first sniff.
I love this. Nynaeve being Nynaeve.
I feel like Swan kind of respects it, you know? Like, I think she sees a little bit of her younger, less polished self in Nynaeve.
Agreed.
Sure. There we go.
does.
I like this. I like that.
Yeah, this speech from Swan is a really good parallel to Moraine's in episode 4 with Logain.
Mm-hmm.
About the wheel doesn't want anything, it's people who want.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it's
like how Egwene steps up there because Nynaeve was like, "Let's go, Egwene," and Egwene, like in that moment, she's like, "I'm not listening. What do we need to do?" She like kind of is like, "I'm here for this."
Shows her growing up and growing apart from that. I like how in season 2, Swan's got Rand on his knees, and she's like, "This would have been so much easier if you were a girl." I think she's thinking back to that moment when Egwene was like, "Yep, I'm with it. Give me the map, send me the directions."
Melissa KJ wrote, "I love how Swan puts up that one finger just like a mom. We all know what that means." Laugh out loud.
I messed up my hair so much freaking out during that scene.
Take your time.
He's all about the drama, you know.
Kettering. Oh, the wedding. Here it comes. I like it. On your feet just doesn't land as well as on your knees, said Gentle Giant.
I wonder if this penance being so harsh, like exile and having to swear an oath, kind of goes back to what you said earlier, Notai Shar, about like Swan clearly maybe taking too much power and turning people against her that way. Like, obviously that isn't her intention here, but she just has to exile Moraine. But I wonder if some of the other sisters see it as like, okay, she's going way too far. Like, Moraine didn't deserve that level of punishment.
Well, that and like swear fealty on the road. Like, that's like...
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know in the show if there's precedent for people swearing.
Right, yeah.
But in the book,
setting
yeah,
the precedent
like
for spoiler.
Yeah.
I swear, looking at this, it looks like she's splitting the weaves. I'm still convinced she bonded her a little bit. Just a little bit. She splits that weave and it goes right in here. All right.
There's totally two. You're so right.
I know.
I'm completely convinced. I've never heard this theory, but I'm convinced. Saddest wedding ever.
I love this, but I always feel like, couldn't they hear her saying this? They're like right next to
Right. Yeah.
Like, what?
Like,
it's funny.
It's so good though, so I let it go.
Yeah,
Suspend my disbelief.
Yeah.
like,
yeah, all the other sisters are like, sorry, what's going on right now?
Are you having a moment?
And until she calls me home, beginning last episode?
There are like two. You're right. There are like.
It's just one of those waves. But she called land home. Said, this brooding man beside me, these boots, that's my home. So, to be continued. Now we cry.
Well, I think the fact that the only like repercussion we see of this Bond wedding vow so far is compulsion is like pretty upsetting. And if they don't do anything like nice with it, it'll be a little dark.
I don't like it for that reason.
Don't like it. I think they're setting up a Swan abuse of power arc.
Do you need more swearing in the Wheel of Time TV show? 70%, 77% said yes.
Don't look back.
Peace.
You're so extra. It's like so cool.
Home is where you hang your key, Sierra.
You should like wink before she goes out. She's like, no one's looking.
Swan just goes down and they just make out one last time. No one would know.
Like you got to kiss the ring on the way out too.
Really quietly. Yeah, exactly. It's ceremony.
Oh, and Alana's so sad.
All of them turning is pretty. Leandrin even kind of like was like, well, I wasn't expecting that. I still wanted to see her in the tower. Just wanted to be able to give her a hard time in the hallways.
Got a theory on that.
Yeah, now Moiraine's not going to be around at all, so that's definitely not what Leandrin wanted.
I mean, she didn't want her there to. When she was like, I wasn't serious about you not being around when Nynaeve was being trained as a novice.
I have a theory I'll save for after the episode, but it goes with the tomorrow your reckoning comes.
I know this is going to be hard for you to see on your screens, so you might need to lean in a little bit to this little window. But if you stare up towards Loyal here, standing off to Loyal's right, there's definitely a person. I'm just saying. Like, you'll get there. It's coming. Okay, Loyal's not there yet, so phew. We didn't miss it. We still got time here. If you're trying to lean in, Loyal's not there yet, so you missed it. He's not there. You wonder if she just kind of like she got up there early and like started practicing with the door. She's like, "Can I open it? This would be embarrassing if I can't." See? Did you see that? He shook his head no. Oh, there's other people coming.
Are you alone?
No. Desi said, the rest of it often sees people who aren't there. No way. Yeah.
This is a low game.
Right there. Right there.
Situation.
Exactly. Oh, do Rand and Egwene go hug? Oh, there we go.
Many happy reunions. Moraine's like, I'm gonna kill all of you in 24 hours.
I forgot that he gave him crap about the evil dagger.
As they should. That was so dumb. If there's one rule, don't take anything, and you take something, that's on you.
It's so weird though. Like Matt's like all happy and meeting everyone, and then like 2 seconds later, he's like, "No."
No, I'm out.
He spent the whole morning drinking beer though, so he's already through sheets.
How shocked were you when Matt didn't enter the Waygate?
Let Barney blow.
Wait, did Matt? Sorry, I just realized Matt was like, "What's happening?" Because he's staying. He's like, "I could really use a horse right now," and now they're all gone.
That's
And
really
horses can apparently like survive any food.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my favorite.
Yeah, Leandrin
really
showed us
right.
that horses could make it through.
I need some words to go in the poll for how shocked were you when Matt didn't enter the Waygate? But they need to be kind of thematic.
flabbergasted.
What did you say? Flabbergasted? It's like not. It's like Wheel of. It needs to be like Wheel of Time thematic.
Oh, Wheel of Time, really? Okay.
Wheel of Time
Oh,
thematic.
the wheel weaves.
Yeah, the wheel weaves. Okay, I like it. I like that. The wheel weaves. What
He's
else?
half a Shamael.
What'd you say?
Birth. He's half a Shamael since birth.
He's I'm trying to think.
Wait,
of
no, Perrin's half wolf. Matt's a Shamael since birth.
How shocked were you? Like,
Oh, this is top
Still
5,
don't trust
Maureen.
you.
I still don't. Whoops.
thank you, everyone. She kind of held that. She's like, what do I say? We don't know for sure. She's like, statistically speaking.
It's like, I don't really care, but
how do I get you into the Waygate? You know.
Yeah, she definitely paused for way too long, though.
Right.
Loyal's like, I could get that leaf, but do you want to like do your ceremonial
Long lake
opening
a bit.
thing? Sure, but I could just get that leaf.
I just remember all of it. It's so funny, like the things that really bothered you, or like all the like things that people were upset about. It's just been so many years now that I'm just like, yeah, she opens it. It's fine. Like, I don't even like.
I mean, they show it right in one of the stills with Pat and Fane.
I know. I'm just saying, like it was so, again, such a talking point at the time. Now it's just like, yeah, she just opened the Waygate. Whatever, it opened. I just remember when Lauren created an animation of the Waygate opening. We're all like, that was better. That's Lauren's Waygate opening better than what we saw there. Yes, they definitely did. He had
Such
to
a good
leave.
the wheel
For
weaves
sure.
is the wheel wills moment.
The wheel weaves is the wheel wills. Why does that make me think of the wheel? What idol? The wheel weaves is the wheel wills.
Are they like, and this is so clunky. It's like almost funny.
Rajesh, there's no turning back now. Matt, watch me.
Don't be on there.
Yeah, that's what it is. We've become accustomed to girding our loins so much that we're now unfazed. Not all wandered lost. I was disappointed the Waygates don't have leaves because I make leaves. Boom. Done. Oh man. So the awkward part about that, and I mean we can't. It's not their fault, but like they had to tell the actors, right? You're gonna have to like scream for Matt in like a believable fashion to this moment, and we're all like Matt, get in here.
I mean, they could have just been like, "Where's Matt?"
It's like
Like
Rolling.
Home Alone.
like Home Alone, yeah, like Home Alone, like.
I thought he was right behind me.
Matt.
Oh man, I am getting like a little punch drunk. It's pretty funny. Okay, let me end this poll here. Only about 80 of you voted. Come on, I know you're like, we are 6 episodes done out of 8. We're about how many hours? When did we start this thing? We're almost like 7 hours in at this point. And this is that moment of like a trailer guide on where you're just like, stupid things are funny, and people stop answering polls because they're like, you just polled us 700 times. Stick in this, people. We have 2 more episodes to go. So, yeah, Eve, let me ask you, what were your thoughts of episode 6? I know that you said this is your favorite of them. Was it? I mean, I'm imagining you've watched this episode so many times. It's kind of like, yeah, that was as good as last time. Or did you notice something different this time?
I'm gonna be, yeah, like I said, I don't know if there's a lot more I can say that I haven't thought
Already
of a
said,
million
yeah.
times. But what No Tai Shar said about the 2 weaves going into the Oath Rod, I had never noticed that, and I have a new thing to think about for like a year. So that's really great for me. I'm really happy about that. And I think, I mean, I've been bouncing around the idea of a Moiraine Swan bond, not in canon, like obviously it didn't happen. But I think that it would have been a fascinating thing for them to do when they split. Since, in this turning of the wheel in the show, they're clearly still so in love and in such a committed relationship that it would make sense to say, like, I want to know that you're okay. I want to know where you are. I want to like be connected to you in that way. And like I said, it's clear that they didn't do that, but I think it would have been a cool thing to consider that they did. And so the idea that maybe they did it now in some limited form and have some connection to each other, I think is really compelling, especially since it's done with the knowledge that Moiraine is going to die. Like she is walking to her likely death at the Eye of the World based on the prophecies. And I think that there has to be something to this bond other than the compulsion at the season 2 episode 7 gate, just because that is a narratively unsatisfying thing to do after setting up a romance, and then they don't see each other for 8 more episodes, and then that's the thing we get. So whatever direction they take that, I think that there have to be a lot more implications down the road to the Oath Rod scene, and I think that the way that they did it was left a lot of room for those things to come up in the future.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. And that kind of adds to, giving it some meaning other than just like, you have to stay away. And what's interesting is like, she's like, we have to use the Oath Rod to confirm that you can't come back here. Which was, again, they definitely dramatized that moment, but it made it like really impactful, like the stakes that they, that are involved in this whole thing that they're doing. So I did like that they raised the stakes, if you will, about their relationship, but also about their dedication to what their mission is. And I think you definitely took it. We definitely all took that very seriously. Like, I think Rafe even was like, we're going to do something cool or interesting with the Oath Rod. Or I remember us all going like, what could they possibly be doing? And never would have assumed it was going to be something like this. So go ahead.
It's probably less. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think it's probably less obvious to show only people too that, like, as an Aes Sedai, if you take an oath, you're bound to that as well. Like if you just say something because of the 3 oaths, like if you swear fealty to someone, it's it's binding. And so they probably wanted to dramatize it more in the show and make it obvious that this is like an actual magical thing that Moiraine is now bound to, that she's tied by.
Yeah. By the way, all of you sharing your food that you made yourselves and you're eating, not helpful. Just want you to know. Like, you got like, I had burgers and stuff, pizza. No, this is what I had. I had like a protein shake, and
Your 18 hot dogs.
I feel like I should have planned. Yeah, I didn't actually have any hot dogs. Like, so I should have planned. I should have planned better. Is what I'm telling you. I'm mostly mad at me. So, well, Eve, thank you very much for joining us for this event and for these episodes. It's been a blast having you here. And before we let you go, any final thoughts about, like, I know we haven't watched episode 7 or 8. Is there like a lasting memory from those that you're just like, yeah, maybe give us your read on episode 7. Was it also kind of up there for you? I can't remember how the season ended.
I hate episode 7.
Well, good. Get out of here.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's not my favorite. I did not like the Taviran arguments that happened. I just thought it was kind of stupid and contrived, and didn't have a lot of importance to how the story went on after that. And I am happy to end it with 6 and then go back to 8. 8 was very good.
Okay.
And I personally love the ending of 8. And I found it very emotional, the way everything tied together. So,
okay.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you guys so much.
On that note, we're going to try to find value in all the things you didn't like, Eve, about 7.
I'm sure there are good things. It's a great episode. It's just not
Blood Snow.
My personal favorite.
Yeah, there's Blood Snow. Yeah,
yeah, that evens everything else added.
Blood Snow covers all things. No, Eve, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And until next time, we'll see you soon.
Have a good night.
Yeah, bye-bye. And there were I'm getting better than 4 of us. I was like 3 of us, and everyone during trailer got on were like, you can't count. There are 4 people on the screen. And I'm like, yeah. Episode 7 is coming. Any like final thoughts, Laurel, for you? Like, how did episode 6 go this time? Was there something you'd call out that was just something you noticed, something different? Did you feel a different way about it than the last time you remember?
It's a little embarrassing. I don't know if it's like how far my TV is away from me normally compared to right in front of my computer, but I never noticed the dragon's fang on Suwan's like hut that had burned down. I don't know how I missed that, but I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. But I haven't watched that one in a while, so yeah.
It's funny that, again, like the trailer guide-ons we do, like it's always like 9 hours in, and we're like, oh, look at that thing. I think the one in this last trailer guide-on was like seeing Joya. Like, we slowed down enough that we saw that she had this like blade-looking attack, and so you actually see the blade between her hands, like this one power contrived blade that she like chucks and like cuts somebody in half. In the trailer, we're like, oh, we totally missed that. So, yes, it's fun to kind of find these moments even kind of later on. Did you like this, Laurel, any more than you've liked episode 6 in the past?
When I first saw season 1, I hadn't read the book, so like I loved Maureen and Suwan, and then I read the books and I went, oh, we don't get to see that like the depth of the relationship until you get to like New Spring, but so. I love that because I do love the 2 of them. Their chemistry as actors is like next level. So good.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can get those 2 on screen, it's fantastic. No, agreed. Innkeeper, you ready for 7? Are you sticking here to the end with us? I mean, are you?
I'm
You're like
probably dropping out, but I'll keep watching.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, episode 7, everyone. Let me go to okay, cool. Episode 7. Here we are. The Dark Along the Ways. It says ways under there, but I'm not going to move the timer, so you just have to kind of believe me. The Dark Along the Ways. Let me set this up from a timer perspective. We're down to the final 2. It's kind of wild.
And like counting down, right?
Yeah, right. And okay, are we all ready? Everyone got their stuff ready? Okay, cool. Here we go. Yeah, thank you. 5. Everybody out there ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press play. All right. Remember, we're keeping the recaps. We're not skipping ahead of those. And for those of you wondering, how shocked were you when Matt didn't enter the Waygate? 68% were blood and bloody ashes. That makes sense. Oh. No Taishar? Did No Taishar have to leave? Oh, they're still here. Okay, good. Blood snow! Yes! Let's all enjoy this. She is so cool. That's so cool. Oh, man. I love all the people that, like, later on see this that don't even know what this is. They just see the scene and they're like, is that woman pregnant?
And then, like, active labor, too.
Yeah. We gotta see some of this stuff like this in season 3, right? I need some bolt camera in season 3. I love that. Oh, jeez.
That was one of my favorite shots, that lean back.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he stabs her, which is like so rude. Like, oh gosh, nice. I guess she just rips the jacket, the cloak off of him. She's like, "This is mine. I need it."
Is Dragonmount on the Kyrian side?
Oh, are you saying like the
geographically, like, is this a homecoming? Like, the make it all the way back home.
I'd have to map it. Yeah, I don't remember. I love the armor and the bees.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I just remember this and like everyone being like, "Whoa, what did we just think? What just happened?" Like, still an amazing intro. Wow. I'm asking everybody here. Only 70 of you voted on this so far. Is this your favorite sequence in the Wheel of Time TV show yet? Wow. I didn't think it was going to be this high after season 2. I mean, I wouldn't put it in my favorite sequence, but I get that not
It's up
everybody
there,
has
yeah.
land fear. Not everyone has land fear. So, you know, but it's up there. Yeah. It'd be my top 5 for sure.
What is your favorite?
Ooh, the sequence? Man. Something land fear. It's hard to pick between all of them.
That just feels like you want to, because you have to say Lanfear.
I mean, does it really feel like that? Like, you know, it's true. It's just that I don't want to pick.
But
You know?
like, which one is it?
Stop being so pushy about me having to pick my favorite land fear moments, okay?
One of my
Jeez.
favorite land fear moments is definitely the 2.8 finale cliffhanger.
Oh, yeah.
Land fear and Mo Gideon.
Like, I mean, obviously you know, all of the land fear. Yeah, I can't pick.
We get our first introduction to the ways, though, so this is amazing set building, world building.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Like, oh yeah, that's true. People are like, wait a second, you meant the whole? I didn't say the whole season in that. I just said TV show yet. This is one of those where I understand why they decided to put lightning into the ways, because otherwise all you see is like the light from their, like, you know, the sticks, you know, the what do you
Torches.
call it? The torches. It's like sticks with fire on them.
Sticks.
Fire sticks are a whole different
Fire
thing in
sticks.
the SWAT world.
And I was like, all you would see is like that, and they were like, they want people to like see this cool place inside, and you normally would never see it like this. So it took me a while to be like, I'm okay with the changes to this place because I love the ways as described. But I get why they decided against some of those elements. Like how they're like, Rand looks like so young, man. Can't tell if it's just like the curly hair.
Yeah, the hair framing, it really makes it.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a lot of Nynaeve sympathy with Matt that really kind of went under the radar between 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Like she was very forgiving of his like nope. She tried to nope in Swan's study, and she tried to nope in her accepted test. Like she's like, listen, I understand the decision that guy made, and we'll find him. It'll be okay. Totally forgiven.
100%. Eliminatrix, you torture us all the time, Matt. Look, I don't actually make you answer the polls. Gwendolyn. That's fine. Set designer like, so it's completely dark. Cool. Like Loyal's there to get them through, but to tell them all about it while he does.
And like the disbelief of them imagining that it looks like, you know, like onyx or tourmaline, just like shiny stone, and then imagining actually having orchards.
Yes, right. Yeah, that's why the interesting. I don't make you answer poll to shames people for not answering. I agree. The whispers in the book were creepy AF. That's for sure. Yeah, I wish they would have gone the route of kind of designing it the way from the books that makes you realize that it was something like beautiful inside before. Like something kind of like you said, like green and lush and that's the only part that I'm like, okay, I get that they gave them kind of some creative freedom to go and design it how they'd like to design it. I wanted to see some of that element so people would ask questions of like, why, what's happened to this once beautiful place versus like the rocks make, or like you said, the onyx makes it feel like that's how it was built, you know? Like the rock is just like, the rock is more pockmarked, you know?
Maybe making the creative decision to save that to really showcase the blight and having all of the like, mangrovey, like beautiful being taken over and showcase like the ways and the blight. It's different kind of a taint. It's not that which happened, to Malkir and the blight did not creep into this place. They're separate levels of awful.
I like that. I like what you're saying, that they were like, they would have a lot of similarity of sorts. Yeah. I mean, that's fair from a set design perspective of like differentiating them dramatically.
But maybe season 3, they'll, I feel like every season they kind of up their game.
Yeah.
And they might be able to do more. It was like a budget issue.
Yeah. Marcel's version of the ways was even creepier. Excellent parody. Yeah. If you haven't ever watched the Marcel's parody about the ways, oh man, if someone can find that and throw the link in the chat, you should. It's amazing. Oh, these lovebirds. That like my eyes are closed, but I'm not actually asleep moment for Rand there. Yeah.
Parent just casually watching it in the background. Totally not a competition at all.
Ninja Librarian. Something's following us. It's Gollum. That's a cool shot. Like the shots from afar are like a lot of fun. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome to get a flashback of a green version for sure. Oh yeah, there was some whistling. I forgot. Yeah, Chris. I'd be interested to see a depiction of how the darkness made it feel like torches weren't casting light as far as they should. Like it was swallowing the light. Yeah, that would have been cool. By the way, like there's just like one Trolloc. You're like, he got stuck in the ways, and he heard people, and he's like, it's scary in here, and I'm gonna go.
I'm hungry.
Can I come hang out with you?
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Egwene always knows when danger is near. That's.
Ooh, we see the flash of Pot on Fane back there in that shadow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the way they did the voices. Like you can hear individually each actor's voice very briefly.
Yeah. Oh. You can't protect her, you'll watch her die, they said to Lan.
Yeah, but which her are they talking about?
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah.
I love Super Saiyan Nynaeve like this. It's like the image fielders can finally see how powerful she is. One power wise, but they always have known her to be their like protector. Like they're like, okay, there's a sense of normalcy in the world because Nynaeve is stepping up to do the thing that she's always done, and that's like handle it for us.
Is this your favorite sequence at the beginning? 80% of you picked Blood Snow.
Wow.
Do you like this change to Machin Shin?
And was Loyal immune to Machin Shin? Loyal didn't get any of the Ookie spoons?
No, not that we heard. I think there was some like really fun... I think we all like threw out some suggestions of things it might have said to him, like stuff like they hate it when you keep talking to them after, like stuff like that, you know, like
you're so hasty.
You're so hasty. I like how they all come out of this kind of just like affected.
But
yeah, I want to hear like his. Like her eyes right there. Yeah. I think they called the Machin Shin for the show. Like fans were calling it like the dark therapist, you know. Winter Lady. His is you're a hack, you'll never get published. Okay, post your best Machin Shin Loyal moments here in chat, please.
I feel like this Faldara Waygate is the first time, like even just being in the desert and really seeing how big and unknown the world is. They were separated and they were tracking, but they were all in the wetlands. They were all very much in this kind of familiar territory, but just seeing like how many other worlds are out there, and also as like set up to get to Falm and see the ocean for the first time, and like
the steading is glad you left. Something that's rude. That's rude. That dark therapist is mean. The steading is glad you left. That's funny. Yes, Uno. Your axe handle is too long. From Lottie. Yeah, Anina, you killed all of your houseplants.
You killed all your houseplants.
Gwendolyn and I, carrying books in your pockets ruins them. Not all who on her loss said, you have the most pitiful eyebrows. Oh, gosh. Drea said, the humans aren't slow, you are. Rose 4 said, your mother is on her way. Dale Harris said, the trees prefer you silent. Anna said, the beard is not fooling anyone. Oh, gosh. So good.
Sharon really, with Agomar's feathers, Agomar's robe. This is the costuming in this episode. Really, I love the Faldara costuming set.
I don't think Sharon did these costumes. I think this was the previous. I'm trying to remember her name.
First aid, Sharon. You were
First
awesome.
aid, first aid, Sharon. Oh yeah, Isis Moon. I can't remember. Musadin.
That's right. That's right. Apologies. You were fantastic.
Oh, Sharon did the Shanchan though. She was brought in time to film the final scene. Okay. Oh, Pat and Fane.
Love that. Oh, 7 gives us men. Yes. Redemption.
Right? Min, the Ways, Blood Snow, Faldara.
Malkiri. Oh, and this is how Matt ends up in Leandrin's hands.
Oh, that's right. Cat crosses the courtyard instead of it's more like Matt crosses the courtyard, right? This is one of those moments where Pat and Fane like, or is this it? I thought they like see Pat and Fane for a moment here, and then he is it Perrin?
Perrin does. Perrin sees him, and Nynaeve's like, "No, he's dead. Remember, silly."
Like that is definitely Pat and Fane. Like, like I can't believe he didn't run after him. Wow. Min's finally with us. Her smile when she says that is so bad.
You're welcome.
If everyone knew who you were, you'd be hounded. She's smiling. It's great.
This was like on the rewatch after I read the books. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe how much stuff is dropped here that it's so satisfying. Like once I got it.
Have you read all the books since the...
I have, yeah.
Whoa, that's so cool. Had you go back and read any of them or just one through? Have you been through the books once?
No, I'm halfway. Well, I'm on book 5 now on my second reread. So
wow.
Yeah.
So you're starting to
Which
see
is
like the layering,
unreal. The amount of stuff. Yes, it's crazy.
Yeah, we can't talk about it right now.
I know, but I
it's
just
so good, right?
I know
so
you get
it. Yeah. Like you can see why people are like, "Oh man, when you reread it, it's a different experience."
It's totally different. Yeah.
She's like,
I can lie. Baby that was.
I can lie. I'm not used to that. She's in the Leandrin Grudge Squad. That's right. Almost 90 of you voted on this. Do you like the change to Machin Shin for the show? 75% said yes. Sister Sips from Knuckles. Mavi said, infamous scene. Oh dear. Worst part of season 1 incoming. Jen said, I really think that Rand deliberately picks this fight to put distance between him and his friends. You guys, your comments are killing me. I like that you're trying to be respectful in chat. That's really good of you. You know.
She's trying that swan glamour, but like the Amyrlin could do it, and Nynaeve's not having any of it from Moraine.
Moraine doing her best impression of Yoda here. Matt was supposed to be in this scene too. His absence makes it not really work. Pour the water and keep her. Cheers. So everyone's comments here are killing me. In my head canon, the scene doesn't exist. This now feels like an Avengers meeting, Rajesh said.
All out.
I can't lose anyone else in this room. Planned, coming together right now. Melissa KJ said, should we sign the Sokovia Accords? That's pretty good. This is the most WBC. I agree with Max here. Rand is totally doing the TGH thing to push them away because he's the dragon. I do agree with that. Ooh, that's the line I think everyone kills everyone.
They're like, we're all going to die tomorrow, but this is even worse than that.
Lillian, I fast forwarded laugh out loud, just holding it for 34 minutes. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the gaslight.
Okay, that was that line was uncalled for, Rand.
Okay, but the only woman I've ever loved. So maybe Perrin was waiting for Rand to make a move.
Well, chat is like it's the best part about this. Chat is what's getting me through, guys. Chat always gets me through. So Innkeeper was like, I forgot it was this much. Good Dale. Good Dale. Keep it. Way to go. Okay. Y'all can breathe now. We hit the mark. William said, where's that dagger again? Oh, wow. Innkeeper said, Nynaeve causes all this, and then is like, where's Lan? So I want to ask a question. They could have cut that out. So like Laurel, why? Like we've seen, like they cut the pool out of episode 1 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you think that they saw in that particular scene that was worth leaving that scene in. Like, what does it do? It talks about Matt. So it like talks about Matt being gone, and they're like memorializing Matt's absence maybe a little bit, but
Yeah.
like
I feel like maybe they were I mean, they were probably scrambling because they had to change everything for when Barney left. And I guess appealing to non-book readers, putting a little like drama in there. I mean, I hadn't read the books at the time and I found it like oh my God, really? Like we're having like fight over her.
yeah,
And then having read the book, I was like, it feels like it's somewhat out of place. I guess it's to kind of show the conflict that they all have about whether they're gonna, they're facing, their own mortality and um like their apprehension about it. But
yeah,
it goes on, like watching it now, I'm like, oh my God, that went on for a long time.
yeah. I mean, this episode is like 59 minutes. They gave us a 51-minute episode, so I just feel
Yeah.
like, I mean, I see a lot of comments like filler and drama. Maybe it was just a misdirection because they needed something to show the effect of everything that's been left unsaid. Sure, there was a lot more. I think it was more than just that. Like they were talking finally about just like maybe their divergent ideas of who they were and where they
Mm.
were going. That's just like one of those though. I feel like I'm trying to think if there's any season 2 stuff like that. Nothing hit me as I was listening to it that I was like, this elevated some understanding of these characters. So yeah,
I
I
think
don't.
the season two, like the inverse of it, is Parents' Bedtime Letter, season
Mm.
two.
Yeah, okay. So Max said, I don't know. You're all going to die tomorrow except for one person. And that doesn't lead to some drama, really? Sure, sure. So there's something very human, I guess. I like Dale said, oh, where did I lost it? Oh, yeah. This next scene recovers the episode very well. Yeah, this is a beautiful
Mm.
scene. This whole
With
this whole
that
section.
subtle Mashiara playing in the background.
When he just shows up out of the blue, still good.
Yeah.
Like, was Lan moving faster than humanly possible to surprise Nynaeve in that scene? Oh, I got it. He was tracking her. That's what it was. That was like the counter tracking. Like she tracked him and then he was tracking her. And he's
Nice.
like, got you. Okay. That makes much more sense. He was moving exactly
10 lands
10
per
lands per
hour.
hour. Gwendolyn said, humanly possible? No. Landly possible? Well, obviously. GVR said, well, see, there's a portal gun that you fire and open doors and walls. Lillian said, they've got such bedroom eyes for each other. Deadsy, Lan is a fade, confirmed. Rapunzel said, Nynaeve again. I didn't mean to intrude, as she intrudes intrudily. It's so good. Gwendolyn said, tracking equals flirting. Yeah, good point. You know. interesting. Good point. Desi said, I guess if they had their meeting in Nynaeve's accepted test, would have seemed fake. So
yeah, they really had to like advance their story.
Yeah,
rapidly.
in order for that to, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Because I was always like, wow, it's really bold of her to walk in his room, but
I don't remember there being as much scar tissue on Len's back in the Bath Rain scene. So maybe they added some more, like he took some more wounds in Winter Night, or like he's gotten some more damage since.
Interesting, yeah. We never did that zoom in comparison, you know. I forgot that she just like opened the door. Nice. PSB said, I said, this is cat crosses the courtyard. Max said, not less bold than literally proposing marriage out of no. Like it. That's hilarious. The abs are here, Gwendolyn said. Rain said people were just too busy looking at his butt earlier. She had called it caressing the stout Two Rivers wool. That's good. That's good. I really like this. Hard won experience. I like that. The amount of like difference between even just these two characters and like season 2 is wild. Oh yeah, the Innkeeper said, I remember the BTS leaked picture of this place. Yeah, when we were zooming in on like what looked like Trollocs things. Ooh. I wonder now, knowing like now seeing some of those scenes in the trailer in season 3, if there'll be a discussion of this like whole warder thing, you know, now post season 2. Like, I wonder if there'll be some conversations between them.
I am no longer available to be your warder, or I am in love with someone.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah. Rajesh said, like, this was 6 years ago or something. Yeah, that's wild. Oh my gosh. There's that scar right there. Land's like, what's going on? It's like we're all being so quiet.
King of Malkir is talking.
Oh. Stay, Nynaeve. Just stay.
There's that flashback.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I wanted something here about like the from his dad about the why can't I think of the void?
The flame in the void?
Yeah, the flame in the void.
Mm.
There's just like things he's hearing from him as he's doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wonder what else we didn't hear from the other folks and if they're going to have flashbacks from Natch and Shin.
Yeah. Yes. Back with Min.
Oh, it's you.
Oh man. Then knowing the scene that's coming up in season 3.
Season 3 is going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uncanny Tam.
Uncanny Tam. Man. Tam, the best man, right? Interesting. I know, right? Oh, Rand. I do like this part. She's like, "Where's Nynaeve?"
Sitting there waiting for her to get back, like busted.
She's like,
all the time.
I'm not going anywhere.
Where's the wait? All the time she's gotten scolded or in trouble in her life, and finally being able.
Nowhere. That's what she said. By the way, perfectly made bed, is she like a thing where she doesn't make her bed? Like, why couldn't she have gotten up in the morning and made her bed?
She could have, yeah.
Yeah, where is Rand?
Such a good mistress. Do we think she released it here?
She just masked it. Yeah.
Yes, but to spare him the Steppen fate.
No, I think she. I mean, I think it is that kind of. I think she could have chosen that. That would have been interesting. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't just go that route.
Because he tells Maxim at the well that, like, it wasn't severed. She released it.
Does she say that? I don't remember.
Lan says that after Maxim makes the "you're doing well" pun, then they start talking about him not liking an audience. And
Mac's explanation is, I think Lan doesn't know the difference between how it feels to be masked and released.
That's true.
The Blight.
Good.
There it is. And that's it. Okay. Let me, we are 7 down here, everyone. And I'm going to kind of set this up for next up. Okay, cool. So, Laurel, how do you feel? Like, episode 7, same kind of, sense you had from before? Was there anything you noticed this time that you didn't notice before? Did it have any meaning for you as you perceive season 2 and the upcoming season 3 additional that you didn't have insight to before this moment?
Not really. No, I'm trying to think of something that there's something that Min says. I don't want to say it because it's kind of spoilery that I don't think I caught in my previous rewatches when she's talking to Rand about what's to come. But yeah.
I think that it's that kind of piece of it that has me going okay, so there's they're tying in this future, which they do in this episode, this final episode, right? What's Egwene's future? What's Rand's future? How does it either converge or not? How are they going to affect each other's futures? Are they tied in some way? Or they not be tied in some way? And so, yeah, that's to me, I guess that's where I'm at. That's where this is kind of leading, but I didn't have as many kind of thoughts there. No, Taishar, did you sense anything where you thought, okay, this is part of the arc that they've been trying to draw these characters into season 3 and past season 2 with on stuff that you saw in this particular episode?
A little bit, yeah. One thing that is still kind of a head scratcher for me, again, a Min scene, is what baby is she seeing in the Rand? Is she seeing baby Joya, who we're going to meet in at the Eye of the World in episode 8? Is that her seeing his future with someone? I don't know, maybe one of 3 beautiful women, maybe not one of that. I've always kind of just been fixated over who is that baby.
Yeah, I think I forgot the whole baby moment there. That's true.
Well, it looks like the baby that's in the next episode, though, so that's why I always assumed that's what they were going with. But it is a little
Yeah, William Smith is let's keep rolling after episode 8 of season 2. We are going to, not today, but we are going to do it again if you go look at, if you're not following the Dusty Wheel, please do. If you haven't liked this video, please do. We do have our live streams kind of set up. We've had to not do some of them because the trailer came out Wednesday, and we're going to do a season 3 kind of breakdown. We have the London event coming up that came out of the blue, so we won't be around next Sunday to do the season 2 rewatch. So we'll probably push that off, like I said, to the next Saturday or Sunday or the one beyond that before the season comes out. But we will be doing a full season 2 one day kind of like we called it, rewatch guide on, just like this. So hope you've had fun. Hope you liked the video. Hope you tell people to come and join us for the next one. It'll be a lot like this. It'll be actually, season 2, I think, is even that much better than season 1. So I think it'll be a lot of fun to go back through those. And plus there's lots of Lanfear. So for me, it's going to be really enjoyable. But yes, if you are still here, I thank you very much for kind of joining in. We're just about to hit the last episode. Let me change this over. We're moving on. I'll throw this up there. Oh, I forgot to turn off the timer there. Okay. And we do have one more guest joining us here in a moment. So Notai Shar, thank you very much for being with us for this experience. Any final thoughts? Yeah, final thoughts on season 1 of The Wheel of Time. And we haven't finished the last episode here. And, just kind of this watch back, this rewatch of the season. Is this kind of on par of what you felt about the season before? Have you, is it better than you remembered it?
It's always better than I remembered every time I rewatch it, but actually bouncing ideas off of the chat and bouncing ideas off of the other guests and other panelists that come up, every time I rewatch it, I find something else, either, something canon that I might have missed in one of the rereads or some other perspective. So it just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, it's just fun. Again, doing these things together is just fun. It's one thing to be on social media, be we're going to do a rewatch and everybody comment, versus getting in chat together and getting on the screen and talking through. It's it's a much more enjoyable thing, which is why we do it. Well, thank you
Really
very
glad to
much,
be
seriously,
here.
for being here. It
Thank
was
you.
awesome to have you, and I guess I'll be seeing you next week, right?
Hopefully, yeah. And
Okay.
you'll see me in the chat for episode 8.
Okay, sounds good. Hey, thank you. We'll see you soon. Okay, bye. And Laurel, thanks for sticking around. If you might mind, you can. I would love to have you for the last episode if you want to.
Sure.
If you got time. And we our last guest of the event will join us here. I'm surprised he's still awake, honestly. But we'll give him a moment to join in. Let me finish this poll that we have. About 100 of you voted on this. Do you like the choice to not have all of them go to the Eye of the World? 32% said yes. 57% said I accept it, and 12% said no. Laurel, has that changed as your thought process? Okay, we saw season 2. You see kind of some things coming from season 3. This choice, do you feel like it resonates right for how season 2, with the story they were telling for these characters, to kind of separate them out and not have them go in together?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer because I love that whole, like, with the Green Man and the whole Eye of the World sequence in the first book is so great. But I get that, especially with the Matt situation, that they kind of had to, like, make a turn. I don't know if they were going to all go. If he hadn't left, would they have all gone? I don't know.
Right,
but,
yeah. Like, if he was still part of it, were they really going to all journey there together?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I remember
But
also, even with the waste, the blight, they were actually going to do this at a location they were traveling to, but they were not able to travel to that location. So,
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So they built the blight. They kind of built that.
Yeah.
So the place they showed that they were going to use to do it looked really, really cool. So yeah, I do wonder if just aspects of Barney and kind of some, what happens on a set where they're just like, I wonder if this is like, they got together and they were like, how do we rewrite the end? I'm like, let's do this
I don't
instead,
envy them. It must have been insanely stressful to have to change everything. So
yeah. For that, knowing that happened at the end. Oh yeah. Oh, look at our guest is just about here. There he is, Rob from Malkin Talks. Rob, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
I am happy to be here. Sorry I'm late. The computer was just not having it for a moment.
Well, you are here for episode 8, The Eye of the World. This is the end of our rewatch. It's been fun. It's been a blast to go through. I realized because I've 1 and 8 were always at the bottom of my list for season 1. I was like, yeah, like this is good. Like I've time has made a difference on kind of like, I was like 1, 2, 3 are much closer of like, yeah, I really enjoyed that arc of those stories. So I'm wondering if 8, if it's still going to be like, nah, this didn't hit, or if it hits better for me. So I'm trying to stay open to episode 8 hitting better.
Okay.
And that's where I'm at. So the way this works, and you obviously, we're not going to, we do put it on screen, little like moments on screen, but you have your own device set up to watch episode 8 with us. I'm going to count us down here, everyone. Put a timer up so everyone get ready to, and let me know, Rob, when you're ready, and I'll get us going here. Let me know when you feel you can press play on your own machine there.
Yeah.
And I asked this question about 2 minutes ago. It's making its way there to about 100 votes. Did you enjoy episode 7 more than the last time you remember watching it? This has been kind of how it's been. This one's a little bit more about the same versus yes. Yeses were getting kind of like that 40%. About the same was getting like 58%, 60%. And then no's would get like 2 or 3. So yeah, this vote's kind of holding true to that. And this is me talking about votes just to kill some time for you, Rob, to find it. Let me know.
You're good. You can go.
Okay. Remember, everybody, we'll just press play. I'll count us down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play it. And turn the timer on. And then get my own system set up here. We do watch the recaps, everybody. Remember that. We watch the recaps. And we don't have any ads. So if you run into ads, feel free to, catch up, or, don't. Just watch it. You can catch up at the very end, if that makes sense. And yeah, here we go. This is it, guys. Oh man, I can't believe we're already at the very end of this rewatch. Trailer Guide On goes on like another 3 or 4 hours, so I almost feel like this is kind of like 8-9 hour streams. Psh.
I was about to ask, I was like, does this feel like a really short stream in comparison?
It does. There's kind of like a, even after our last trailer got on, like because it ended at like at 8:30 my time, I was like, why don't I just go live again? I don't know. Like I was still thinking about it, so I was like, no, let's just cut it at 12. So yeah, it does feel it's a shorter episode, you know.
YouTube's like, we'll cut it at 12, you know.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. YouTube like has that list, just that moment, so I can take a break, right? I liked this idea of using the old tongue.
Yeah.
Like I think it was smart.
Oh, this was incredible. This moment. Although I still, even on rewatches, I don't like his brooch.
His brooch? His brooch.
I remember talking about that when it first happened. I'm like, ooh, I don't like the look of that, you know.
Yeah, I love this is that kind of like, wait, what's this modern design dress, you know, or what we would think of as more modern, right? It's an interesting way to have gotten us into the idea of, so it's just like saying it's tainted.
Yeah.
But like, or like they went and it got tainted versus them having a conversation about that happening. Like at first I was like, this kind of changes the whole sense of Luce Theron and what he was about in this moment. But the idea of like kind of giving us this conversation before they went and giving the idea of it makes sense in a way to kind of give it to the audience without having to like show the counterstroke, because that would be like,
yeah,
and then explain what people are seeing to touch the Dark Wand and have him corrupt it, to basically have this person kind of explain it. You know, I don't get the Dragon Reborn thing. That still, it's like she should, in my head, just say dragon. I don't know why. I'm always like, Dragon Reborn, what? But again, maybe that's just too complex and tying it for the audience.
Yeah, they probably did that to make it a smidge easier for them to follow. That sort of fits.
Yeah. I love the baby side, and he looks out here. And then he looks out, and you can see the stadium that I'm talking about, Rand being in the tunnel for season 3 out here. I like how, I can't remember who was online, was like, maybe that's the stadium you're talking about. Yeah, right there. That's the stadium right there. Right there. That's the, like.
Yeah, okay. I see it. Yeah.
Man. We have to
see what you mean.
A little bit. Like, he's in a tunnel.
I don't know.
It looks like a stadium. Maybe it is like just like that's the meeting place. It looks like a huge stadium, but it's, you know. Man.
I mean, did anyone ever have a discussion what sports they play in their stadium?
Like, what is this? No.
By the way, it's like 1:20 a.m. for me, so you're gonna get maybe
it's a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been watching this for the last like 8 hours, so we're all kind of a little bit like, Laurel, you feeling it? You feeling
a little punchy, yeah.
Yeah, a little punchy.
Yeah. I mean, that's perfect for this season finale, so you know.
Okay. Maybe I'll do this before. Rate episode 8 before rewatching it now. We'll say 10, 8 to 9, 6 to 7, less than 6 out of 10. This is out of 10, everybody. Okay, we'll rate this now, how you're feeling, and then we'll watch episode 8 and see how you're feeling at the end. I know we just watched the intro, or the cold open, whatever, so ignore just watching and remembering the cold open. How did you feel before the cold open? That's how you answer. That's how you answer this poll, which you're not hearing for like 15 seconds of answering the poll, but that's just the way that this works. So, yeah, Gwendolyn said, at this point in the stream, I'm just going for funny, not insightful. Exactly.
100%. I mean, got to be entertaining, right? You know?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I realized that like after the first 4 episodes, my brain has only been able to stay at the very top level stuff. Like I can't think deep right now. That's why
I
people are a
mean,
little bit like during trailer got down, they're like, "Can we just like break down the plot?" And I'm like, "Dude, 7 hours in, like I'm just looking for window colors and matching at that point. Like, it's really hard to think to like. There's a buzz in my head. It's hard to like.
yeah, I wasn't well on Wednesday when it dropped, so I did like my reaction and then my live stream. And I remember messaging you like, "Oh, I'd be free after that." And
Yeah, and you're
then
like, I'm not. Yeah.
I was like, "No." I spent about an hour and a half on the couch, and then it just the whole body just went nope, shut down. And I went to bed for like 12 hours. Like I was done. But I remember people talking about it. They were like, "Yeah, we got to like the last half an hour," and it was like, "How did we not talk about this yet?" Sort of thing. And I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh boy, like trailer must have been a long day."
Yeah. 100%. It was a very long day. I- oh, Dana Lou, this Laurel Sedai is with us. Laurel, if anyone else wondered who's on the screen with right now with Rob, it was Laurel. If you just jump back and saw us. They did make this pretty gross. They did
yeah.
a good job of giving us like a blight that was kind of.
I will say it feels a lot more closed in than I expected.
Yeah. Yes. No, I mean, and this came. If you remember, Rob, they were going to go on site, like a location for this that I think would have been like that, and then they made these, like, and they definitely made it kind of like dense. Probably to make it so it's hard to see, right? That makes it so you can film and not worry too much about seeing outside of it because it's really, really dense. At least that's what I explained to myself, at least.
No, I think you're right there.
You can hear distant Trolloc growls.
Can you? Oh, I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it's like wind for sure. Oh yeah, it kind of reminded me of the swamps of Dagobah. Yeah, Alan said. Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Although I don't think Yoda would really stay there.
I like that she's been holding this the entire time. He's like, "How did you track me? I'm so annoyed." It's only now that she's like, "You're depressed about her leaving. Let me give you some piece of information."
Yeah, you think with the way they were with each other that she might have sort of tried to rub it in his face a little sooner, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. This hits of like because of the testing, this moment between the two of them. It's like
he is doing the lion. It's very true.
Light Blinded Fool said the tell was probably the blood dripping from her wound. Oh,
This is very like Land Fear,
yeah.
season 2.
I remember I jumped a lot when this
I
happened.
swear, it looked like he was carrying a briefcase in his left hand. Like his pant, like the pant leg, kind of looked like he on his left. He had like a sword in his right hand and a
Light business.
I mean, I could see that, play business.
Oh my gosh. This is going to be so much better now that we have season 2 with Shamael. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Shamael's stabbing Moraine, and now apparently in season 3, there's going to be some Land Fear stabbing Moraine.
Yeah. It's almost like every, I mean, it's probably not going to be the case, but can you imagine if like every Forsaken at some point stabbed Moraine? It would be like a really bizarre running joke. I don't know. It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. So the Dark Lawyer. That's great. Face touching for 3,000 years.
Of the face touching. Honestly, the difference between the two in this scene is great. Like, Ishii is so chilled and relaxed, and Rand's just so anxious and like, this is my first time against the Forsaken.
Yeah. Laurel, was a Shamael one of your favorites for season 2? Did you, or no? As far as not like, is that not
I loved him in season 2. Yeah.
Like, do you wish they would have given
the
us
Forsaken,
more? Do you wish they would have given us more of him in season 1, or do you like the not meeting him until this moment?
Yeah, I liked the because I was surprised. I was like, oh, it's a guy. Because again, I hadn't read the book, so I was like, oh, kind of thrown off by that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
But there, there's a lot less like mustache twirling in the show with the Forsaken.
Yeah.
They do such a great job of kind of rounding them out a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Like, that's good. I mean, I think that's what a lot of us have said. It's just like more compelling. Is it more compelling than kind of just like totally insane? Issue, if you will. You always have a plan within a plan within a plan. I love that. I like how he kills himself in his dream, the dream to wake up. That was pretty funny. Lesbian Nerdy said, so do you think personal space was different back in the Age of Legends? Or is it just a Forsaken thing?
They do like the face touching. It is a quirk they enjoy. It's disturbing.
Imagine Groundhog Day with Ishii dreams. Oh man, that'd be terrible. Oh, Rose Ford said, over under on Pat and Fane touching someone's face in season 3. Okay, I gotta ask that question. Will Pat and Fane touch someone's face in season 3? Yes or no? Oh, Rajesh, good point. Said thousands of channelers put their strength into this thing. Sounds kind of like the pool at the eye. Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't think about it that way. Well, Moghedien, we see Moghedien in the season 3 trailer already touch Nynaeve's face, right? So we know that's coming. I feel like they kind of like shouldn't have shown us that. Like they ruined like a good moment to kind of like show us that in the season. Don't show us face touching in a trailer. don't give away the face touching. They didn't have the wind machine here. I think they do kind of just they are kind of just walking like the eye of the world's just going to show up at some point.
You know what? I've been listening to the Eye of the World as like a go to sleep type thing. I've put on the sleep timer. I'm literally in this moment. I was like last night where they're trying to find the Eye of the World right now, and they're just being like chased by the worms and things like that. So, minus the fact that everyone else isn't there. Yeah, it absolutely looks like they're just wandering around trying to find the Eye of the World.
Yep.
We're talking about New Spring, right? Did we say that we could talk about New Spring?
Yeah, I think New Spring doesn't have any.
Okay, because I forgot when I read it how much they incorporate into the show.
Yeah,
like this whole sequence.
Oh, this part.
Yeah.
I just love Min's no nonsense attitude. I'm sorry, I just really do enjoy it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Lesbian just said, yeah, it's very clever. Clearly they have the entire series in mind when writing. I find the integration of things from other parts of the series really definitely done.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
She's like, we're not going back. Are you crazy? You know how long I've been walking in this blight?
That's not how blights work.
The Horn of Gondor.
Oh, that's brilliant. Because obviously, did you talk about the Aragorn moment in the trailer?
The which one?
Where it really is the Aragorn moment where someone's just coming through the doorways, and I'm like, they've stolen the moment from Lord of the Rings. You know?
Oh yeah, the Aragorn. Yeah.
Now this is too much Lord of the Rings crossover happening now with the Horn of Gondor.
Uno's like, yes, we do. We need to dig up the horn.
Yeah.
From under the throne. Like, I feel like they're about to go do something, and they're just like, it's in the other room. It's like
it's just there. Just back. You know, we're back in a second. You know, someone just slide that chair across. You know.
Yeah.
Just move these bricks in a special pattern, and it just opens up. You know.
Yeah, Lesbian just said it's sad that they lost their location, but honestly, looking back at this, the blight set is impressive, 100%.
Considering what they had to do, yeah, absolutely.
Rajesh, the beacons are lit. That's right. He's like, I know this place. Yeah, people are saying like same thing about the Dragon Mount. He's like, I've seen this place before.
Yeah.
Max's comment in chat's really good.
I need to get chat open. I
I
was rushing in so much.
I wish the episode was just this plotline. Elimination said Lauren discovered that Aragorn is Leandrin.
Oh my god. There we go. Go chat now. We'll be missing that. They talking about the Seven Towers in chat. Did I miss something?
Yeah, they are. You didn't see the Seven Towers thing?
I saw them earlier in the episode. I didn't see them in this moment. Or
Lan was.
Yeah, when Lan sees
was
them.
walking.
Sorry,
yeah, he sees them.
Yeah. I do love here that he wants to wear just his own armor.
Yeah. So that's why he really believes this is the end.
Yeah.
And that's why he told them to get the horn out, basically. It was like, this is the last battle. We have to stop them. Will Pat and Fane touch someone's face in season 3, by the way? 70% are on board.
70? Wow.
Wow.
People do like that, apparently.
70% think that's going to happen, huh? Wow.
You know, it sounds silly to say this now, but when they're at the top and you have all those like steps and walkways around the edges,
Yeah.
I don't think in my head that I thought that they wouldn't just take just that edge all the way down, and they've just in this you see they come out of like a tunnel, so it must like burrow in on itself at certain points.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember us like doing the overhead look at this, like this symbol, and then like how it's built.
Everyone was like matching symbols and things, weren't they, to other images to see like, oh, is this one this, or trying to match who's sealed in which one and things like that.
Yeah. Trying to connect it, like what cracked.
Yeah.
Like when basically like he breaks the seal, right? And then like you can find the cracks. And I thought we like Maybe it was like Lauren. I remember who like tied all like the cracks to like
Was-
number of people released or something like
I think
that.
Koala was doing it
Was
as
it
well, if
Koala?
I
Yeah,
remember.
maybe it's
I think
Koala.
Koala
Yeah,
spent
yeah.
a good time doing it, yeah.
By the way, they just showed that Shamael in that look at the past, same exact outfit. Like he was wearing that same outfit that he was wearing like now, and it was like he doesn't change his clothes as much as Matt. He's always in his Shamael outfit.
Maybe that was how they bonded in season 2. Like him and Matt be like, "You're always in the bathroom. I'm always in this outfit."
Yes,
like
yeah. That's the bond. Yeah,
that's their connection. Yeah.
Everyone's remembering the same thing, like the seals and the cracks. Oh my gosh. Max Silva said, "Yeah, 8 big cracks and 13 if you counted the tiny ones." It's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They gave us a cool 360 view of the seal. I forgot they gave us that.
Oh, geez, yeah. It's a long time since I even thought about that.
That was our confirmation that 8 was the new 13.
Yes, basically. Which I like. I'm down for 8 being the new 13.
With as much time as they actually, I'll say this. Like, I think I've kind of criticized them doing this scene versus another scene. The amount of time that they put into this relationship and even seeing what they did with season 2, I think this is appropriate right here. Like, I wanted, like, when I thought back about this one, I was like, oh, it'd been really cool if they had gone back to the 2 rivers, and his dad being there, and like Shamil had kind of been like, you can save your father. Like, she let this whole thing just be destroyed, but like,
yeah.
Which I still think going back to the 2 rivers would still work, but I can see this works better than I. Ooh, sorry. Such a pivotal moment that we didn't realize was so pivotal to season 2.
Oh yeah.
Like,
and the debate it caused.
Yeah.
It looks like what Mogideon does to Lanfear, that like when she kind of covers her in that like spider's web. It looks a lot like that.
Oh, interesting. Like, that's Mogideon's version of like shielding her, basically. I didn't think about that. The move that led to so many debates.
It really was quite a lot. I mean, I don't know. I think in my heart I knew that I wanted to build because it was
shield or shanked. That's good. Shield or shanked.
Shield or shanked.
Oh gosh, that one's gonna live forever, man. Oh gosh.
Rapunzel, well done.
Innkeeper, PS2 Trollocs.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. That abandoned wall doesn't stand a chance.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness.
It means like, nope, I'm a bounce.
I think it's like the city that has never fallen, but we think it's going to fall this time.
Yeah, like it's
we're
never
on our way
fallen.
out. So
We're all just going to check out.
We are definitely not confident about the statement that was just made.
I mean, I know it's common. I've just been listening to it like the past week where it's like, yeah, like we'll send these people off, we'll send all our non-fighters away, and so on and so forth. Like it's a standard issue Borderlands thing, but it also like, if you're here being like, we've never fallen and we never will, then like, why are you leaving?
Yeah.
It's a fair point.
I do like this. I mean, this particular, like, the fight at the wall is cool.
Yeah.
Like I think the charge was like that feels like just like an editing mistake that someone made and they just didn't think it through. It's like, or it was just like they spent a lot of money on time on it. They're like, how else are we gonna include this? Let's just include it.
Or there was meant to be more in it and they had to cut it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And they were like, we'll keep the
but
charge.
They couldn't have gotten outside of the wall unless they were also like, man, yeah. Chris Harris said maybe they're just hyping themselves up on the way to the wall.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Get there in a hurry.
Yeah. They just need to get there fast. That's right.
Yeah. Also, I probably assume there would be a few more defenses between the wall and the city, short of just the open ground. Like, give me like a dry moat filled with spikes or something, perhaps, like just casually. You've been here for a few thousand years, just casually throwing that out as a mild suggestion. I don't know.
You had some. They're gonna. Tom said they're gonna regret all those windows.
Yeah. This whole discussion with Perrin is great for me. Like his indecision about what to do or not do. Just think Colla's comment in chat. Note to builders, don't make arrow slits wide enough for Trollocs to get through.
Just more windows for us to analyze. For fun said.
Yep.
Oh man, yeah. The last battle, the battle portion of this does make me think of like, how like with like the script, they didn't think we were going to go to that depth to unblur it. And then like the way we analyze everything, no one sat down and were like, they're going to actually think about these decisions.
Yeah, I think they've learned for season 2 that we sniff things out, we track things down and compare and analyze and except when it comes to arrows, in which case we have Michael Livingston. So, and if you know there,
That's right.
Now, Koala brings up a good point in chat, going back to the battle on the wall thing. She's saying that she was convinced that Agilmar survived. I'm still on the Agilmar survive train. I will be on that train until I see a dead body.
Did Agilmar survive? Yes or no, everyone?
Yes, that's a question. Absolutely. Please put that as a poll. Let me go and vote on that and say yes. I love how it's already immediately overwhelmingly no. Oh.
Does anyone hear my cat meowing?
No.
Okay.
No.
He's like, it's been 8 hours. Let me in. I'm on the Agilmar live train. I've watched too much TV. I did not see a corpse from Lesbian Nerdy.
It's like when you play a computer game. Zelda taught me so much. Explore every corner, open every treasure chest, break open those jars. You will find things. And if TV lore says if you do not see a body, they are not dead. So. They're asking which cat wants to come in. Sorry.
They are. It's Grayson.
Oh, Grayson.
I'll go get him.
Oh, it's so sweet. I love that we
Let me know if Agilmar survives.
Spoiler, he does. I love that we've kind of bullied him into go getting the cat.
Get the cat.
Like, my cat comes and sees me occasionally, O'Neill. He'll wander in and meow at me because he wants attention. But if I pick him up, he's like, "Oh, put me the hell down, please. No, thank you. I wanted attention. I didn't want to be picked up and put on camera." So, oh gosh. She's so serious at this moment with that knife to his throat. Like, she's like, I will actually kill him now. Like, that is... Oh. Also, while we're talking logistics of things that do and don't work, do pickaxes work at giant stone bricks? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not sure what else you could use, sort of like bludgeoning it with a giant sledgehammer of some kind, but...
Yeah.
You know... Not sure how good a pickaxe it's going to be against it. Someone in the know, probably must be someone in chat who knows how bricks work like that. Like, you know, tell us, and we'll find out.
He's like, this is not a very comfortable spot to be sitting.
Aww, but you look so cute,
super villain.
Yeah.
There you go.
Again, he just put the cat bed on the table, and then he's fine. You know, so. Koala says the pickaxes would work there. Okay, thank you. Folks, if the stream accidentally randomly ends, it's because Grayson was like, I don't want to be on camera anymore. Yeah.
We'll take you guys off. They want to see the cat, you know. So
that's totally fair.
Take you guys off. It's like the cat and the show there, you know.
Cat and the show, like it's the digital version of dinner in a show, isn't it? So
he hasn't like the cat's just like no concept of anything going on. They're just like hanging out.
At least he's not like doing typical cat things, like just shoving his butt in the camera or licking himself or anything of that nature. Like, you know, that's usually what
hardly see him because of the it's like
we need your hand just for like the light, you know, the color comparison. Oh wait, the eyes come around. There we go. So.
Why hasn't this cat always been a guest? It's because he's so particular. Like this is not a cat this is the longest he's ever sat in one spot in this place. It's just because he wants some attention here.
Yeah.
He'll be in and out of this place. He's always like coming to the door, closing it, you know.
Grayson is a rarer guest than Tank Top Taylor. So.
Oh. He does want a lot of attention right now. He's like,
careful on those stream keys there, Grayson.
I know. He's so gonna like turn the stream off. It'd be hilarious. That'd be the funniest.
Yeah.
Like,
it's a different way of smashing to black because he's a black cat. So.
He's definitely falling. Are you falling off my leg here, Grayson?
Yeah, Light Blinded Fool. I love it. He's like, parents like, what? We just dug it up and we're not even going to use it. It's a very good point. So
I got distracted by the cat. Or like in the finale, and I'm like,
it's fine. We were just, you know, digging up a big golden box. It's no issue. So
Cat's like, oh, what are all these wrappers that you have from
hours of live streaming, Grayson? Yeah, that's what you get this from. So I do love the very subtle nod for the when they're joining here and the stronger flows going to Nynaeve and Egwene compared to the other women. Like, it's not explained, no one says anything about it, but it's just a very easy visual representation to show like how much more powerful they are. William Smith in chat, Porter Black.
Rajesh is like, Innkeeper's checking out from episode 8. It's not my fault. You guys had me go get the cat, and he's being kind of adorable right now.
Yeah, there was cat. What is it? There was cat peer pressure. There we go.
I know. Like my rating for this episode at the end will be somewhat based on the cat.
I mean, that's fair.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I just saw that as well. Yeah.
Lightning Lance said maybe their original plan was to have Matt use the horn here.
Hmm.
Are we talking anything about season 2, Matt? Like,
yeah, but you can
like...
mention season 2. Yeah.
Okay. Like the end of season 2?
Yeah, you can talk about season 2. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. I mean, if you had Matt blow the horn here, then you don't get Uno as a hero of the horn.
Mm.
Yeah, that would, like, yeah. I wonder what they would have had Matt do for sure here.
That's an interesting conversation to have at some point.
Yeah. DK Moon's like, cat crosses the dusty wheel. I like that.
Yes, that is true. So. That would have been a much more climatic ending, but does any of them know how to open the box? That's probably the question.
50-50 on Algomar's survival. Did they just leave the box? They just dug up the horn and then left it alone? No. Yeah.
My God, I know it sounds really bad to say, but the weaves look so like compared to what we said in season 2. Yeah, you look at them, you're like, especially the ones just around Rand. Then I was like, they look nowhere near as good as what we're seeing now, and I'm just
not at all.
I don't know if it's a company thing, a practice thing, a budget thing, combination, but like they have, it just really shows the step up in quality they've made. I'm not gonna lie, the explosions are pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, like Daniel Lewis said, they didn't tend to have 3 boys on the hunt for the horn. It might have been weird to do after blowing the horn.
Oh yeah, that's true. Hated Chad. I'm just gonna go make a snack for this moment.
It does. Like, yeah, I would say that's probably rushed post-production, but also Randa's going off of intuition here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if there was rushed post-production, it does make you wonder what changed due to Matt leaving. Like, did they just not plan to have enough time, or did they change that last scene, right? They had to create all new stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they had other things like partially filmed or something, and then they could start working on some of the frames, and then they're like, actually, we need to, we don't have Matt now, so we need to change the scenes.
Have I told you what I wanted for this moment right here? Was for Rand to break the illusion that he created and to kind of see what was happening at Faldar, to have a vision of it, and to kind of participate in what they were doing, like almost like he's attacking the Trollocs and they're attacking the Trollocs. I thought it would be kind of like a connection to the end of the Eye of the World in that same way, where he connects with what's happening at Tarmon's Gap. So I thought that would have been like I like the whole, like, he breaks, like, that part of this I think works.
Yeah.
It's the absence of connection at all to what's going on with his friends, and kind of how that, and a lot of it's the effects, right? And the CGI.
It is.
Yes,
it's true.
Yes. So like in the books, I thought it was an easy thing that they could have done, in my opinion, right? Because they just, it's just a vision of him seeing the battlefield a little bit, if you will.
Yeah.
Or him even showing up. Imagine like he shows up in that same vision, looking like he's holding this, but he shows up in the middle of all the Trollocs that are charging.
Yeah.
And so he's in both places at once, kind of thing. I think that would have worked. I think
that would have worked. Matt, have I ever told you my theory about that moment that we just seen with Perrin and Thane and everyone getting stabbed and such?
No, no.
Okay, so I obviously that I feel that was meant to be a Matt and Thane moment originally, but obviously they gave it to Perrin instead. I've always thought the sound is really dead when he's in the corridor and suddenly the bat appears. Like there's no background noise, no ambience, nothing. And it reminds me of the moment when Rand throws up a bat in episode 2 or 3 or something
Oh,
like
you think
that.
it's like some kind of dream?
And I think it's like a dream moment, which explains why everyone can get stabbed and killed, especially by, Lawyer with the dagger. And um, I don't know. I just think it's an inkling that they gave Thane some sort of dream powers because they were like, well, we got to give him to Perrin as a bad guy now instead of Matt. And yeah, just all that stuff.
Huh.
I really do think that's a dream moment, and I think I peddled this a few weeks back on my podcast.
No, I want to.
I really
rewatch it. Yeah.
I really think that Padan Thane and is going to be like Perrin's big nemesis and take some powers from another character, shall we say?
Oh,
I don't think they would have had to Max's point here. I don't think they would have had to have him travel versus superimposing those locations, kind of pattern level event wise. Like he's in multiple locations at once. I think they could have done that and still created that effect.
By the way, I'm assuming the comments coming from Dusty Wheel in chat are Anas and not yourself. Yeah.
I'm not moving my hands.
I was like, I didn't see you type, and I was like, yeah, it's all a dream. Yeah, that's exactly Anas. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Perrin has dream powers. If you gave Thane some sort of dream powers, and then you could nab them from someone else who appears later on. Again, not giving away anything, just in case there's show any watchers here. Like it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if they would have put him in the dream. Yeah, I wonder what they would have done with Perrin. They're giving Matt this piece, of course.
Yeah, what would they have done with Perrin as an exchange? That's a good point.
Yeah.
Rapunzel the cat is typing. It's a very clever cat.
This end with Rand, I think the Rand to Shamael stuff now being further away from when this dropped now. This piece of them going into the Blight, his engagement with Shamael here, breaking of the seal, leaving here, I think that all works for me, I think.
Yeah. It kind of worked for me as well. It's a get out of jail, not a get out of jail free card, but it's a getaway card for him, but it's also a way for him to protect everybody, or at least he thinks protect everybody. And I think Moraine's a little stunned here, and probably just accepts it because she's just had her life turned upside down, and also she kind of thinks that the last battle's been done, or I'm not sure exactly what she thinks, but I think she's, for once, not exactly on top of her Aes Sedai game.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think this Thane stuff here is part of a dream, and he just doesn't realize the reality is not there's just too much manipulation going on, and at some point he doesn't realize it, but he wakes up, or it's some kind of bubble or something. I don't know. Either that, or it's just weird book one moments where things just don't make exact sense, and you just don't explain it afterwards.
Yeah. It looks like this feels like it probably stayed intact. The whole this sequence that really works feels like it definitely was intact from kind of what they probably were drawing up. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what they planned, considering what they did with season 2, with Lan and Moraine. Now that being said, they said they were going to do a search, hunt for the horn with all 3 of them. So maybe they changed up everyone's. Maybe Rand was supposed to return together. Maybe they were going to start the hunt from the Horn from Faldara, like that's possible. So maybe maybe none of these actually remained intact of what they planned. So
maybe maybe I mean at this moment she could just be like I've been stilled and not be like Rand's dead and gone or whatever, or implying that.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't have had to like.
That's not a huge change. She could still be reacting the way she's reacting there. And I think honestly, when I talked about this at the time, because I think I did this on that Spaces thing that the official account was doing back then. I think I said at the time, like, you could have had Matt and Perrin there dealing with Thane, and it still would have worked in that moment. I think the two of them.
I remember when Rafe was like, "Yeah, they went a little bit overboard here with the makeup."
They didn't, yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah,
it doesn't quite work as well as you'd hoped." Yeah,
because he did say I think they were going to use like she was supposed to like they were going to use not this from a healing perspective, so. Anna's getting spicy in chat. And for the next trip, I heal the dead.
Spicy.
I know where Rand's going. Kyrie and Love Shack. That's where he's going.
I remember everyone being like, ooh, is that like, can you see the Threefold Land from here? Is that the Ideal Waste? Like, everyone was trying to debate that whether it was or wasn't.
Yeah.
So we all thought, like, maybe he's just going to head straight there now instead. So.
I fear it was the first. And scene. Oh, wait, sorry.
There's more. Oh, wait, there's more.
I forgot.
I was like, wait, it ends there, does it? I'm sure there's, yeah. The far western shore. Is this to me, this is like, yeah, this poor girl, all right, seriously. This reminds me of how they described like the village, the Two Rivers, where they were like, so we're going to build this set and have like this giant fight, and then we're just going to burn the village down. And one of the Amazon execs who's being told, it's like, sounds great, go do it. I feel like someone pitched this as like, the tease for season 2, the end of a cold close, I suppose. I don't know what you call these sorts of things.
Yeah.
But like they were like, for no context whatsoever, for the entirety of the season that you've just watched, we're going to have like a coastal scene, and there's going to be like a 6-year-old girl on the beach and like 50 ships, and then we're just going to send a tidal wave to the beach and spend all this money on CGI, which turns out great, and obviously a few close-ups on actors and stuff like that, and not explain any of it whatsoever, as a teaser. And they were like, yeah, go spend that 50 grand or whatever it was. I'm throwing out random numbers here, so
the Shanchan are here, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This kid playing out by herself, just could like where her parents. It's like growing up in the 70s and 80s. It's just,
absolutely.
Yeah. You're just off on a beach alone, and some random Shanchan.
Be home before the streetlights come on. Like.
Oh yeah,
I forgot they have that.
Yeah. We're not going to be watching the preview of season 2, so.
For some reason, mine did not play a preview of season 2. I don't know why.
It didn't. Oh, you don't have a cool account like Laurel and I do, apparently. So
I don't know. Maybe it just knew I didn't want to see it. Maybe it was like, no, I'm going to show you that yet.
Yeah.
We did it, by the way. We made it to the end of all 8 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want to clarify, you did it, Matt.
Yes,
I didn't.
You did not, for sure. But I appreciate you being here. Laurel, what do you think? You watched, I can't remember if you watched all 8 this entire time. If you did, like, what's your feel for season 1? Did you come across, like, did it feel more unified watching it all in one like fell swoop? Were there still kind of the flaws that you thought before this were still there?
Yeah.
And do you see more connections of things that they were doing where you're like, okay, I think of this as a flaw, but I can see it as a connecting point to where they were going with season 2 also.
I feel like, they had to scramble so much. So like the second half of the season, I kind of like accept that it's not perfect. And watching it again, like I think season 8 or episode 8 is definitely the weakest of them. But I empathize with the fact that like they were doing the best that they could, and there were some bizarre choices, but I'm really looking forward to season 3 because I feel like season 2 was such a wild improvement. But yes, episode 8 really not good.
Yeah, it didn't like I was there with you. Like, if this makes sense, the Rand Moraine stuff I think actually held up really well. In other words, I watched it and I was like, strong. Oh yeah, sorry, timer's still going. Yes, I'll turn the timer off. Everybody,
it's for those who are watching the preview of season 2.
But yeah, like it still it is. It's like, okay, yeah. COVID, the change, you know, then like piecing together something and getting it out, that is, it still
and
seems
the end
like
of Eye of the World is like super complex. And the first time I read it, I was like, do I understand what happened in the end of this book? So
yes,
they did have to like simplify that. Yeah.
And that's why I think
don't know if I understand.
That's why I think the Rand and Moraine stuff I think did work actually.
Yeah.
That's why I said I thought there was like some convergence they could have probably done with Rand into that battle. But there were just, some final choices and things that with Matt not being there and like, how are they going to change season 2? They probably had to sit down and go like, okay, we have to do a lead into what season 2 is. What is season 2 going to become? Like you have to like, oh, season 2 is now going to be this. Okay. Like I wonder.
They probably have to write like a whole new intro for like the whole beginning of it to be like, well, Matt's not meant to be in Tarvalon, so we need to get him from A to B. But
exactly,
also,
how do you get Matt to the end?
Like, give him some stuff to do whilst going from A to B, because otherwise it's not fun to watch. And that probably required quite a few rewrites and brainstorming sessions.
Yeah. 100%. People are asking like, when is season 2 rewatch? I hope you had fun here, everyone. If you haven't been to the Destiny before, haven't ever done one of these live long streams with us, this is like chat is what keeps us all going, keeps me going, keeps it just like to go this long in this situation. Like, and so William Smith said there was much more humor this way. Take a bow, chat. Yes, I love that thought. Like we're all experiencing it together, right? And that was. And like Jen just said, the flaws weren't within their control, so I accept that 7 and 8 weren't what they could have been. However, the connections and payoff in season 2 make it even better, which I agree.
Yeah.
And yes, Lesbian Nerdy, great to see you. Well, this was lovely. I have to go be a grown-up now. Love y'all. I think that they're like the overarching, Max said the overarching plot question of season 2 is, will our heroes realize they are stronger together? And that question was basically chosen for them when Barney, walked away. So, and thanks, Carl. You guys are awesome and a magnifique compagnie. This did make episode 8 slightly less painful. That is constant anxiety good. It is fun to do this as a group. By the way, we're doing this for season 3. We did this for season 2. We would be doing live watches together and then like talking about it afterwards. So if you enjoyed this, like again, follow the channel, and we will be doing this season 2 rewatch probably. Innkeeper, are you still out there? If you are, I don't know if you're listening still or
you're not busy next weekend, right, Matt? You could probably just do it next weekend, surely.
I'm busy the next 2 weekends, and that's why I was like, oh, I can't even do March 2nd. So, it would probably be the one after that if it's going to be me. If it's going to be my fellow Innkeeper and he's available, then March 2nd is probably the time. So March 2nd or March 9th. Basically, season 2 final rewatch on the 9th, right before the season begins. I mean, that feels like appropriate to do one before it gets crazy.
I feel like we need a poll here. Should Honest do it on March 2nd?
Yes,
so
right.
that Matt
right.
control him in chat as the Dusty Wheel.
Basically, everyone's votes. I think that was, if I go look at what people voted before. Actually, More 6s and 7s. Oh, interesting. We had a few more 8s and 9s, and fewer 6s and 7s, about the same, less than 6, and about the same amount of 10s. So there you go. That was a blast, everyone. I hope you had a good time. Laurel, did you enjoy your first journey here?
I did.
You jumped into a guidon for your first journey.
I know.
Here, so,
I know. I'm very excited to be here. So
that was a blast. Rob, thank you for staying up and joining us.
It's a pleasure.
You know,
Thanks for waiting while I got everything turned on. It was just being slow tonight.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate that.
March 9th might be our target because that. It is a fun kind of do right before the weekend before it happens. It drops. So that will likely be what we're doing. Much love to all of you hardcore fan freaks. Love you all. HCFF, if you ever see that, it's hardcore fan freaks. And we did. We had about 150 to 200 around with us concurrently like the whole time. So you guys are crazy freaks wanting to rewatch all together one season. And that's awesome. When I say crazy freaks, I mean that like admirably. Yes, this was like a half marathon doing Trailer Guide On last week. It is like it was crazy. Wednesday was like Trailer Guide On. Like
it was like earlier this week. It wasn't last week. It was earlier this week.
I know. It's like only 3 or 4 days ago.
4 days ago.
Like,
yeah.
I just did another 9-hour stream. Like, man, like I need to take a break. If you don't remember, we will be back Wednesday. We haven't quite decided. We probably will do a season 3 breakdown with everything we have from the trailer and do one of our classic. We need to reach out to Rebecca from Reading the Pattern, see if she's available for that one. And then, Friday, Saturday, we're making our way out to London for all the fans that are going to be out there, whether or not you got a ticket or not. If you happen to be in the area, I'd love to kind of meet up. There is a Discord channel on our server. Look for that. It's like London Calling.
London Calling.
London Calling. There we go. And you can go check that out. The link's in the description here if you're in the area. If you have a ticket or don't. And then that Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, we'll be in London. I get to host this fan event, this fan premiere or fan exclusive screening, whatever they want to call it, and do a Q&A with Rafe and also Rosamund Pike. And they said other special guests. So, who else might be there on that stage? It should be a blast. And
fine, I'll be on the stage if you need me.
Rob will be like, do you need more people up there to help answer some questions? Otherwise, just come see us on Wednesday, Wednesday every night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And otherwise, looking forward to seeing everybody in London. Any final thoughts from you two before we let all these people go?
Ladies Have first. A good time.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad
London sounds awesome. I can't wait to hear about it.
Yeah, we'll definitely share. Well, I'm sure we're going to stream from London while we're there, not from the event itself, or maybe outside the event, maybe after the event, we'll jump on and say something about it before it. Yes.
I mean, I'm going to be filming the queue. I'm going to have some fun at the queue, I think. So.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to go see
that.
everybody there. Yeah. Rob will be out, I'm sure, doing the same kind of stuff. So, and yes, I agree. Natasha would be amazing, everybody. It'd be awesome to have. That'd be fun there. Just like it'd be fun to see Marcus and everybody, all the cast. So looking forward to that. And let's all go take a break. I'm gonna go eat a burger. Somebody posted like burger in the chat, and I was like, I need a hamburger. That's 100%. So as they say around here, good night from the Dusty Wheel, and smash to black.
Welcome to the Dusty Wheel.
Hey, welcome back to the Dusty Wheel. You went right to kill it. Look at you, you're already. You're just done. I mean, this is like this is
really well. And now I'm like, great, my turn.
And if you don't like that, you want to say, well, Robert Jordan could have made the two rivers all white. He could have, but he didn't. So,
just complimented me on my dress, and as you can clearly see, I'm
sad. I see Nakomi as something along the lines of a Shida Haran analog.
It does make sense why it outlasted the breaking.
Yeah.
See, this is why I have Therese in the show, because she's going to correct everything that.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Dusty Wheel Show. What? Meme Off Challenge! Yay!
Pair of like baby face mounted on like a huge body. So like all of a sudden,
this is not just a traditional fantasy, right? There are sci-fi elements. And just a moment ago, Rafe tweeted something. So let me get my guest in here with me, and probably I would say put in 70-80% of the work. I got to be over the shoulder and be like, no.